See, on the GOSHA-GIR. I am indebted to my husband's examination of 2 Persian MSS. On archery for an explanation of the word GOSHA-GIR in its technical sense in archery. The works consulted are the Cyclopedia of Archery, Kulliyat-o-Rami, I.O. 2771, and the Archer's Guide, Hidayat-o-Rami, I.O. 2768. It should be premised that in archery, the word gosha describes, in the arrow, the notch by which it grips and can be carried on the string, and in the bow, both the tip, horn, and the notch near the tip in which the string catches. It is explained by Vullers as cornu et crina arcus cui emittitur nervis. 2 passages in the Cyclopedia of Archery, F9 and F36b, show gosha as the bow tip. One says that to bend the bow, 2 men must grasp the 2 gosha. The other reports a tradition that the Archangel Gabriel brought a bow having its 2 gosha, tips, made of ruby. The same book directs that the gosha be made of seasoned ivory, the Archer's Guide prescribing seasoned mulberry wood. The C of A, F 125b, says that a bowman should never be without 2 things, his arrows and his GOSHA-GIR. The GOSHA-GIR may be called an item of the repairing kit. It is an implement, F53, for making good a warped bow tip and for holding the string into a displaced notch. It is known also as the chapras, brooch or buckle, and the cardang, and is said to bear these names because it fastens in the string. Its shape is that of the upper part of the R. Letter Jim, 2 converging lines of which the lower curves slightly outward. It serves to make good a warped bow without the use of fire, and it should be kept upon the bow tip till this has reverted to its original state. Until the warp has been straightened by the GOSHA-GIR, the bow must be kept from the action of fire because it, composite of sinew and glutinous substance, is of the nature of wax. The same implement can be used to straighten the middle of the bow, the kaman kana. It is then called cardang. It can be used there on condition that there are not 2 door curves in the bow. If there are 2, the bow cannot be repaired without fire. The halal door is said to be characteristic of the Turkish bow. There are 3 door. I am indebted to Mr. Inigo Simon for the suggestions that door in this connection means warp, and that the 3 twists, door, may be those of 1 horn gosha, of the whole bow warped in 1 curve, and of the 2 horns warped in opposite directions. Of repair to the kaman kana, it is said further that if no carding be available, its work can be done by means of a stick and string, and if the damage be slight only, the bow and the string can be tightly tied together till the bow comes straight. And the cure is with God. Both manuscripts named contain much technical information. Some parts of this are included in my husband's article, Oriental Crossbows, AQR, 1911, p1. Sir Ralph Pangalwi's interesting book on the crossbow allows insight into the fine handicraft of Turkish bow-making. D. On the rescue passage. I have omitted from my translation an account of Babur's rescue from expected death. Although it is with the letter 1E25, a ID, a R, a B, a D codex, because closer acquaintance with its details has led both my husband and myself to judge it spurious. We had welcomed it because, being with the true Bābur-nāma text, it accredited the same account found in the Khair-il-Minsky text, and also because, however inefficiently, it did something towards filling the gap found elsewhere within 908 A. It is in the letter 1E25, a ID, a R, a B, a D MS. F118b, in Khair's MS. P385, in Ilminsky's imprint, P144, in Les Memoirs de Bābur, I, 255, and with the St. P. University Codex, which is a copy of Khair's. On the other hand, it is not with the Elphinstone Codex, F89b, that it was not with the archetype of that codex the scribe's note shows F90. It is with neither of the wacky Adai-Baburi Pers translations, nor with Leyden and Erskine's memoirs, P122. Before giving our grounds for rejecting what has been offered to fill the gap of 908 a few words must be said about the lacuna itself. Nothing indicates that Babur left it, and since both in the Elphinstone Codex and its archetype, the sentence preceding it lacks the terminal verb, it seems due merely to loss of pages. That the loss, if any, was of early date is clear, the Elf. Ms itself being copied not later than 1567 ad. J. Raz, 1907, p. 137. 2 known circumstances, both of earlier date than that of the Elphinstone Codex, might have led to the loss. The first is the storm which, in 935 AH, scattered Babur's papers, f. 376b. The second, the vicissitudes to which Humayun's library was exposed in his exile. Of the two, the first seems the more probable cause. The rupture of a story at a point so critical as that of Babur's danger in Karnan would tempt to its completion. So too would wish to make good the composed part of the Bābur-nāma. Humayun annotated the archetype of the Elphinstone Codex a good deal, but he cannot have written the rescue passage, if only because he was in a position to avoid some of its inaccuracies. Context and translation of the rescue passage. To facilitate reference, I quote the last words preceding the gap purported to be filled by the rescue passage, from several texts. A. Elphinstone Ms. F. 89b, Quiptum, Bog GOSHA-GIR Bardim, Azam Bilah and Desha Kildim. Didim Kim Kishi Agar Yazu Agar Ming Yashasa Akir Hech. B. The letter 1E25 AI. Ms. F. 118b varies from the Elphinstone by omitting the word Hech and adding Almak Kurak, he must die. C. Panda letter 1E25 SNNS Waki Adai Baburi, IO 215, F. 96b, Barquistem Udar Goshai Bog Raftem. Bakud and Desha Karda, Guftum Kawagar Case Sad Sal Yahazar Sal, Umar Dashta Bashad, Akir Hech asked. It will be seen that this text has the Hech of the elf. Ms. D. Abdarara letter 1E25 IMMS Waki Adai Baburi, IO 217, F. 79, Barquistem Ubog Goshai Bog Raftem. Bakud Andashidim Uguftum Kawagar Case Sad Sal U Agar Hazar Sal, Umar Bayabad Akir. EMU letter 1E25, Shirazi's Lith. Ed. P75 finishes the sentence with Akir Kud Bayad Murd, at last one must die, varying as it frequently does from both of the Wakiyat. F. Kayers MS. P383 454, Ilminsky, P144, Quapub Bagning Bur Burjiga Barib, KHA letter 1E6F IRIM Ga Kilturdim Kim Agar Adam Yuz Yil U Agar Ming Yil Tirik Bolsa, Akir Almak Din Oskachara Yuktur. I rose. Having gone to a tower of the garden, I brought it to my mind that if a person be alive 100 years or 1,000 years, at last he has no help other than to die. The rescue passage is introduced by a Persian couplet, identified by my husband as from NI letter 1E95, a MIS Khusrau Shirin, which is as follows. If you stay 100 years, and if 1 year, forth you must go from this heart-delighting palace. I steadied myself for death, Karar Burdim. In that garden a stream came flowing. I made ablution. I recited the prayer of 2 inclinations, Rakat. Having raised my head for silent prayer, I was making earnest petition when my eyes closed in sleep. I am seeing that Khwaja Yaqub, the son of Khwaja Y, a letter 1E25Y, and grandson of His Highness Khwaja, Ubaydullah, came facing me, mounted on a piebald horse, with a large company of piebald horsemen, sick. He said, lay sorrow aside, Khwaja a letter 1E25RRIE. Ubaydullah has sent me to you, he said. We having asked help for him, i.e. Babur, will seat him on the royal throne wherever difficulty befalls him, let him look towards us lit. Bring us to sight and call us to mind, there will we be present. Now, in this hour, victory and success are on your side, lift up your head, awake. At that time I awoke happy, when Yusuf and those with him were giving one another advice. We will make a pretext to deceive, to seize and bind is necessary. Hearing these words, I said, your words are of this sort, but I will see which of you will come to my presence to take me. I was saying this when outside the garden wall came the noise of approaching horsemen. Yusuf Daragha said, if we had taken you to tea a letter 1E43b, our affairs would have gone forward. Now he has sent again many persons to seize you. He was certain that this noise might be the footfall of the horses of those sent by T a letter 1E43b. On hearing those words anxiety grew upon me, what to do I did not know. At this time those horsemen, not happening to find the garden gate, broke down the wall where it was old and came in. I saw Kursum, lit, might see that Quitluckum U letter 1E25. Barlas and Babai Pargari, my life-devoted servants, having arrived, it may be 10, 15, 20 persons were approaching. Having flung themselves from their horses, bent the knee from afar and showed respect, they fell at my feet. In that state, letter 1E25 such ecstasy, letter 1225L came over me that you might say, Goya, God gave me life from a new source bash. I said, seize and bind that Yusuf Daragha and these here, Turgan, hireling mannequins. These same mannequins had taken to flight. They, i.e. the rescuers, having taken them, one by one here and there, brought them bound. I said, where do you come from? How did you get news? Quitluck mu letter 1225. Barlas said, when, having fled from Axi, we were separated from you in the flight, we went to Andijan when the Khans also came to Andijan. I saw a vision that Khwaja Ubidullah said, Babur patches in a village called Karnan, go and bring him, since the royal seat Masnad has become his possession Ta'aluk. I, having seen this vision and become happy, represented the matter to the elder Khan and the younger Khan. I said to the Khans, I have 5 or 6 younger brothers and sons, do you add a few soldiers? I will go through the Karnan side and bring news. The Khan said, it occurs to our minds also that he may have gone that same road. They appointed 10 persons, they said, having gone in that direction sorry and made very sure bring news, would to God you might get true news. We were saying this when Baba Pargari said, I too will go and seek. He also having agreed with 2 young men, his younger brothers, we rode out. It is 3 days today that we are on the road. Thank God we have found you. They said diddler for dib. They spoke adler, make a move, ride off, take these bound ones with you. To stay here is not well. Tia letter 1E43 Bilah has had news of your coming here. Go in whatever way and join yourself to the Khans. At that time we having ridden out, moved towards Andijan. It was 2 days that we had eaten no food. The evening prayer had come when we found a sheep, went on, dismounted, killed, and roasted. Of that same roast we ate as much as a feast. After that we rode on, hurried forward, made a 5 days' journey in a day and 2 nights, came and entered Andijan. I saluted my uncle the elder Khan, and my uncle the younger Khan, and made recital of past days. With the Khans I spent 4 months. My servants, who had gone looking in every place, gathered themselves together. There were more than 300 persons. It came to my mind, Kim, how long must I wander, a vagabond, Sargarden, in this Fargana country? I will make search, letter 1E6F a L a B, on every side dib. Having said, I rode out in the month of Mu letter 1E25 a RR a M to seek Khurasan, and I went out from the country of Fargana. Reasons against the rejection of the rescue passage. 2 circumstances have weighed against rejecting the passage. Its presence with the letter 1E25, a ID, a R, a B, a D codex, and its acceptance by Dr. Ilminsky and M. de Courtet. That it is with the codex is a matter needing consideration, and this the more that it is the only extra matter there found. Not being with the Persian translations, it cannot be of early date. It seems likely to owe its place of honor to distinguished authorship and may well be one of the 4 portions, Juzwi, mentioned by Jahangir in the Tuzak-i-Jahangiri, as added by himself to his ancestor's book. If so, it may be mentioned, it will have been with Babur's autograph MS. From which the letter 1E25, a ID, a R, a B, a D codex, shows signs of being a direct copy. The incongruity of the rescue passage with the true text has been indicated by footnotes to the translation of it already given. What condemns it on historic and other grounds will follow. On linguistic grounds, it is a strong argument in its favor that Dr. Ilminsky and M. de Courtet should have accepted it, but the argument loses weight when some of the circumstances of their work are taken into account. In the first place, it is not strictly accurate to regard Dr. Ilminsky as accepting it unquestioned, because it is covered by his depreciatory remarks made in his preface on Khair's text. He, like M. de Courtet, worked with a single Turkey Miz, and neither of the two ever saw a complete true text. When their source, the Khair Ilminsky, was able to be collated with the Elf, and letter 1E25 AI, MSS, much and singular divergence was discovered. I venture to suggest what appears to me to explain M. de Courtet's acceptance of the rescue passage. Down to its insertion, the Khair Ilminsky text is so continuously and so curiously corrupt that it seems necessary to regard it as being a retranslation into Turkey from one of the Persian translations of the Bābur-nāma. There being these textual defects in it, it would create on the mind of a reader initiated through it, only, in the book, an incorrect impression of Babur's style and vocabulary, and such a reader would feel no transition when passing on from it to the rescue passage. In opposition to this explanation, it might be said that a wrong standard set up by the corrupt text would or could be changed by the excellence of later parts of the Kyrill-Minsky one. In words, this is sound, no doubt, and such reflex criticism is now easy, but more than the one defective Ms. was wanted even to suggest the need of such reflex criticism. The Bābur-nāma is lengthy, ponderous to poise and grasp, and work on it is still tentative, even with the literary gains since the 70s. Few of the grounds which weigh with us for the rejection of the rescue passage were known to Dr. Ilminsky or M. de Courtet. The two good codices bring each its own and varied help. Teufel's critique on the fragments, though made without acquaintance with those adjuncts, as they stand in Kayer's own volume, is of much collateral value. Several useful Oriental histories seem not to have been available for M. de Courtet's use. I may add, for my own part, that I have the great advantage of my husband's companionship and the guidance of his wide acquaintance with related Oriental books. In truth, looking at the drawbacks now removed, an earlier acceptance of the passage appears as natural as does today's rejection. Grounds for rejecting the rescue passage. The grounds for rejecting the passage need here little more than recapitulation from my husband's article in the JASP. 1910, p. 221, and are as follows. The passage is in neither of the Waqi-at Baburi. Roman 2. The dreams detailed are too apropos and marvelous for credence. Roman 3. Khwaja a letter 1E25Y is not known to have had a son, named Yaqub. Roman 4. The Bābur-nāma does not contain the names assigned to the rescuers. The Khans were not in Andajan, and Babur did not go there. Roman 6. He did not set out for Khurasan after spending 4 months with the Khans, but after a letter 1E25 M. a D.'s death, end of 909 A. While M. a letter 1E25 MUD was still in eastern Turkestan, and after about a year's stay in Suk. Roman 7. The followers who gathered to him were not more than, but between 200 and 300. Roman 8. The 3 days, and the day and 2 nights, and the 5 days' journey was one of some 70 miles, and one recorded as made in far less time. Roman 9. The passage is singularly inadequate to fill a gap of 14 to 16 months, during which events of the first importance occurred to Babur and to the Chagatai dynasty. Khwaja, a letter 1E25R a RIS promises, did nothing to fulfill Babur's wishes for 908 A. While those of Yaqub for immediate victory were closely followed by defeat and exile. Babur knew the facts. The passage cannot be his. It looks as though the writer saw Babur incarnate across Timurid success in Hindustan. The style and wording of the passage are not in harmony with those of the true text. Other reasons for rejection are marked change in choice of the details chosen for commemoration, e.g. when Babur mentions prayer, he does so simply. When he tells a dream, it seems a real one. The passage leaves the impression that the writer did not think in Turkey, composed in it with difficulty, and looked at life from another viewpoint than Babur's. On these various grounds, we have come to the conclusion that it is no part of the Bābur-nāma. ENAGARAHAR and NING-NAHAR. Those who consult books and maps about the riverine tract between the Safeco, Spingar, and Anglesey, the Kabul River find its name in several forms, the most common being NING-NAHAR and NING-NAHAR, with variant vowels. It would be useful to establish a European book name for the district. As European opinion differs about the origin and meaning of the names now in use, and as a good deal of interesting circumstance gathers round the small problem of a correct form. There may be two. I offer about the matter what has come into the restricted field of my own work, premising that I do this merely as one who drops a casual pebble on the cairn of observation already long rising for scholarly examination. The origin and meaning of the names. I have met with 3 opinions about the origin and meaning of the names found now and earlier. To each one of them obvious objection can be made. They are that all forms now in use are corruptions of the Sanskrit word Nagarahara, the name of the town of towns, which in the duab of the Barensu and Sirkrud left the ruins Masson describes in Wilson's Ariana Antigua. But if this is so, why is the town of towns multiplied into the 9 of non-Agrahar Nangrahar? That the names found represent Sanskrit Navavahara, 9 monasteries, an opinion the Gazetteer of India of 1907 has adopted from Bellu. But why precisely 9 monasteries? Nine appears an understatement. That Nang, Ning, or Nung-Nahar verbally means 9 streams, Babur's Tukwasrud, an interpretation of long-standing Section B infra. But whence Nang, Ning, Nung for 9? Such forms are not in Persian, Turkey, or Pashto dictionaries, and, as Sir G.A. Grierson assures me, do not come into the linguistic survey. Beyond Nang, Ning, Nung for 9. Spite of their absence from the natural homes of words, however, the above sounds have been heard and recorded as symbols of the number 9 by careful men through a long space of time. The following instances of the use of NING-NAHAR show this, and also show that behind the variant forms there may be not a single word, but 2 of distinct origin and sense. In Chinese annals, 2 names appear as those of the district and town. I am not able to allocate their application with certainty. The first is Nakailo Holo, the second Nangjilo Holo, and these I understand to represent Nagarahara and NING-NAHAR, due allowance being made for Chinese idiosyncrasy. Some 900 years later, 1527-30 AD. Babur also gives 2 names, Nagarahar, as the book name of his Tumen, and Ning-Nahar. He says the first is found in several histories, BNF 131b. The second will have been what he heard, and also presumably what appeared in revenue accounts of it. He says, it is 9 torrents, Tukwasrud. Some 300 years after Babur, Elphinstone gives 2 names for the district, neither of them being Babur's book name, Nangrahar or Nung-Nahar, from the 9 streams which issue from the Safeco, Nung and Pashto signifying 9, and Nahara, a stream, Kabul, I 160. In 1880, one Colonel H.S. Tanner had heard, in Nur Valley on the north side of the Kabul water, that the name of the opposite district was Ning-Nahar, and its meaning 9 streams. He did not get a list of the 9, and all he heard named do not flow from Safeco. In 1884, Colonel H.G. McGregor gives 2 names with their explanation, Ningrahar and Nung-Nahar. The former is a corruption of the latter word, which in the Afghan language signifies 9 rivers or rivulets. He names 9, but of them 6 only issue from Safeco. I have come across the following instances in which the number 9 is represented by other words than na, nai, or nu, viz. The nenhin of the Chitrali Kafir and the noun of the Punjabi, recorded by Leach, the Nayan of the Kaweri and the Huncha of the Borishki, recorded by Colonel Biddulph. The above instances allow opinion that in the region concerned and through a long period of time, 9 has been expressed by Nang, Ning, or Nung, and other nasal or high palatal sounds, side by side with na, nai, or nu. The whole matter may be one of nasal utterance, but since a large number of tribesmen express 9 by a word containing a nasal sound, should that word not find place in lists of recognized symbols of sounds? See, are there 2 names of distinct origin? 1. Certainly it makes a well-connected story of decay in the Sanskrit word Nagarahara to suppose that tribesmen, prone by their organism to nasal utterance, pronounced that word Nangrahar, and by force of their numbers made this corruption current. That this was recognized as the name of the town, while the town of towns was great or in men's memory. And that when through the decay of the town its name became a meaningless husk, the wrong meaning of the 9 streams should enter into possession. But as another and better one can be put together, this fair-seeming story may be baseless. Its substitute has the advantage of explaining the double sequence of names shown in Section B. The second story makes all the variant names represent one or other of 2 distinct originals. It leaves Nagarahar to represent Nagarahara, the dead town. It makes the 9 torrents of Safeco, the primeval sponsors of Ning-Nahar, the name of the riverine tract. Both names it makes contemporary in the relatively brief interlude of the life of the town. For the fertilizing streams will have been the dominant factors of settlement and of revenue from the earliest times of population and government. They arrest the eye where they and their ribbons of cultivation space the riverine waste. They are obvious units for grouping into a sub-government. Their name has a counterpart in adjacent Punjab. The 2 may have been given by one dominant power. How long ago, in what tongue matters not. The riverine tract, by virtue of its place on a highway of transit, must have been inhabited long before the town Nagarahara was built, and must have been known by a name. What better one than 9 streams can be thought of? 2. Bellu is quoted by the Gazetteer of India, ed. 1907, as saying, in his argument in favor of Nawavahara, that no 9 streams are found to stand sponsor. but modern maps show 9 outflows from Safed Co to the Kabul River between the Sir Crud and Dhaka, while if affluents to the former stream be reckoned, more than 9 issue from the range. Against Bellu's view that there are not 9 streams is the long persistence of the number 9 in the popular name sect, B. It is also against his view that he supposes there were 9 monasteries, because each of the 9 must have had its fertilizing water. Babur says there were 9, there must have been 9 of significance. He knew his tumen not only by frequent transit, but by his revenue accounts. A supporting point in those accounts is likely to have been that the individual names of the villages on the 9 streams would appear, with each its payment of revenue. 3 in this also is some weight of circumstance against taking Nagarahara to be the parent of Ning-Nahar. An earlier name of the town is said to be Udyanapura, Garden Town. Of this Babur's Adanapur is held to be a corruption. The same meaning of garden has survived on approximately the same ground in Balabag and R.O. letter 193, a B, a D. Nagarahara is seen, therefore, to be a parenthetical name between others which are all derived from gardens. It may show the promotion of a garden town to a chief town. If it did this, there was relapse of name when the chief town lost status. Was it ever applied beyond the delta? If it were, would it, when dead in the delta, persist along the riverine tract? If it were not, cadet quistio, the suggestion of 2 names distinct in origin is upheld. Certainly, the riverine tract would fall naturally under the government of any town flourishing in the delta, the richest and most populous part of the region. But for this very reason, it must have had a name older than parenthetical Nagarahara. That inevitable name would be appropriately Ning-Nahar or Na-Nahar, 9 streams, and for a period Nagarahara would be the chief town of the district of Na-Nahar, 9 streams. D. Babur's statements about the name. What the cautious Babur says of his tumen of Ning-Nahar has weight. That some histories write at Nagarahar, letter 1225, a ID, a R, a B, a D codex. F. 131b, that Ning-Nahar is 9 torrents, i.e. mountain streams, Tukwasrud. That the 9 torrents issue from Safed Co, F. 132b. Of his first statement can be said that he will have seen the book name in histories he read, but will have heard Ning-Nahar, probably also have seen it in current letters and accounts. Of his second, that it bears and may be meant to bear 2 senses, A, that the tumen consisted of 9 torrents, their lands implied, just as he says Asfara is 4 bullocks, subdivisions F3b, B, that Tukwasrud translates Ning-Nahar. Of his third, that in English its sense varies as it is read with or without the definite article Turkey rarely writes, but that either sense helps out his first and second, to mean that verbally and by its constituent units Ning-Nahar is 9 torrents, as verbally and by its constituents Panjab is 5 waters. Last words. Detailed work on the Kabul section of the Bābur-nāma has stamped 2 impressions so deeply on me that they claim mention not as novel or as special to myself, but as set by the work. The first is of extreme risk in swift decision on any problem of words arising in North Afghanistan, because of its local concourse of tongues, the varied utterance of its unlettered tribes resident or nomad, and the frequent translation of proper names in obedience to their verbal meanings. Names lie there too in strata, relics of successive occupation, Greek, Turkey, Hindi, Pushtu, and tribes galore. The second is that the region is an exceptionally fruitful field for first-hand observation of speech, the movent ocean of the uttered word, free of the desiccated symbolism of alphabets and books. The following books, amongst others, have prompted the above note. Goswara Inscription, Kitto, Jasp, 1848, and Keelhorn Indian Antiquary, 1888, p. 311. H. Sastri's Ramakarita, Introduction, p. 7 asp. Memoirs. Cunningham's Ancient India, Volume I. Beale's Buddhist Records, I. Roman 34 and Se. 91. Leach's Vocabularies, Jasp, 1838. The Writings of Masson, Travels, and Ariana Antiqua, Wood, Veen, etc. Raverty's Tabakatina Siri. Jarrett's Ayanayak Bari. PRGS for Maps, 1879. McNair on the Kafirs, 1884. Tanners on the Chugani and neighboring tribes of Kafiristan, 1881. Simpson's Nagarahara, Jasp, Roman 13. Biddulph's Dialects of the Hindu Kush, J. Raz. Gazette of India, 1907 art, Jalalabad. Bellu's Races of Afghanistan. F. On the name Dur-Einar. Some European writers have understood the name Dur-Einar to mean Valley of Light, but natural features and also the artificial one mentioned by Colonel H.G. Tanner, Infra, make it better to read the component Nur, not as Persian Nur, light, but as Pushtu Nur, rock. Hence it translates as Valley of Rocks or Rock Valley. The region in which the valley lies is rocky and boulder-strewn. Its own waters flow to the Kabul River east of the water of Chitral. It shows other names composed with Nur, in which Nur suits if it means rock, but is inexplicable if it means light, e.g. Nur-Lam Nur Fort. The master fort in the mouth of Nur Valley, standing high on a rock between two streams, as Babur and Tanner have both described it from eyewitness. Nurgal, village, a little to the northwest of the valley, Alag-Nur, Great Rock, at a crossing mentioned by Babur, higher up the barren water, and Ko-Ainur, Rocky Mountains, which there is ground for taking as the correct form of the familiar Kunar of some European writers, Raverty's notes, p. 106. The dominant feature in these places dictates reading Nur as rock, so too the work done in Nur Valley with boulders, of which Colonel H.G. Tanner's interesting account is subjoined, p. R.G. S. 1881, p. 284. Some 10 miles from the source of the main stream of the Nur Valley, the Damne stream enters, but the waters of the two never meet. They flow side by side about 3/4 of a mile apart for about 12 miles and empty themselves into the Kunar River by different mouths, each torrent hugging closely the foot of the hills at its own side of the valley. Now, except in countries where terracing has been practiced continuously for thousands of years, such unnatural topography as exists in the valley of Nur is next to impossible. The forces which were sufficient to scoop out the valley in the first instance would have kept a waterway at the lowest part, into which would have poured the drainage of the surrounding mountains. But in the Nur Valley, long-continued terracing has gradually raised the center of the valley high above the edges. The population has increased to its maximum limit, and every available inch of ground is required for cultivation. The people, by means of terrace walls built of ponderous boulders in the bed of the original single stream, have little by little pushed the waters out of their true course, until they run, were now found, in deep rocky cuttings at the foot of the hills on either side. p. 280. I should like to go on and say a good deal more about boulders, and while I am about it, I may as well mention one that lies back from a hamlet in Shielet, which is so big that a house is built in a fault or crack running across its face. Another pebble lies athwart the village and covers the whole of the houses from that side. G. On the names of two Dur-Einar wines. From the two names, Arat Tashi and Suhan, Suhar Tashi, which Babur gives as those of two wines of the Dur-Einar, it can be inferred that he read Nur to mean rock. For if in them Turkey Tash, rock, be replaced by Pushtu Nur, rock, two place names emerge, Arat Nuri and Suhan Nuri, known in the Nur Valley. These may be villages where the wines were grown, but it would be quite exceptional for Babur to say that wines are called from their villages, or indeed by any name. He says here not where they grow, but what they are called. I surmise that he is repeating a joke, perhaps his own, perhaps a standing local one, made on the quality of the wines. For whether with Tash or with Nur rock, the names can be translated as rocksaw and rockfile, and may refer to the rough and acid quality of the wines, rasping and setting the teeth on edge as does iron on stone. The villages themselves may owe their names to a serrated edge or splintered pinnacle of weathered granite, in which local people, known as good craftsmen, have seen resemblance to tools of their trade. H. On the countermark Bihbud on coins. As coins of SL. Letter 1025 US a in Mirza Baikara and other rulers do actually bear the words Bihbud. Babur's statement that the name of Bihbud Beg was on the Mirza's coins acquires a numismatic interest, which may make serviceable the following particulars concerning the passage and the Beg. A. The Turkey passage Elf. Ms. F. 135b, letter 1025 a ID a R a B a D Codex F. 173b, Ilminsky p. 217. For ease of reference, the Turkey, Persian, and English version are subjoined. 1 Yana, Bihbud Beg 80. Buranlar Churjurgasida Kidmat Killer 80. Merzaning Kazakliklarida Kidmati Bakib, Bihbud Beg Ka Buanayatni Kilib 80, Kim Tamga Usikada Anning Adi 80. 2. The Persian translation of Abdarara letter 1225 IM, MU letter 1225, Shirazi's Lith, ed. p. 110. Digger Bihbud Beg Bud. Awal Hadar Jurgai Charaha Kidmet Mikard. Chundar Kazakiha Merzura Kidmet, Karda Bud U Anra MUL, a letter 1225, a letter 1293, an emuda. Ainra Inayat Karda Bud, Kadar Tamganat Sikanamayo Bud. 3. A literal English translation of the Turkey. Another was Bihbud Beg. He served formerly in the Churajurgasi Corps of Braves. Looking to his service in the Mirza's guerrilla times, the favor had been done to Bihbud Beg that his name was on the stamp and coin. B. Of Bihbud Beg. We have found little so far to add to what Babur tells of Bihbud Beg, and what he tells we have not found elsewhere. The likely sources of his information are Daulat Shah and K.H. Damir, who have written at length of letter 1225 US, in Baikara. Considerable search in the books of both men has failed to discover mention of signal service or public honor connected with the Beg. Babur may have heard what he tells in Herat in 912 1506 ad. When he would see letter 1225 US, INS coins presumably. But later opportunity to see them must have been frequent during his campaigns and visits north of Hindu Kush, notably in bulk. The sole mention we have found of Bihbud Beg in the letter 1225, ABIBUSCR, is that he was one of letter 1225 USINS commanders at the Battle of Chikmansari, which was fought with SL. A letter 1225 MUD Mirza Muran Shahi, in MU letter 1225, RR 876, June-July 1471 ad. His place in the list shows him to have had importance. Amir Ni letter 1295, AMU Din, Ali Shur's brother Darwish Ali the librarian, QV letter 1225 Codex Index, and Amir Bihbud and MU letter 1225. Ali Ataka and Bakshika and Shah Wali Kipchak and Dostai MU letter 1225 Memedi Chura and Amir Kwalai Ali and another. The total of our information about the man is therefore 1. That when letter 1225 US IN from 861 to 873 1457 to 1469 ad. Was fighting his way up to the throne of Herat, Bihbud served him well in the Corps of Braves, as many others will have done. 2. That he was a Beg and one of letter 1225 US INS commanders in 876 1471 ad. 3. That Babur includes him amongst letter 1225 US INS Begs and says of him what has been quoted, doing this circa 934 1528 ad. Some 56 years after K.H. Damir's mention of him, SA 876 1471 ad. See of the term Churajurgasi, used by Babur. Of this term, Babur supplies an explicit explanation which I have not found in European writings. His own book amply exemplifies his explanation, as do also K.H. Damir's and letter 1225 IDRS. He gives the explanation, F15b, when describing a retainer of his father's who afterwards became one of his own begs. It is as follows. Ali Darwish of Khurasan served in the Khurasan Churajurgasi, one of two special corps, Kasa Taban of serviceable braves, Yarar Yigitler, formed by SL. Abusa ID Mirza, when he first began to arrange the government of Khurasan and Samarkand, and presumably called by him the Khurasan Corps and the Samarkand Corps. This shows the circle to have consisted of fighting men, such serviceable braves as are frequently mentioned by Babur, and his words, Yarar Yigit, make it safe to say that if instead of using a Persian phrase, he had used a Turkey one, Yigit, brave would have replaced Chura, young soldier, Erskine. A considerable number of men on active service are styled Chura, one at least is styled Yigit, in the same way as others are styled Beg. 3 military circles are mentioned in the Bābur-nāma, consisting respectively of braves, household begs under Babur's own command, and great begs. Some men are mentioned who never rose from the rank of brave, Yigit, some who became household begs, some who went through the 3 grades. Of the Corps of Braves, Babur conveys the information that Abu Sa'id founded it at a date which will have lain between 1451 and 1457 ad. That, Umar Sheikh's man, Ali Darwish, belonged to it, and that letter 1E25 USINS man, Bihbud, did so also. Both men, Ali Darwish and Bihbud, when in its circle, would appropriately be styled chura as men of the Beg circle were styled Beg. The Dostai emulator 1E25 Mehmedi Chura, who was a commander, he will have had a brave's command, at Chikmansari, C-list Supra, will also have been of this circle. Instances of the use by Babur of the name Kasa Taban and its equivalent Buidakini are shewn on F209 and F210b. A considerable number of Babur's fighting men, the braves he so frequently mentions as sent on service, are styled chura and inferentially belong to the same circle. D of Bihbud on letter 1E25, USIN Baikara's coins. So far it does not seem safe to accept Babur's statement literally. He may tell a half-truth and obscure the rest by his brevity. Nothing in the sources shows ground for signal and public honor to Bihbud Beg, but a good deal would allow surmise that jesting allusion to his name might decide for Bihbud as a coin mark when choice had to be made of one, in the flush of success, in an assembly of the Begs, and amongst those Begs, lovers of wordplay and enigma. The personal name is found written Bihbud, as one word and with medial H. The mark is Bihbud with the terminal H in the B. There have been discussions, moreover, as to whether to read on the coins Bihbud, it was good, or Bihbuved, let it be, or become, good valid for currency. The question presents itself, would the Beg's name have appeared on the coins if it had not coincided in form with a suitable coin mark? Against literal acceptance of Babur's statement, there is also doubt of a thing at once so ben trovato and so unsupported by evidence. Another doubt arises from finding Bihbud on coins of other rulers, one of Iskandar Khan's being of a later date, others, of Timur, Shahrukh and Abu Sa'id, with nothing to show who counterstruck it on them. On some of letter 1E25 USINS coins, the sentence Bihbud appears as part of the legend and not as a counterstrike. This is a good basis for finding a half-truth in Babur's statement. It does not allow of a whole truth in his statement because, as it is written, it is a coin mark, not a name. An interesting matter as bearing on letter 1E25 USINS use of Bihbud is that in 865 1461 AD, he had an incomparable horse named Bihbud, one he gave in return for a falcon on making peace with Mustafa Khan. E of Babur's vassal coinage. The following historical details narrow the field of numismatic observation on coins believed struck by Babur as a vassal of Isma-il letter 1E63, a F, a WI. They are offered because not readily accessible. The length of Babur's second term of rule in Transoxiana was not the 3 solar years of the BM coin catalogues, but did not exceed 8 months. He entered Samarkand in the middle of Rajab 917 See Oct, 1st, 1511 AD. He returned to it defeated and fled at once, after the Battle of Kulai Malik, which was fought in letter 1E63, a F a R 918 mid-April to mid-May 1512 AD. Previous to the entry, he was in the field, without a fixed base. After his flight, he was landless till at the end both of 920 and of 1514 AD. He had returned to Kabul. He would not find a full treasury in Samarkand, because the Ozbegs evacuated the fort at their own time. 8 months would not give him large tribute in kind. He failed in Transoxiana because he was the ally of a Shi'a. Would coins bearing the Shi'a legend have passed current from a Samarkand mint? These various circumstances suggest that he could not have struck many coins of any kind in Samarkand. The coins classed in the BM catalogues as of Babur's vassalage offer a point of difficulty to readers of his own writings, inasmuch as neither the SUL letter 1E6F, a NMU letter 1E25, a MM a D, of number 652, gold, nor the SUL letter 1E6F, a N Babur Bahadur, of the silver coins enables confident acceptance of them as names he himself would use. On the weeping willows of F190b. The passage omitted from F190b, which seems to describe something decorative done with weeping willows, Bedai Mawala, has been difficult to all translators. This may be due to inaccurate pointing in Babur's original Ms, or may be what a traveler seeing other willows at another feast could explain. The first Persian translation omits the passage, IO 215 F154b. The second varies from the Turkey, notably by changing Sach and Saj to Shak throughout, IO 217 F150b. The English and French translations differ much, Memoirs p. 206, Memoirs I. 414, the latter taking the mawala to be mula, a hut, against which much is clear in the various MSS. 3 Turkey sources agree in reading as follows. Mawalalernai, or Muwala letter 1E25I, Ms. Kilturtler. Bilman Sachlarining ya Amli Sachlarining Erlarika K. M. Sanai, Ilminski, Kamen Shakning, letter 1E25I. Ms. Sak Ozanlugi Bilah Anjiga Kizib, Quiub Turler. The English and French translations differ from the Turkey and from one another. Memoirs, p. 206, they brought in branching willow trees. I do not know if they were in the natural state of the tree or if the branches were formed artificially, but they had small twigs cut the length of the ears of a bow and inserted between them. Memoirs I. 434 on Fakana des Huts, Mule. Ils les établissements en talent des baguettes minces, de l'allongeur du bout recourbé de l'arc, quan place entre des branches naturelles ou façonnées artificiellement, G. Elignor. The construction of the sentence appears to be thus. Mawalalernai Kilturtler, they brought weeping willows. K. M. Sannai Quiubturler, they had put K. M. Sannai. Anjiga Kizib, cut very fine or slender. Shak or Sak Ning Ozanlughi, of the length of a shak, bow, or sack. Bilman Sachlarining ya Amli Sachlarining Aralarika, to or at the spaces of the sachler weather there, i.e. the willow's own or artificial sachler. These translations clearly indicate felt difficulty. Mr. Erskine does not seem to have understood that the trees were Salix babylonica. The crux of the passage is the word K, M. Sannai, which tells what was placed in the spaces. It has been read as kamen, bow, by all but the scribes of the two good Turkey MSS, and as in a phrase horn of a bow. This, however, is not allowed by the Turkey, for the reason that K, M. Sannai is not in the genitive but in the accusative case. I may say that Babur does not use nai for ning. He keeps strictly to the prime uses of each enclitic, nai accusative, ning genitive. Moreover, if K, M. Sannai be taken as a genitive, the verbs Quiubturler and Kizib have no object, no other accusative appearing in the sentence than K, M. Sannai. A weighty reason against changing Sach into Shak is that Dr. Ilminski has not done so. He must have attached meaning to Sach since he uses it throughout the passage. He was nearer the region wherein the original willows were seen at a feast. Unfortunately, nothing shows how he interpreted the word. Sachmek is a tassel. Is it also a catkin, and were there decorations, kimsa nai, things kimsa or flowers are? Kim, or something shining, kimcha, gold brocade hung in between the catkins. Ilminski writes mullah, with letter 1E25 a mz, and this decurte translates by hut. The letter 1E25 are I. Ms. writes muwala, marking the letter 1E93 a mma. In favor of reading mawala, mula, as a tree and that tree Salix babylonica, the weeping willow, there are annotations in the second Persian translation, and perhaps following it in the Elphinstone Ms. of Namai Durakit, name of a tree, Didnai bed, site of the willow, Bedai mawala, mournful willow. Standing alone, mawala means weeping willow, in this use answering to Majnun the name Panjabis give the tree, from Layla's lover the distracted i.e. Majnun, Brandes. The whole question may be solved by a chance remark from a traveler witnessing similar festive decoration at another feast in that conservative region. J. On Babur's excavated chamber at Kandahar, F208b. Since making my note, F208b, on the wording of the passage in which Babur mentions excavation done by him at Kandahar, I have learned that he must be speaking of the vaulted chamber containing the celebrated inscriptions about which much has been written. The primary inscription, the one commemorating Babur's final possession of Kandahar, gives the chamber the character of a temple of victory and speaks of it as Rawakai Jahan Namai, world-showing portal, doubtless because of its conspicuous position and its extensive view, probably also an allusion to its declaration of victory. Mir Masum writes of it as a Peshletter 1E6 FAQ, frontal arch, which, coupled with Mohan Lal's word arch, letter 1E6F AQ, suggests that the chamber was entered through an arch pierced in a parallelogram smoothed on the rock and having resemblance to the peshtak of buildings, a suggestion seeming the more probable that some inscriptions are on the wings of the arch. But by neither of the above-mentioned names do Mohan Lal and later travelers call the chamber or rite of the place. All describe it by its approach of 40 steps, chiurtika. The excavation has been chipped out of the white-veined limestone of the bare ridge on and below which stood old Kandahar. It does not appear from the descriptions to have been on the summit of the ridge. Bilah says that the 40 steps start halfway up the height. I have found no estimate of the height of the ridge or statement that the steps end at the chamber. The ridge, however, seems to have been of noticeably dominating height. It rises steeply to the north, and there ends in the naze of which Bābur writes. The foot of the steps is guarded by 2 towers. Mohan Lal, unaccustomed to mountains, found their ascent steep and dizzy. The excavated chamber of the inscriptions, which Bilah describes as bow-shaped and dome-roofed, he estimated as 12 feet at the highest point, 12 feet deep and 8 feet wide. 2 sculptured beasts guard the entrance. Bilah calls them leopards, but tigers would better symbolize the watch and ward of the tiger Bābur. In truth, the whole work, weary steps of approach, tiger guardians, commemorative chamber, laboriously incised words, are admirably symbolic of his long-sustained resolve and action, taken always with Hindustan as the goal. There are several inscriptions of varying date, within and without the chamber. Mohan Lal saw and copied them. Darmesteter worked on a copy. The 2 English observers Lumsden and Bilah made no attempt at correct interpretation. In the versions, all give there are inaccuracies, arising from obvious causes, especially from want of historical data. The last word has not been said. Revision awaits photography and the leisured expert. A part of the needed revision has been done by Beams, who deals with the geography of what Mir Masum himself added under Akbar after he had gone as governor to Kandahar in 1007 AH. 1598 AD. This commemorates not Babur's but Akbar's century of cities. It is the primary inscription only which concerns this appendix. This is one in relief in the dome of the chamber, recording in florid Persian that a Bulghazi Babur took possession of Kandahar on Shawwal 13, 928 AH. Sep. 1st 1522 AD. That in the same year he commanded the construction of this Rawak-i-Jahan-Namai, and that the work had been completed by his son Kamran at the time he made overcharge of Kandahar to his brother, Askari in 9. Mutilated, after this the gravure changes in character. In the above, Babur's title Abulghazi fixes the date of the inscription as later than the Battle of Kanwaha, F. 324b. Because it was assumed in consequence of this victory over a Hindu, in March 1527, Jumada Roman II 933 AH. The mutilated date 9 is given by Mohan Lal as 952 AH. But this does not suit several circumstances, e.g. it puts completion too far beyond the time mentioned as consumed by the work, 9 years. And it was not that at which Kamran made overcharge to Askari, but followed the expulsion of both full brothers from Kandahar by their half-brother Humayun. The mutilated date 9 is given by Darmesteter as 933 AH, but this again does not fit the historical circumstance that Kamran was in Kandahar after that date, until 937 AH. This date, 937 AH, we suggest as fitting to replace the lost figures. 1. Because in that year and after his father's death, Kamran gave the town to Askari and went himself to Hindustan, and 2. Because work begun in 928 AH, and recorded as occupying 70-80 men for 9 years would be complete in 937 AH. The inscription would be one of the last items of the work. The following matters are added here because indirectly connected with what has been said, and because not readily accessible. A. Birth of Kamran. Kamran's birth falling in a year of one of the Bābur-nāma gaps is nowhere mentioned. It can be closely inferred as 914 or 915 AH. From the circumstances that he was younger than Humayun born late in 913 AH, that it is not mentioned in the fragment of the annals of 914 AH, and that he was one of the children enumerated by Gulbadan as going with her father to Samarkand in 916 AH. Probably the children did not start with their father in the depth of winter across the mountains. Possibly the joyful name Kamran is linked to the happy issue of the Mughal rebellion of 914 AH. Kamran would thus be about 18 when left in charge of Kabul and Kandahar by Babur in 932 AH, before the start for the 5th expedition to Hindustan. A letter from Babur to Kamran in Kandahar is with Kayer's Latin version of the Bābur-nāma, in Latin and entered on the lining of the cover. It is shewn by its main topic, viz. The dispatch of Ibrahim Ludi's son to Kamran's charge, to date somewhere close to Jan. 3rd 1527, Rabbi Alawal 29th 933 AH. Because on that day Babur writes of the dispatch, letter 1025 I. Codex F 306b foot. Presumably the letter was with Kamran's own copy of the Bābur-nāma. That copy may have reached Humayun's hands, J-Raz 1908 p. 828 et sec. The next known indication of the letter is given in St. Petersburg by Dr. Kayer. He will have seen it or a copy of it with the B.N. Codex he copied, one of unequaled correctness, and he, no doubt, copied it in its place on the flyleaf or board of his own transcript, but if so, it has disappeared. Fuller particulars of it, and of other items accompanying it, are given in J-Raz 1908 p. 828 et sec. K. An Afghan legend. My husband's article in the Asiatic Quarterly Review of April 1901 begins with an account of the two MSS, from which it is drawn, viz. I.O. 581 in Pushtu, I.O. 582 in Persian. Both are mainly occupied with an account of the Yusufzai. The second opens by telling of the power of the tribe in Afghanistan and of the kindness of Malik Shah Sulayman, one of their chiefs, to Bihbud Beg Mirza Kabuli, Babur's paternal uncle, when he was young and in trouble, presumably as a boy ruler. It relates that one day a wise man of the tribe, Sheikh Usman, saw Sulayman sitting with the young Mirza on his knee and warned him that the boy had the eyes of Yazid and would destroy him and his family as Yazid had destroyed that of the Prophet. Sulayman paid him no attention and gave the Mirza his daughter in marriage. Subsequently, the Mirza, having invited the Yusufzai to Kabul, treacherously killed Sulayman and 700 of his followers. They were killed at the place called Siasang near Kabul. It is still known, writes the chronicler in about 1770 AD. 1184 AH, as the grave of the martyrs. Their tombs are revered, and that of Sheikh Usman in particular. Shah Sulayman was the eldest of the 7 sons of Malik Tajuddin. The second was Sul letter 1e6f a N Shah, the father of Malik a letter 1e25 m a D. Before Sulayman was killed, he made 3 requests of Bābur Beg. One of them was that his nephew a letter 1e25 m a D's life might be spared. This was granted. Bābur Beg died, after ruling from 865 to 907 AH, and Babur defeated his son-in-law and successor Mukim Argan, 910 AH. Meantime, the Yusufzai had migrated to Peshawar but later on took Sawad from SL. Wise, letter 1e25 RI. Codex FF. 219, 220b, 221. When Babur came to rule in Kabul, he at first professed friendship for the Yusufzai, but became prejudiced against them through their enemies the Dilizak, who gave force to their charges by a promised subsidy of 70,000 sharaki. Babur therefore determined, says the Yusufzai chronicler, to kill Malik a letter 1e25 m a D, and so wrote him a friendly invitation to Kabul. A letter 1e25 m a D agreed to go, and set out with 4 brothers who were famous musicians. Meanwhile, the Dilizak had persuaded Babur to put a letter 1e25 m a D to death at once. For they said a letter 1e25 m a D was so clever and eloquent that if allowed to speak, he would induce the Pasha to pardon him. On a letter 1e25 m a D's arrival in Kabul, he is said to have learned that Babur's real object was his death. His companions wanted to tie their turbans together and let him down over the wall of the fort, but he rejected their proposal as too dangerous for him and them, and resolved to await his fate. He told his companions, however, except one of the musicians, to go into hiding in the town. Next morning there was a great assembly, and Babur sat on the daï's throne. A letter 1e25 m a D made his reverence on entering, but Babur's only acknowledgement was to make bow and arrow ready to shoot him. When a letter 1e25 m a D saw that Babur's intention was to shoot him down without allowing him to speak, he unbuttoned his jerkin and stood still before the Pasha. Babur, astonished, relaxed the tension of his bow, and asked a letter 1E25M a D what he meant. A letter 1E25M a D's only reply was to tell the Pacha not to question him, but to do what he intended. Babur again asked his meaning and again got the same reply. Babur put the same question a third time, adding that he could not dispose of the matter without knowing more. Then a letter 1E25M a D opened the mouth of praise, expatiated on Babur's excellencies, and said that in this great assemblage many of his subjects were looking on to see the shooting, that his jerkin being very thick, the arrow might not pierce it. The shot might fail, and the spectators blamed the Pacha for missing his mark. For these reasons he had thought it best to bare his breast. Babur was so pleased by this reply that he resolved to pardon a letter 1E25M a D at once, and laid down his bow. Said he to a letter 1E25M a D, "What sort of man is Bulo Ludi?" "A giver of horses," said a letter 1E25M a D. "And of what sort his son Sikandar?" "A giver of robes." "And of what sort is Babur?" "He," said a letter 1E25M a D, "is a giver of heads." "Then," rejoined Babur, "I give you yours." The Pacha now became quite friendly with a letter 1E25M a D, came down from his throne, took him by the hand and led him into another room where they drank together. 3 times did Babur have his cup filled, and after drinking a portion, give the rest to a letter 1E25M a D. At length, the wine mounted to Babur's head. He grew merry and began to dance. Meantime, a letter 1E25M a D's musician played, and a letter 1E25M a D who knew Persian well, poured out an eloquent harangue. When Babur had danced for some time, he held out his hands to a letter 1E25M a D for a reward bakshish, saying, "I am your performer." 3 times did he open his hands, and thrice did a letter 1E25M a D, with a profound reverence, drop a gold coin into them. Babur took the coins, each time placing his hand on his head. He then took off his robe and gave it to a letter 1E25M a D. A letter 1E25M a D took off his own coat, gave it to Adu the musician, and put on what the Pacha had given. Letter 1E25M a D returned safe to his tribe. He declined a second invitation to Kabul and sent in his stead his brother Shah Mansur. Mansur received speedy dismissal as Babur was displeased at a letter 1E25M a D's not coming. On his return to his tribe, Mansur advised them to retire to the mountains and make a strong sangar. This they did. As foretold, Babur came into their country with a large army. He devastated their lands but could make no impression on their fort. In order the better to judge of its character, he, as was his wont, disguised himself as a calendar, and went with friends one dark night to the Mahura hill where the stronghold was, a day's journey from the Pacha's camp at Dayarun. It was the Idiaikwa ban, and there was a great assembly and feasting at Shah Mansur's house, at the back of the Mahura mountain, still known as Shah Mansur's throne. Babur went in his disguise to the back of the house and stood among the crowd in the courtyard. He asked servants as they went to and fro about Shah Mansur's family and whether he had a daughter. They gave him straightforward answers. At the time Musamat Bibi Mubaraka, Shah Mansur's daughter, was sitting with other women in a tent. Her eye fell on the calendars, and she sent a servant to Babur with some cooked meat folded between 2 loaves. Babur asked who had sent it. The servant said it was Shah Mansur's daughter Bibi Mubaraka. "Where is she?" "That is she, sitting in front of you in the tent." Babur Pacha became entranced with her beauty and asked the woman servant what was her disposition and her age and whether she was betrothed. The servant replied by extolling her mistress, saying that her virtue equaled her beauty, that she was pious and brimful of rectitude and placidity, also that she was not betrothed. Babur then left with his friends, and behind the house hid between 2 stones the food that had been sent to him. He returned to camp in perplexity as to what to do. He saw he could not take the fort. He was ashamed to return to Kabul with nothing effected. Moreover, he was in the fetters of love. He therefore wrote in friendly fashion to Malik a letter 1E25M a D and asked for the daughter of Shah Mansur, son of Shah Sulayman. Great objection was made and earlier misfortunes accruing to Yusufzai chiefs who had given daughters to Aulug Beg and Sl. Wise, Khan Mirza, were quoted. They even said they had no daughter to give. Babur replied with a beautiful royal letter, told of his visit disguised to Shah Mansur's house, of his seeing Bibi Mubaraka, and as token of the truth of his story, asked them to search for the food he had hidden. They searched and found a letter 1e25 M, a D, and Mansur were still averse. But the tribesmen urged that as before they had always made sacrifice for the tribe, so should they do now, for by giving the daughter in marriage, they would save the tribe from Babur's anger. The Maliks then said that it should be done for the good of the tribe. When their consent was made known to Babur, the drums of joy were beaten and preparations were made for the marriage. Presents were sent to the bride, a sword of his also, and the two Maliks started out to escort her. They are said to have come from Thana by Amura, crossed the river at Chagatai, taken a narrow road between two hills and passed Talash village to the back of Tiri, where the Pacha's escort met them. The Maliks returned, spent one night at Chagatai, and next morning reached their homes at the Mahura Sangar. Meanwhile, Rana, the nurse who had control of Malik Mansur's household, with two other nurses and many male and female servants, went on with Bibi Mubaraka to the royal camp. The bride was set down with all honor at a large tent in the middle of the camp. That night and on the following day, the wives of the officers came to visit her, but she paid them no attention. So they said to one another as they were returning to their tents, "Her beauty is beyond question, but she has shewn us no kindness and has not spoken to us. We do not know what mystery there is about her." Now Bibi Mubaraka had charged her servants to let her know when the Pacha was approaching in order that she might receive him according to Malik a letter 1e25 M, a DS instructions. They said to her, "That was the pomp just now of the Pachas going to prayers at the general mosque." That same day after the midday prayer, the Pacha went towards her tent. Her servants informed her she immediately left her divan and advancing, lighted up the carpet by her presence and stood respectfully with folded hands. When the Pacha entered, she bowed herself before him, but her face remained entirely covered. At length the Pacha seated himself on the divan and said to her, "Come Afghania, be seated." Again she bowed before him and stood as before. A second time he said, "Afghania, be seated." Again she prostrated herself before him and came a little nearer, but still stood. Then the Pacha pulled the veil from her face and beheld incomparable beauty. He was entranced. He said again, "Oh, Afghania, sit down." Then she bowed herself again and said, "I have a petition to make. If an order be given, I will make it." The Pacha said kindly, "Speak." Whereupon she with both hands took up her dress and said, "Think that the whole Yusufzai tribe is enfolded in my skirt, and pardon their offenses for my sake." Said the Pacha, "I forgive the Yusufzai all their offenses in thy presence, and cast them all into thy skirt. Hereafter I shall have no ill feeling to the Yusufzai." Again she bowed before him. The Pacha took her hand and led her to the divan. When the afternoon prayer time came and the Pacha rose from the divan to go to prayers, Bibi Mubaraka jumped up and fetched him his shoes. He put them on and said very pleasantly, "I am extremely pleased with you and your tribe, and I have pardoned them all for your sake." Then he said with a smile, "We know it was Malik a letter 1e25 M a D taught you all these ways." He then went to prayers, and the Bibi remained to say hers in the tent. After some days, the camp moved from Dayarun and proceeded by Bajor and Tanki to Kabul. Bibi Mubaraka, the Blessed Lady, is often mentioned by Gulbaddin. She had no children and lived an honored life, as her chronicler says, until the beginning of Akbar's reign when she died. Her brother Mir Jamal rose to honor under Babur, Humayun, and Akbar. On Mahim's adoption of Heimdall. The passage quoted below about Mahim's adoption of the unborn Heimdall we have found so far only in Kayer's transcript of the Bābur-nāma, i.e., the St. Petersburg Foreign Office Codex. Ilminsky reproduced it, Casson imprint p. 281, and de Courtet translated it, Roman 2:45, both with endeavor at emendation. It is interpolated in Kayer's Ms at the wrong place, thus indicating that it was once marginal or apart from the text. I incline to suppose the whole a note made by Humayun, although part of it might be an explanation made by Babur, at a later date, of an overbrief passage in his diary. Of such passages there are several instances. What is strongly against its being Babur's where otherwise it might be his, is that Mahim, as he always calls her simply, is there written of as letter 1e25 a letter 1e93 r a t walida, royal mother, and with the honorific plural. That plural Babur uses for his own mother, dead 14 years before 925 Ah, and never for Mahim. The note is as follows. The explanation is this. as up to that time those of one birth, tucken, womb with him, Humyun, that is to say a son Barbal, who was younger than he but older than the rest, and 3 daughters, Mihrjan and 2 others, died in childhood, he had a great wish for one of the same birth with him. I had said what it would have been if there had been one of the same birth with him. Humyun, said the royal mother, if Dildar Akhacha bear a son, how is it if I take him and rear him? It is very good, said I. So far doubtfully might be Babur's, but it may be Humyun's written as a note for Babur. What follows appears to be by someone who knew the details of Mahim's household talk and was in Kabul when Dildar's child was taken from her. Seemingly women have the custom of taking omens in the following way, when they have said, is it to be a boy? Is it to be a girl? They write Ali or letter 1E25 a S a N on one of 2 pieces of paper and F a letter 1E6 F I M are on the other, put each paper into a ball of clay and throw both into a bowl of water. Whichever opens first is taken as an omen. If the man's, they say a man-child will be born. If the woman's, a girl will be born. They took the omen, it came out a man. On this glad tidings we at once sent letters off. A few days later God's mercy bestowed a son. 3 days before the news and 3 days after the birth, they took the child from its mother. She, willy-nilly, brought it to our house and took it in their charge. When we sent the news of the birth, Bira was being taken. They named him Heimdall for a good omen and benediction. The whole may be Humyun's, and prompted by a wish to remove an obscurity his father had left, and by sentiment stirred through reminiscence of a cherished childhood. Whether Humyun wrote the whole or not, how is it that the passage appears only in the Russian group of Baburiana? An apparent answer to this lies in the following little mosaic of circumstances. The St. Petersburg group of Baburiana is linked to Kamran's own copy of the Bābur-nāma by having with it a letter of Babur to Kamran, and also what may be a note indicating its passage into Humyun's hands, Jairaz 1908 p. 830. If it did so pass, a note by Humyun may have become associated with it, in one of several obvious ways. This would be at a date earlier than that of the Elphinstone MS, and would explain why it is found in Russia and not in Indian MSS. M. On the term B, a letter 1E25 RI quitaz. That the term B, a letter 1E25 RIQU letter 1E6F, a S is interpreted by Meninsky, Erskine, and Decurte in senses so widely differing as equus maritimus, mountain cow, and Boef vert demur is due, no doubt, to their writing when the QU letter 1E6F a S, the yak, was less well known than it now is. The word QU letter 1E6F a S represents both the yak itself and its neck tassel and tail. Hence Meninsky explains it by nodus fimbriatus ex cauda su crinibus equi maritimi. His seahorse appears to render B a letter 1E25 RIQU letter 1E6F a S, and is explicable by the circumstance that the same purposes are served by horsetails and by yak-tails and tassels. Namely, with both, standards are fashioned, horse equipage is ornamented or perhaps furnished with fly flappers, and the ordinary hand-fly flappers are made, i.e. the chauris of Anglo-India. Erskine's mountain cow, Memoirs p. 317, may well be due to his munchies giving the yak an alternative name, viz. Koshgau veen or Koshgau ne Elias, which appears to mean mountain cow, cattle, oxen. Decurte's dictionary p. 422 explains quitaz, QU letter 1E6F a S, as Boef Marin B a letter 1E25 RIQU letter 1E6F a S, and his Memoirs Roman 2, 191, renders Babur's B a letter 1E25 RIQU letter 1E6F a S by Boef vert demur, F 276, p. 490 and N8. The term B a letter 1E25 RIQU letter 1E6F a S could be interpreted with more confidence if one knew where the seemingly Arabic Turkey compound originated. Babur uses it in Hindustan, where the neck tassel and the tail of the domestic yak are articles of commerce, and where, as also probably in Kabul, he will have known of the same class of yak as a saddle animal, and as a beast of burden into Kashmir and other borderlands of sufficient altitude to allow its survival. A part of its wide Central Asian habitat abutting on Kashmir is Little Tibet, through which flows the upper Indus, and in which tame yak are largely bred, Skardo being a place specially mentioned by travelers as having them plentifully. This suggests that the term be a letter 1E25 RIQU letter 1E6F, a S, is due to the Great River, be a letter 1E25R, and that those of which Babur wrote in Hindustan were from Little Tibet and its Great River. But B. A letter 1E25RI may apply to another region where also the domestic yak abounds, that of the Great Lakes, inland seas such as Pangong, whence the yak comes and goes between e.g. Yarkand and the Hindustan border. The second suggestion, viz. that B. A letter 1E25RIQU letter 1E6FS, refers to the habitat of the domestic yak in lake and marshlands of high altitude, the wild yak also, but as Tibetan, it is less likely to be concerned here. His support in Dozie's account of the B. A letter 1E25RI falcon, a bird mentioned also by a Bilah letter 1E93L amongst sporting birds, Iani Akbari, Blochman's TRS. P. 295, B. A letter 1E25RI, espèce falcon le meilleur pour les oiseaux de marais. See renseignement explique peut-être l'origine du mot. Marguerite and dans la même étymologie qu'attachement et le pire guagex. Selon lui si falcon aurait été appelé ainsi parce qu'il vient de l'autre côté de la mer, mais peut-être dérive-t-il de B. A letter 1E25RI dans le sens de marais, flac, etang. Dr. E. Denison Ross Polyglot List of Birds, Memoirs of the Asiatic Society of Bengal Roman II, 289, gives to the Kara Kurgowal black pheasant the synonym, sea pheasant, this being the literal translation of its Chinese name, and quotes from the Manchu Chinese mirror the remark that this is a black pheasant but called sea pheasant to distinguish it from other black ones. It may be observed that Babur writes of the yak once only and then of the B, a letter 1E25, RIQU letter 1E6F, a S, so that there is no warrant from him for taking the term to apply to the wild yak. His cousin and contemporary letter 1E25, ID R Mirza, however, mentions the wild yak twice, and simply as the wild QU letter 1E6F AS. The following are random gleanings about B. A letter 1E25RI and the yak. 1. An instance of the use of the Persian equivalent Darii of B. A letter 1E25RI, sea-born or oversea, is found in the Akbar-Nāma, Bib. Ind. ed. Roman II, 216, where the African elephant is described as Philae Darii. 2. In Egypt the word B, a letter 1E25RI, has acquired the sense of northern, presumably referring to what lies or is born across its northern sea, the Mediterranean. 3. Veen Travels in Kashmir Roman II, 277-8, warns against confounding the Quichkar, i.e. the gigantic mouflon, Pallas ovis ammon, with the Kashgau, the cow of the Caucasus, i.e. the yak. He says, Caucasus, Hodi Hindukush, was originally from Kash, and Kash is applied occasionally as a prefix, e.g. Kashgau, the yak or ox of the mountain or Caucasus. He wrote from Skardo in Little Tibet and on the Upper Indus. He gives the name of the female, yak, as Yakmo, and of the half-breeds with common cows as BZCH, which class he says is common and of all colors. 4. Mr. Ne Elia's Notes, Tara Kairashidi TRS. pp. 302 and 466, on the QU letter 1E6F AS are of great interest. He gives the following synonymous names for the wild yak, Bose pyphagus, Kashgau, the Tibetan yak or dong. 5. Hume and Henderson, Lahar to Yarkand p59, write of the numerous black yak hair tents seen round the Pangong Lake, of fine saddle yaks, and of the tame ones as being some white or brown but mostly black. 6. Olafson's Through the Unknown Pamirs, p118, speaks of the large numbers of Bose grunions, yak, domesticated by the Kyrgyz in the Pamirs. 7. Cf. Gazetteer of India SN, yak. 8. Sheikh Zain applies the word B, a letter 1E25RI, to the porpoise, when paraphrasing the Bābur-nāma, F281b. N. Notes on a few birds. In attempting to identify some of the birds of Babur's, lists difficulty arises from the variety of names provided by the different tongues of the region concerned, and also in some cases by the application of one name to differing birds. The following random gleanings enlarge, and in part, revise some earlier notes and translations of Mr. Erskine's and my own. They are offered as material for the use of those better acquainted with bird lore and with Himalayan dialects. A. Concerning the Lucca, Luja, Lucha, Cuja F135 and F, 278b. The nearest word I have found to Lucca and its similars is lick, a Florican, Jordan Roman II, 615, but the florican has not the chameleon colors of the Lukka var. As Babur, when writing in Hindustan, uses such bookwords as R. B a letter 1E25 RI, QU letter 1E6F a S and R. Bu Kalamun, chameleon, it would not be strange if his name for the Lukka bird represented R. Aja, very beautiful, or connected with R. LO letter 1E25, shining splendor. The form Kuja is found in Elminski's imprint P361, Memoirs Roman 2, 198, Kuj. What is confusing to translators is that, as it now seems to me, Babur appears to use the name Kabgaidari in both passages, F135 and F278b, to represent two birds. One, he compares the Lukka as to size with the Kabgaidari of the Kabul region, and two, for size and color with that of Hindustan. But the bird of the western Himalayas known by the name Kabgaidari is the Himalayan snowcock, Tetriogalus himalayensis, Turkey, Aller, and in the Kabul region, chiurtika, F249, Jordan Roman 2, 540-950, while the Kabgaidari Sin. Chikur of Hindustan, whether of hill or plain, is one or more of much smaller birds. The snowcock being 28 inches in length, the Lukka bird must be of this size. Such birds as to size and plumage of changing color are the Lophophori and Trapagans, varieties of which are found in places suiting Babur's account of the Lukka. It may be noted that the Himalayan snowcock is still called Kabgaidari in Afghanistan, Jordan Roman 2, 550, and in Kashmir Veens travels in Kashmir Roman 2, 18. As its range is up to 18,000 feet, its Persian name describes it correctly whether red as of the mountains, Dari, or as royal Dari through its splendor. I add here the following notes of Mr. Erskine's, which I have not quoted already where they occur, cf. F135 and F278b. On F135, Lakhe is said to mean hill chikur. On F278b, to Luje, the Persian has Lakhe. To Kepki Duri, the Kepki Dari or Duri is much larger than the common kepk of Persia and is peculiar to Khorasan. It is said to be a beautiful bird. The common kepk of Persia and Khorasan is the hill chikur of India. To higher up, the Luje may be the chikur of the plains, which Hunter calls bardevel or Greek partridge. The following corrections are needed about my own notes. 1. On F135, P213, N7 is wrongly referred. It belongs to the first word, viz., Kabgaidari of P214. 2. On F279, P496, N2 should refer to the second Kabgaidari. B birds called Munal var, Monal and Munal. Yule writing in Hobson Jobson, P580 of the Munal, which he identifies as Lophophorus impeianus, queries whether, on grounds he gives, the word Munal is connected etymologically with Sanskrit Muni, an Aramite. In continuation of his topic, I give here the names of other birds called Munal, which I have noticed in various ornithological works while turning their pages for other information. Besides L. impeianus and Trapegan siriornis satira, which Yule mentions as called Munal, there are L. refulgens, Munal and Gur mountain Munal, Trapegan siriornis satira called Munal in nipple, T.C. melanosphelis called Sing horned Munal in the N.W. Himalayas, T. himalayensis, the Jur or share Munal of the same region known also as chikur, and Lurwa nevicola, the snow partridge known in Garhwal as quar or quer Munal. Do all these birds behave in such a way as to suggest that Munal may imply the individual isolation related by Jordan of L. impeianus? In the autumnal and winter months numbers are generally collected in the same quarter of the forest, though often so widely scattered that each bird appears to be alone. My own search amongst vocabularies of hill dialects for the meaning of the word has been unsuccessful, spite of the long-range Munals in the Himalayas. See concerning the word chiurtika, chourtka. Jordan's entry, Roman 2, 549, 554 of the name chourtka as a synonym of Tetriogalus himalayensis enables me to fill a gap I have left on F. 249, P491 and N6, with the name Himalayan snowcock, and to allow Babur's statement to be that he, in January 1520 when coming down from the Badai Pitch Pass, saw many snowcocks. The Memoirs, P282, has chikurs, which in India is a synonym for Kabgaidari. The Memoirs Roman II, 122 has sauterelles, but this meaning of chiurtika does not suit wintry January. That month would suit for the descent from higher altitudes of snowcocks. Griffith, a botanist who traveled in Afghanistan, Sir. 1838 ad. Saw myriads of cicadae between Chagatai Gills and Ghazni, but the month was July. D. On the QU letter 1E6F a N, F 142, P 224. Memoirs, P 153. Memoirs Roman II, 313. Mr. Erskine for QU letter 1E6F, a N enters Kawasal, which he will have seen interlined in the Elphinstone Codex. F 109b, in explanation of QU letter 1E6F a N. Sheikh Effendi, Kunoz ed. P 139, explains QU letter 1E6F a N to be the goldfinch, Steiglitz. Ilminsky's Quitan, P 175, is translated by M. de Courtet as pelicane, and certainly some copies of the second Persian translation have letter 1E25 a W a SIL, pelican. The pelican would class better than the small finch, with the herons and egrets of Babur's trio. It also would appear a more likely bird to be caught with the cord. That Babur's QU letter 1E6F a N, letter 1E25 a W a SIL, migrated in great numbers is however against supposing it to be Pelecanus onocrodatus, which is seen in India during the winter, because it appears there in moderate numbers only. And Blandford, with other ornithologists, states that no western pelican migrates largely into India. Perhaps the QU letter 1E6F a N was Linnaeus, Pelecanus carbo, of which one synonym is Carbo camorinus, the cormorant, a bird seen in India in large numbers of both the large and small varieties. As cormorants are not known to breed in that country, they will have migrated in the masses Babur mentions. A translation matter falls to mention here. After saying that the Akbar, gray heron, Karkara egret, and Quitan cormorant are taken with the cord, Babur says that this method of bird catching is unique, Bu Nu letter 1E25 Quish Tutmak Ger Mukarar Dur, and describes it. The Persian text omits to translate the Tutmak by P. Girifton, hence Erskine Mems. P. 153 writes, the last mentioned fowl, i.e. the QU letter 1E6F a N, is rare, notwithstanding Babur's statement that all three of the birds he names are caught in masses. De Courtet, P. 313 writes, as though only of the Quitan, CES Derniers Tautafwa ni si prenant quaccidentalment, perhaps led to do so by knowledge of the circumstance that Pelecanus onocrodatus is rare in India. O. Notes by Humayun on some Hindustan fruits. The following notes, which may be accepted as made by Humayun and in the margin of the archetype of the Elphinstone Codex, are composed in Turkey, which differs in diction from his father's, but is far closer to that classic model than is that of the producer of the fragments, Index SN. Various circumstances make the notes difficult to decipher verbatim and, unfortunately, when writing in Jan. 1917, I am unable to collate with its original in the Advocates Library, the copy I made of them in 1910. A. On the Cadhill, jackfruit, Artocarpus integrifolia, F. 283b, P. 506, Elphinstone, Ms. F. 235b. The contents of the note are that the strange-looking pumpkin, car, which is also Ibn Battuta's word for the fruit, yields excellent white juice, that the best fruit grows from the roots of the tree, that many such grow in Bengal, and that in Bengal and Delhi there grows a cadhill tree covered with hairs, Artocarpus hirsuta. B. On the Amrit fowl, mandarin orange, Citrus aurantium, F. 287 p. 512, Elphinstone Codex, F. 238b, L12. The interest of this note lies in its reference to Babur. A Persian version of it is entered, without indication of what it is or of who was its translator, in one of the volumes of Mr. Erskine's manuscript remains, now in the British Museum ad. 26,605, p. 88. Presumably it was made by his Turkish munshi for his note in the Memoirs, p. 329. Various difficulties oppose the translation of the Turkey note. It is written into the text of the Elphinstone Codex in two installments, neither of them in place, the first being interpolated in the account of the amyl bid fruit, the second in that of the jason flower, and there are verbal difficulties also. The Persian translation is not literal, and in some particulars Mr. Erskine's rendering of this differs from what the Turkey appears to state. The note is tentatively as follows. His honored Majesty Firdaus Makan, may God make his proof clear, did not favor the amrit fowl. As he considered it insipid, he likened it to the mild-flavored orange and did not make choice of it. So much was the mild-flavored orange despised that if any person had disgusted him by insipid flattery, he used to say, he is like orange juice. The amrit fowl is one of the very good fruits. Though its juice is not relishing, chourtka, it is extremely pleasant drinking. Later on, in my own time, its real merit became known. Its tartness may be that of the orange, naranj, and lemu. The above passage is followed, in the text of the Elphinstone Codex, by Babur's account of the jassan flower, and into this a further installment of Humayun's notes is interpolated, having opposite its first line the marginal remark. This extra note, seemingly made by Humayun Pasha, the scribe has mistakenly written into the text. Whether its first sentence refer to the amrit fowl or to the amalbid must be left for decision to those well acquainted with the orange tribe. It is obscure in my copy and abbreviated in its Persian translation. Summarized, it may state that when the fruit is unripe, its acidity is harmful to the digestion, but that it is very good when ripe. The note then continues as below. See the Camilla, HKAU letter 1E45L, the orange. There are in Bengal 2 other fruits of the acid kind. Though the amrit fowl be not agreeable, they have resemblance to it. One is the Camilla, which may be as large as an orange naranj. Some took it to be a large narangi orange, but it is much pleasanter eating than the narangi, and is understood not to have the skin of that fruit. D the S a M letter 1E6F a ara. The other is the S a M letter 1E6F a R, which is larger than the orange naranj, but is not tart. Unlike the amrit fowl, it is not of poor flavor, kam maza, or little relish chourtka. In short, a better fruit is not seen. It is good to see, good to eat, good to digest. One does not forget it. If it be there, no other fruit is chosen. Its peel may be taken off by the hand. However much of the fruit be eaten, the heart craves for it again. Its juice does not soil the hand at all. Its skin separates easily from its flesh. It may be taken during and after food. In Bengal, the SAM letter 1E6F a R is rare, garib, or excellent. Asiz. It is understood to grow in one village Sanargan, and even there in a special quarter. There seems to be no fruit so entirely good as the SAM letter 1E6F a R amongst fruits of its class, or rather, amongst fruits of all kinds. Corrigendum. In my note on the Tirunj Bajori, P511, N3 for Bajora red Bajora, and on P510, L2 for palm reed fingers. Addendum, P510, L5. After use and luck add, the natives of Hindustan, when not wearing their earrings, put into the large earring holes slips of the palm leaf bought in the bazaars, ready for the purpose. The trunk of this tree is handsomer and more stately than that of the date. P. Remarks on Babur's revenue list, Fall, 292. A. Concerning the date of the list. The revenue list is the last item of Babur's account of Hindustan, and with that account is found SA 932A, manifestly too early. 1. Because it includes districts and their revenues which did not come under Babur's authority until subdued in his eastern campaigns of 934 and 935A. 2. Because Babur's statement is that the countries of the list are now in my possession, in loco P520. The list appears to be one of revenues realized in 936 or 937A, and not one of assessment or estimated revenue. 1. Because Babur's wording states as a fact that the revenue was 52 crores. 2. Because the Persian heading of the Persian list is translatable as revenue, Jama of Hindustan, from what has so far come under the victorious standards. B. The entry of the list into European literature. Readers of the L and E Memoirs of Bābur are aware that it does not contain the revenue list, P 334. The omission is due to the absence of the list from the Elphinstone Codex and from the Abdur-Rara letter 1E25 Persian translation. Since the Memoirs of Bābur was published in 1826 AD, the list has come from the Bābur-nāma into European literature by 3 channels. Of the three, the one used earliest is Sheikh Zain's Chagatai Baburi, which is a Persian paraphrase of part of Babur's Hindustan section. This work provided Mr. Erskine with what he placed in his History of India, London 1854, I 540 Appendix D, but his manuscript, now B.M. Ad. 26, 202, is not the best copy of Sheikh Zain's book, being of far less importance than B.M. or 1999. The second channel is Dr. Ilminsky's imprint of the Turkey text, Kassan 1857, p. 379, which is translated by the Memoirs of Bābur, Paris 1871, Roman II, 230. The third channel is the letter 1E25, a ID, a R, a B, a D codex, in the English translation of which the list is on p. 521. Sheikh Zain may have used Babur's autograph manuscript for his paraphrase, and with it the revenue list. His own autograph manuscript was copied in 998 A, 1580-990 Ad, by K.H. Damir's grandson, Abdullah, who may be the scribe Mir Abdullah of the Akbari, Blochmann's TRS, p. 109. Abdullah's transcript, from which a portion is now absent, after having been in Sir Henry Eliot's possession, has become B.M. or 1999. It is noticed briefly by Professor Dowson, L.C. Roman 4, 288, but he cannot have observed that the old, worm-eaten little volume contains Babur's revenue list, since he does not refer to it. See agreement and variation in copies of the list. The figures in the two copies, or 1999 and Ad. 26,202 of the Chagatai Baburi are in close agreement. They differ, however, from those in the letter 1E25, a ID, a R, a B, a D codex, not only in a negligible unit and a 10 of tankas, but in having 20,000 more tankas from Oud and Berich and 30 lakhs of tankas more from Trans-Sutlej. The figures in the two copies of the Bābur-nāma, viz. the letter 1E25, a ID, a R, a B, a D codex, and the K.R. Ilminsky imprint are not in agreement throughout, but are identical in opposition to the variants, 20,000 T and 30 L mentioned above. As the two are independent, being collateral descendants of Babur's original papers, the authority of the letter 1E25, a ID, a R, a B, a D codex in the matter of the list is still further enhanced. D. Varia. 1. The place names of the list are all traceable, whatever their varied forms. About the entry L, new and B, Ks, R, a difficulty has been created by its variation in manuscripts, not only in the list, but where the first name occurs as say 934 and 935 A. In the letter 1E25, a ID, a R, a B, a D list, and in that of or 1999 L, Nur is clearly written and may represent, approximately, modern Shahabad in Rampur. Erskine and de Courtet, however, have taken it to be Lucknow and Oud. The distinction of Lucknow from Lucknow in the historical narrative is discussed in Appendix T. 2. It may be noted, as of interest, that the name Sarwar is an abbreviation of Sarjapar, which means other side of Sarju. Saru Gagra, E and Dis H of II, 56 and 4. 3. Rupnaran Dio or Dev is mentioned in Ajitya Prasad's short history of Turhut and Darbhanga, the Gulzar-i Bahar, Calcutta 1869 cap. V. 88, as the ninth of the Brahmin rulers of Turhut and as having reigned for 25 years, from 917 to 942 fastly. If the years were letter 1E25 IJRI, 917-42 Ah, would be 1511-1535. 4. Concerning the Tanka, the following modern description is quoted from Mr. R. Shaw's High Tartary, London 1871, p. 464. The tanga, or tanka, is a nominal coin, being composed of 25 little copper cash, with holes pierced in them and called dachin. These are strung together and the quantity of them required to make up the value of one of these silver ingots. Korus or yambu, value nearly £17, weighs a considerable amount. I once sent to get change for a korus, and my servants were obliged to charter a donkey to bring it home. 5. The following interesting feature of Sheikh Zain's Chagatai Baburi has been mentioned to me by my husband. Its author occasionally reproduces Babur's Turkey words instead of paraphrasing them in Persian, and does this for the noticeable passage in which Babur records his dissatisfied view of Hindustan, F 290b, in loco p. 518. Prefacing his quotation with the remark that it is best, and will be nearest to accuracy not to attempt translation, but but to reproduce the Padshah's own words. The main interest of the matter lies in the motive for reproducing the ipsissima verba. Was that motive deferential? Did the revelation of feeling and opinion made in the quoted passage clothe it with privacy, so that Sheikh Zayn reserved its perusal from the larger public of Hindustan, who might read Persian but not Turkey? Some such motive would explain the insertion untranslated of Babur's letters to Humayun and to Khwaja Kalin, which are left in Turkey by Abdur letter 1225 Im Mirza. Q. Concerning the Rampur Diwan. Pending the wide research work necessary to interpret Babur's Hindustan poems, which the Rampur manuscript preserves, the following comments, some tentative and open to correction, may carry further in making the poems publicly known, what Dr. E. Denison Ross has effected by publishing his facsimile of the manuscript. It is legitimate to associate comment on the poems with the Bābur-nāma because many of them are in it with their context of narrative. Most, if not all, connect with it. Some without it would be dull and vapid. An authorized English title. The contents of the Rampur Ms. are precisely what Babur describes sending to 4 persons some 3 weeks after the date attached to the manuscript, viz. the translation and whatnot of poems made on coming to Hindustan. And a similar description may be meant in the curiously phrased first clause of the colophon, but without mention of the translation of the Waladi-Risala. Hence, if the poems, including the translation, became known as the Hindustan poems or poems made in Hindustan, such title would be justified by their author's words. Babur does not call the Hindustan poems a diwan even when, as in the above quotation, he speaks of them apart from his versified translation of the tract. In what has come down to us of his autobiography, he applies the name diwan to poems of his own once only, this in 925 F 237b, when he records sending my diwan to Pulid SL. Ozbeg. B. The contents of the Rampur Ms. There are 3 separate items of composition in the manuscript, marked as distinct from one another by having each its ornamented frontispiece, each its scribe's sign, mim of finis, each its division from its neighbor by a space without entry. The first and second sections bear also the official sign that the copy has been inspected and found correct. 1. The first section consists of Babur's metrical translation of Khwaja, Ubidullah, a letter 1225 a R.I.S. parental tract, Waladi-Risala, his prologue in which are his reasons for versifying the tract, and his epilogue, which gives thanks for accomplishing the task. It ends with the date 935, letter 1225 I. Ms. F. 346. Below this are Mim and S, a letter 1225, the latter twice. They are in the scribe's handwriting, and thus make against supposing that Babur wrote down this copy of the tract, or its archetype, from which the official S, a letter 1225, will have been copied. Moreover, spite of bearing 2 vouchers of being a correct copy, the translation is amended in a larger script which may be that of the writer of the marginal quatrain on the last page of the MS, and there attested by Shah Jahan as Babur's autograph entry. His also may have been the now expunged writing on the half-page left empty of text at the end of the tract. Expunged though it be, fragments of words are visible. 2. The second section has in its frontispiece an inscription illegible to me in the facsimile. It opens with a masnawi of 41 couplets, which is followed by a ghazal and numerous poems in several measures, down to a triad of rhymed couplets, matla, the whole answering to descriptions of a diwan without formal arrangement. After the last couplet are Mim and S, a letter 1225 in the scribe's handwriting, and a blank quarter page. Mistakes in this section have been left uncorrected, which supports the view that its S, a letter 1225, avouches the accuracy of its archetype and not its own. 3. The third section shows no inscription on its frontispiece. It opens with the masnawi of 8 couplets, found also in the Bābur-nāma, F. 312, one of earlier date than many of the poems in the second section. It is followed by 3 ruba-i which complete the collection of poems made in Hindustan. A prose passage comes next, describing the composition and transposition in meter of a couplet of 16 feet, with examples in 3 measures, the last of which ends in L4 of the photograph. While fixing the date of this metrical game, Babur incidentally allows that of his treatise on prosody to be inferred from the following elusive words. When going to S a letter 1E43 BHL, F330B, in the year 933 A. After the conquest of Hindustan, 932 A, 2 years after writing the RU letter 1E93, I composed a couplet of 16 feet. From this, the date of the treatise is seen to be 931 A, some 2 years later than that of the Mubin. The above metrical exercise was done about the same time as another concerning which a treatise was written, viz. That mentioned on F330B, when a couplet was transposed into 504 measures, section F, P, LXV. The facsimile, it will be noticed, shows something unusual in the last line of the prose passage on plate Roman 18b, where the scattering of the words suggests that the scribe was trying to copy page per page. The colophon, which begins on L5 of the photograph, is curiously worded, as though the frequent fate of last pages had befallen its archetype, that of being mutilated and difficult for a scribe to make good. It suggests, too, that the archetype was verse. Its first clause, even if read as Hindustan Janabai, Azamat Kilgani, i.e. not Kilgali as it can be read, has an indirectness unlike Babur's corresponding after coming to Hindustan, F357b, and is not definite. 2. Bu-erdi, these were, is not the complement suiting all durer, those are. 3. Babur does not use the form durer in prose. 4. The undue space after durer suggests connection with verse. 5. There is no final verb such as prose needs. The meaning, however, may be as follows. The poems made after resolving on the Hindustan parts Janabai, were these I have written down T a letter 1E25 RIR killed him, and past events are those I have narrated Takrir, in the way that Naichuk Kim has been written in these folios Orak and recorded in those sections Adza. From this, it would appear that sections of the Bābur-nāma, F376b, P678, accompanied the Hindustan poems to the recipient of the message conveyed by the colophon. Close under the colophon stands letter 1E25 ARARAHU Babur and the date Monday, Rabbi, Roman 2. 15th 935, Monday, December 27, 1528 ad. The whole presumably brought over from the archetype. To the question whether a signature in the above form would be copied by a scribe, the Elphinstone Codex gives an affirmative answer by providing several examples of notes, made by Humeon in its archetype, so signed and brought over either into its margin or interpolated in its text. Some others of Humeon's notes are not so signed, the scribe merely saying they are Humeon patches. It makes against taking the above entry of Babur's name to be an autograph signature. 1. That it is enclosed in an ornamented border, as indeed is the case wherever it occurs throughout the manuscript. 2. That it is followed by the scribe's mem. See end of following section. See the marginal entries shown in the photograph. The marginal note written lengthwise by the side of the text is signed by Shoaijahan and attests that the Ruba I and the signature to which it makes reference are in Babur's autograph handwriting. His note translates as follows. This quatrain and blessed name are in the actual handwriting of that majesty, and letter 1E25 a letter 1E93 are a T, Firdaus Makani Babur Pacha Ghazi, may God make his proof clear. Signed, letter 1E25 ARARAHU. Shahai Jahan, son of Jahangir Pacha, son of Akbar Pacha, son of Humayun Pacha, son of Babur Pacha. The second marginal entry is the curiously placed Ruba I, which is now the only one on the page, and now has no signature attaching to it. It has the character of a personal message to the recipient of one of more books having identical contents. That these two entries are there while the text seems so clearly to be written by a scribe is open to the explanation that when, as said about the colophon, PLX, the rectangle of text was made good from a mutilated archetype, the original margin was placed round the rifacimento. This superposition would explain the entries and seal-like circles, discernible against a strong light, on the reverse of the margin only, through the rifacimento page. The upper edge of the rectangle shows sign that the margin has been adjusted to it. Nothing on the face of the margin hints that the text itself is autograph. The words of the colophon, T a letter 1E25 RIR killed him, i.e. I have written down, cannot hold good against the cumulative testimony that a scribe copied the whole manuscript. The position of the last syllable of the rubai shows that the signature below the colophon was on the margin before the diagonal couplet of the rubai was written. Therefore, when the margin was fitted, as it looks to have been fitted, to the rifacimento. If this be the order of the two entries I, E, the small hand signature and the diagonal couplet, Shah Jahan's blessed name, may represent the small hand signature, which certainly shows minute differences from the writing of the text of the Miz in the name Babur, QV Pasim in the Rampur Miz. D. The Baburikat, Babur's script. So early as 910 AH, the year of his conquest of Kabul, Babur devised what was probably a variety of Naqsh, and called it the Baburikat, F144b, a name used later by letter 1225 AID AR Mirza, NI letter 1295 AM Uddin a letter 1225 M Adi and Abdul Qadir Bajuni. He writes of it again, F179, SA 911 AH. When describing an interview had in 912 AH, with one of the Harat Q a letter 1293 IS, at which the script was discussed, its specialities Mufradat exhibited to, and read by the Q a letter 1293 I who there and then wrote in it. In what remains to us of the Bābur-nāma, it is not mentioned again till 935 AH. Fall, 357b, but at some intermediate date Babur made in it a copy of the Quran which he sent to Mecca. In 935 AH, F 357b, it is mentioned in significant association with the dispatch to each of 4 persons of a copy of the translation of the Walid-e-Risala and the Hindustan poems. The significance of the association being that the simultaneous dispatch with these copies of specimens of the Baburikat points to its use in the manuscripts, and at least in Heindal's case, to help given for reading novel forms in their text. The above are the only instances now found in the Bābur-nāma of mention of the script. The little we have met with, we have made no search about the character of the script comes from the Abushka, SN, Sinek, in the following entry. Sinek Burnu, Akat, der Chagatai Akat, Baburi Ugari Kibai, Kai Babur Mirza Ash Arnda Killer Bait. Kubler Kati Nazibing, Bolmasa Babur Naitang. Baburi Kati Amazdur Kat, Sineki Mudur. The old Osmanli Turkish prose part of this appears to mean Sinek is a sort of handwriting, in Chagatai the Baburikat and others resembling it, as appears in Babur Mirza's poems. Couplet. Without knowing the context of the couplet, I make no attempt to translate it, because its words kot or cot and Sinek lend themselves to the kind of pun, iham, which consists in the employment of a word or phrase having more than one appropriate meaning, whereby the reader is often left in doubt as to the real significance of the passage. The rest of the ruba, I may be given together with the 6 other quotations of Babur's verse now known only through the Abushka. In early T, a letter 1E95 KIR a TU, SHU ara of date earlier than 967 AH. The root of the word Sinek will be sick, pressed together, crowded included, etc. Taking with this notion of compression, the explanations feign shrift of Sheikh Effendi Kuno's and Vambri's Paiditacritture, the Sineki and Baburi scripts are allowed to have been what that of the Rampur Miz is, a small, compact, elegant handwriting. A town in the Caucasus named Sinek, Sidé a pew prise at 800 meters d'altitude, coming kapar erder un forteresse et un luder refuge, cartel est la signification de son nom tartar. Sineki is given by Descartes, dict. P. 368, as meaning a place of refuge or shelter. The Baburikat will be only one of the several hands Babur is reputed to have practiced. Its description matches it with other niceties he took pleasure in, fine distinctions of eye and ear in measure and music. E is the Rampur, Miz an example of the Baburikat. Though only those well acquainted with Oriental manuscripts dating before 910 AH, 1504 AD, can judge whether novelties appear in the script of the Rampur Miz, and this particularly in its headlines. There are certain grounds for thinking that though the manuscript be not Babur's autograph, it may be in his script and the work of a specially trained scribe. I set these grounds down because although the signs of a scribe's work on the manuscript seem clear, it is locally held to be Babur's autograph. Has a tradition of its being in the Baburikat glided into its being in the Chagatai Babur. Several circumstances suggest that it may be written in the Baburikat. 1. The script is specially associated with the 4 transcripts of the Hindustan poems, F 357b. For though many letters must have gone to his sons, some indeed are mentioned in the Bābur-nāma, it is only with the poems that specimens of it are recorded as sent. 2. Another matter shows his personal interest in the arrangement of manuscripts, namely, that as he himself, about a month after the 4 books had gone off, made a new ruler, particularly on account of the headlines of the translation, it may be inferred that he had made or had adopted the one he superseded, and that his plan of arranging the poems was the model for copyists. The Ramper is bearing, in the translation section, corrections which may be his own, bears also a date earlier than that at which the 4 gifts started. It has its headlines ill-arranged and has throughout 13 lines to the page. His new ruler had 11. 3. Perhaps the words T, a letter 1E25 RIR killed amused in the colophon of the Ramper Ms. should be read with their full connotation of careful and elegant writing, or put modestly as saying, I wrote down in my best manner, which for poems is likely to be in the Baburikat. Perhaps an example of Babur's script exists in the colophon, if not in the whole of the Mubin manuscript once owned by Barazin, by him used for his Chrestomathy Turk, and described by him as unique. If this be the actual manuscript Babur sent into Mawara-nar, presumably to Khwaja a letter 1E25 RIS family, its colophon, which is a personal message addressed to the recipients, is likely to be autograph. F. Metrical amusements. One of 2 instances of metrical amusements belonging to the end of 933 A, and seeming to have been the distractions of illness, one is a simple transposition, in the fashion of the circles. Dower, into 3 measures, Ramper Ms. facsimile, plate Roman 18 and p. 22. The other is difficult because of the high number of 504 into which Babur says, F. 330b, he cut up the following couplet. Guz you cash you saz you talini mudi, cad you cod you sad you bilini mudi. All manuscripts agree in having 504, and Babur wrote a tract, Risala upon the transpositions. None of the modern treatises on Oriental prosody allow a number so high to be practicable, but Maulana Saifi of Bukhara, of Babur's own time, F 180b, makes 504 seem even moderate, since after giving much detail about Ruba-I measures, he observes, some say there are 10,000. ARU letter 1E93I Saifi, rankings TRS. p. 122. Presumably similar possibilities were open for the couplet in question. It looks like one made for the game, asks 2 foolish questions and gives no reply, lends itself to poetic license, and, if permutation of words have part in such a game, allows much without change of sense. Was Babur's cessation of effort at 504 capricious or enforced by the exhaustion of possible changes? Is the arithmetical statement 9 times 8 times 7 equals 504 the formula of the practicable permutations? 2. To improvise verse having a given rhyme and topic must have demanded quick wits and much practice. Babur gives at least one example of it, F. 252b, but Jahangir gives a fuller and more interesting one, not only because a Ruba-I of Babur's was the model, but from the circumstances of the game. It was in 1024 A, 1615 ad, that a letter reached him from Mawara-nar written by Khwaja Hashim Naqshbandi, who by the story is shown to have been of a letter 1E25 RIS line, and recounting the long devotion of his family to Jahangir's ancestors. He sent gifts, and enclosed in his letter a copy of one of Babur's quatrains, which he said letter 1E25, a letter 1E93R a T, Firdaus Makani had written for letter 1E25, a letter 1E93R a T Khwaja, a letter 1E25R a RIS eldest son. F36b, P62 and 2. Jahangir quotes a final hemistic only, Khwaja mandem, Khwaja bandem, and thereafter made an impromptu verse upon the one sent to him. A curious thing is that the line he quotes is not part of the quatrain he answered, but belongs to another not appropriate for a message between Darwesh and Padshah, though likely to have been sent by Babur to Khwaja. I will quote both because the matter will come up again for who works on the Hindustan poems. 1. The quatrain from the Hindustan poems is Dar Hawi Nafs Gumra, Umar letter 1E93 a I Kardem, Pesh alai ala Azaf alai Kud, Sharmandim, Yak N a letter 195 R Bamuklasanai Kostadil Pharma, Kaima Khwajira Mandim UK Khwajira Bandim. 2. That from the Akbar-Nama is Darwishanra Agarchanaz Kh Weshanam, Lek as Dilujan Mutakid Eshanam, Dir ast Mogwai Shahe as Darweshi, Shehim Wali Banda I Darwishanam. The greater suitability of the second is seen from Jahangir's answering impromptu, for which by sense and rhyme it sets the model. The meaning, however, of the fourth line in each may be identical, namely, I remain the ruler, but am the servant of the Darwesh. Jahangir's impromptu is as follows. Ai Enki Mara Miharaitu Bish ast as Dalit Yadai Budit Ai Darwesh ast, Shandinkiz, MU letter 1E95 letter 1E96, Dehet Dilam Shad Shavad Shadim as Enki L a letter 1E6F, IF as letter 1E25 a DD Bish ast. He then called on those who had a turn for verse to speak one I, E to improvise on his own. It was done as follows. Darim Agarch Shaghalai Shahai Darpesh, Har L a letter 1E25, letter 1E95, Akunim Yadai Darwishan, Bish, Garshad Shavads Madilayak Darwish, Anra Shumarim letter 1E25, ASILI Shahai Khwesh. R. Shandiri and Gwalior. The courtesy of the Government of India enables me to reproduce from the Archaeological Survey reports of 1871 Sir Alexander Cunningham's plans of Shandiri and Gwalior, which illustrate Babur's narrative on F333, p. 592, and F340, p. 607. S. Concerning the Bābur-nāma dating of 935 AH. The dating of the diary of 935 AH. F339 et sec. is several times in opposition to what may be distinguished as the book rule that the 12 lunar months of the letter 1E25 IJ are a year alternate in length between 30 and 29 days, intercalary years excepted, and that MU letter 1E25 a RR a M starts the alternation with 30 days. An early book stating the rule is Gladwin's Bengal Revenue Accounts, a recent one, Rankings ed. Of Platt's Persian Grammar. As to what day of the week was the initial day of some of the months in 935 AH. Babur's days differ from Wostenfeld's, who gives the full list of 12, and from Cunningham's single one of M, U letter 1E25, a RR a M first. It seems worthwhile to draw attention to the flexibility, within limits of Babur's dating, not with the object of adversely criticizing a rigid and convenient rule for common use, but as supplementary to that rule from a somewhat special source. Because he was careful and observant, his dating was contemporary. His record, as being Dedayan Deem, provides a check of consecutive narrative on his dates, which, moreover, are all held together by the external fixtures of feasts and by the marked recurrence of Fridays observed. Few such writings as the Bābur-nāma diaries appear to be available for showing variation within a year's limit. In 935 AH, Babur enters few full dates, i.e. days of the week and month. Often he gives only the day of the week, the safest, however, in a diary. He is precise in saying at what time of the night or the day an action was done. This is useful not only as helping to get over difficulties caused by minor losses of text, but in the more general matter of the transference of a letter 1E25 IJR a nightin day, which begins after sunset, to its Julian equivalent of a day and night which begins at 12 a.m. This sometimes difficult transference affords a probable explanation of a good number of the discrepant dates found in Oriental Occidental books. Two matters of difference between the Bābur-nāma dating and that of some European calendars are as follows. A discrepancy as to the day of the week on which MU letter 1E25 935 AH began. This discrepancy is not a trivial matter when a year's diary is concerned. The record of MU letter 1E25, first and second, is missing from the Bābur-nāma. Friday, the third day of MU letter 1E25, a RR a M is the first day specified. The first was a Wednesday, therefore. Erskine accepted this day. Cunningham and Wostenfeld give Tuesday. On three grounds, Wednesday seems right, at any rate at that period and place. 1. The second Friday in MU letter 1E25 a RR a M was Asher, the 10th F240. 2. Wednesday is in serial order if reckoning be made from the last surviving date of 934 AH. with due allowance of an intercalary day to letter 195 UL letter 125 IJJ, Gladwin, i.e. from Thursday Rajab 12th, April 2nd, 1528 ad. F 339, P 602, 3, Wednesday is supported by the daily record of far into the year. B variation in the length of the months of 935 Ah. There is singular variation between the Bābur-nāma and Westenfeld's tables, both as to the day of the week on which months began and as to the length of some months. This variation is shown in the following table, where asterisks mark agreement as to the days of the week, and the capital letters, quoted from W's tables, denote a Sunday, B Tuesday, etc., the bracketed names being of my entry. Bābur-nāma, Westenfeld days. Days MU letter 125 ARR a M Wednesday C, Tuesday letter 163 a F AR Thursday E Thursday Rabbi I, Saturday F Friday, Roman 2. Monday A Sunday Jumada I Tuesday B, Monday, Roman 2. Thursday D, Wednesday Rajab Friday E Thursday Shaban Saturday G, Saturday R, a M letter 193, a N Monday A Sunday Shawwal Tuesday C, Tuesday letter 195 UL Qada Thursday D, Wednesday, letter 195 UL letter 125 IJJ, Friday T, Friday. The table shows that notwithstanding the discrepancy discussed in section A of Babur's making 935 Ah, begin on a Wednesday and Westenfeld on a Tuesday, the two authorities agree as to the initial weekday of 4 months out of 12, viz. Letter 163 a F a R, Shaban, Shawwal and letter 195 UL letter 125 I, Ajaya. Again, in 8 of the months the Bābur-nāma reverses the book rule of alternative MU letter 125 a RR a M 30 days, letter 163 a F a R 29 days et sec. By giving MU letter 125 a RR a M 29, letter 163 a F a R 30. This is seen readily by following the initial days of the week. Again, these 8 months are in pairs having respectively 29 and 30 days, and the year's total is 364. 4 months follow the fixed rule, i.e. as though the year had begun MU letter 1E25. 30 days, letter 1E63 a F a R 29 days, namely, the 2 months of Rabbi and the 2 of Jumada. R a M letter 1E93 a N to which under book rule, 30 days are due, had 29 days, because, as Babur records, the moon was seen on the 29th. In the other 3 instances of the reversed 30 and 29, one thing is common, viz. MU letter 1E25 a RR a M, Rajab, letter 1E95 UL Qada, as also letter 1E95 UL letter 1E25 IJJ, are honored months. It would be interesting if some expert in this Muselman matter would give the reasons dictating the changes from rule noted above as occurring in 935 Ah. See Varia. 1. On F 367, Saturday is entered as the first day of Shaban and Wednesday as the 4th, but on F 368 B stands Wednesday 5th, as suits the serial dating. If the mistake be not a mere slip, it may be due to confusion of hours, the ceremony chronicled being accomplished on the eve of the 5th, Anglicé, after sunset on the 4th. 2. A fragment only survives of the record of letter 1E95 UL letter 1E25 IJJ 935 Ah. It contains a date, Thursday 7th, and mentions a feast which will be that of the Idol Kabir on the 10th, Sunday. Working on from this to the first mentioned day of 936 Ah. Viz. Tuesday, MU letter 1E25 a RR a M 3rd, the month, which is the second of a pair having 29 and 30 days, is seen to have 30 days and so to fit on to 936 Ah. The series is Sunday 10th, 17th, 24th, Sat. 30th, Sunday 1st, Tuesday 3rd. 2 clerical errors of mine in dates connecting with this appendix are corrected here. 1 on P 614 N5 for oct, 2nd red oct, 3rd, 2 on P 619 penultimate line of the text for Nav, 28th red Nav. 8th. T on L, New Lucknow and El Nur, Lucknow, now Shahabad in Rampur. One or other of the above-mentioned names occurs 8 times in the Bābur-nāma, SA 932, 934, 935 Ah. Some instances being shown by their context to represent Lucknow and Oud, others inferentially, and by the verbal agreement of the letter 1225, a ID, a R, a B, a D codex, and Khair's codex to stand for Lakhnar, now Shahabad in Rampur. It is necessary to reconsider the identification of those not decided by their context, both because there is so much variation in the copies of the Abdur-Rara letter 1225 IM Persian translation that they give no verbal help, and because Mr. Erskine and M. de Chourtka are in agreement about them and took the whole 8 to represent Lucknow. This they did on different grounds, but in each case their agreement has behind it a defective textual basis. Mr. Erskine, as is well known, translated the Abdur-Rara letter 1225 IM Persian text without access to the original Turkey, but if he had had the Elphinstone Codex when translating, it would have given him no help, because all the 8 instances occur on folios not preserved by that codex. His only sources were not first-rate Persian MSS, in which he found casual variation from terminal nu to nur, which latter form may have been read by him as nu, whence perhaps the old Anglo-Indian transliteration he uses, Lano. M. de Chourtka's position is different. His uniform Lucknow obeyed the same uniformity in his source, the Kassan imprint, and would appear to him the more assured for the concurrence of the memoirs. His textual basis, however, for these words is Dr. Ilminsky's and not Khair's. No doubt the uniform Lucknow of the Kassan imprint is the result of Dr. Ilminsky's uncertainty as to the accuracy of his single Turkey archetype, and also of his acceptance of Mr. Erskine's uniform Lano. Since the letter 1225, a ID, a R, a B, a D codex became available, and its collation with Khair's codex has been made, a better basis for distinguishing between the L, nu, and L, nur of the Persian MSS, has been obtained. The results of the collation are entered in the following table, together with what is found in the Kassan imprint and the memoirs. N, B. The 2 sets of bracketed instances refer each to one place. The asterisks show where Ilminsky varies from Khair. Letter 1225 I. Ms. Khair's Ms. Kassan imprint. Memoirs F 278 BL, nur L, nu L, nu P 361 Luno. F 338 L, nu P 437, F 292 BL, nur L, nur P 379 not entered. F 329 L, nur L, nur P 362 Lano. F 334 L, nu P 432, F 376 L, nu nur P 486 asterisk, F 376 BL, nur P 487, F 377 BL, nu P 488 asterisk. The following notes give some grounds for accepting the names, as the 2 Turkey codices agree in giving them. The first and second instances of the above table, those of the letter 1225 AI, Codex F 278b and F 338, are shown by their context to represent Lucknow. The third F 292b is an item of Babur's revenue list. The Turkey codices are supported by BM, or 1999, which is a direct copy of Sheikh Zain's autographed Chagatai Baburi, all 3 having L, nur, Khair's MS, and or 1999 are descendants of the second degree from the original list that the letter 1225 AI. Codex is a direct copy is suggested by its pseudo-tabular arrangement of the various items. An important consideration supporting L, nur, is that the list is in Persian and may reasonably be accepted as the one furnished officially for the Padshah's information when he was writing his account of Hindustan, cf. Appendix P, P-Liv. This official character disassociates it from any such doubtful spelling by the foreign Padshah as cannot, but suggests itself when the variants of e.g. Dalmau and Bangarmau are considered. L, nur is what 3 persons copying independently read in the official list, and so set down that careful scribes i.e. Khair and Abdullah, App. P again wrote L, nur. Another circumstance favoring L, nur, Lucknow is that the place assigned to it in the list is its geographical one between S, a letter 1E43, BH, a L, and Kaurabad. Something for or perhaps against, accepting Lucknow as the Sarkar of the list may be known in local records or traditions. It had been an important place, and later on it paid a large revenue to Akbar. It appears to have been worth the attention of Bibin Jalwani, F. 329. Another place is associated with L, nur in the revenue list, the forms of which are open to a considerable number of interpretations besides that of Baksar shown in loco on p. 521. Only those well acquainted with the United Provinces or their bygone history can offer useful suggestion about it. Maps show a Madkar 6m south of Old Lakhnar. There are in the United Provinces 2 Baksars and as many other Lakhnars, none however being so suitable as what is now Shahabad. Perhaps in the archives of some old families there may be help found to interpret the entry L, Nur-ub Ks, R var. A conjecture the less improbable that the gazetteer of the province of Oudh, Roman 2, 58, mentions a farman of Babur patches dated 1527 ad. And upholding a grant to Sheikh Q, a letter 1E93I of Bilgram. The fourth instance, F 329, is fairly confirmed as Lakhnar by its context, viz. An officer received the district of Badyan from the Pacha and was sent against Bibin, who had laid siege to El, Nur on which Badyan bordered. At the time, Lucknow may have been held from Babur by Sheikh Bayazid Farmuli in conjunction with Oudh. Its estates are recorded as still in Farmuli possession, that of the widow of Kalapahar Farmuli. See infra. The fifth instance, F 334, connects with Oudh, because royal troops abandoning the place El Nu were those who had been sent against Sheikh Bayazid in Oudh. The remaining 3 instances, F 376, F 376b, F 377b, appear to concern one place, to which Bibin and Bayazid were rumored to intend going, which they captured and abandoned. As the table of variants shows, Kayers misreads Lakhnar in all 3 places, the letter 1E25ai. Mis once only, varying from itself as it does in Nos. 1 and 2. A circumstance supporting Lakhnar is that one of the messengers sent to Babur with details of the capture was the son of Shah Mu letter 1E25. Diwana, whose record associates him rather with bad action, and with Humayun and S a letter 1E43BHL than with Babur's own army. Supplementing my notes on these 3 instances, much could be said in favor of reading Lakhnar, about time and distance done by the messengers and by Abdullah Kitabdar, on his way to S a letter 1E43BHL and passing near Lakhnar, much too about the various rumors and Babur's immediate counteraction. But to go into it fully would need lengthy treatment which the historical unimportance of the little problem appears not to demand. Against taking the place to be Lucknow, there are the considerations, A, that Lakhnar was the safer harborage for the rains and less near the westward march of the royal troops returning from the Battle of the Gagra. B, that the fort of Lucknow was the renowned old Matchaibawan, cf. Gazetteer of the province of Oudh, 3 vols. 1877, Roman 2, 366. So far as I have been able to fit dates and transactions together, there seems no reason why the 2 Afghans should not have gone to Lakhnar, have crossed the Ganges near it, dropped down south perhaps even intending to recross at Dalmau, with the intention of getting back to the Farmulis and Jalwanis perhaps in Sarwar, perhaps elsewhere to Bayazid's brother Maruf. U. The inscriptions on Babur's mosque in Ajdia, Oudh. Thanks to the kind response made by the Deputy Commissioner of Faizabad to my husband's inquiry about 2 inscriptions mentioned by several gazetteers as still existing on Babur's mosque, in Oudh, I am able to quote copies of both. A. The inscription inside the mosque is as follows: Ba Farmuduai Shah Babur Kai Adalesh Banis Takakai Garden Mulaki. Bonacard in Muhb I letter 26 Fikwidsian Amorai Sa Adatnishan Mir Baki. Bavidkar Baki. Chu Salai Banish, Ian Shud Kai Gufdem, Buvidkar Baki, 935. The translation and explanation of the above, manifestly made by a Musalman and as such having special value, are as follows. 1. By the command of the Emperor Babur, whose justice is an edifice reaching up to the very height of the heavens. 2. The good-hearted Mir Baki built this a lighting place of angels. 3. Bavidkar Baki, may this goodness last forever. The year of building it was made clear likewise when I said, Buvidkar Baki equals 935. The explanation of this is: first couplet, the poet begins by praising the Emperor Babur under whose orders the mosque was erected. As justice is the chief virtue of kings, he naturally compares his Babur's justice to a palace reaching up to the very heavens, signifying thereby that the fame of that justice had not only spread in the wide world, but had gone up to the heavens. Second couplet. In the second couplet, the poet tells who was entrusted with the work of construction. Mir Baki was evidently some nobleman of distinction at Babur's court. The noble height, the pure religious atmosphere, and the scrupulous cleanliness and neatness of the mosque are beautifully suggested by saying that it was to be the abode of angels. Third couplet. The third couplet begins and ends with the expression Bihbud Beg. The letters forming it by their numerical values represent the number 935, thus B equals 2, V equals 6, D equals 4, total 12 kh equals 600, AI equals 10, R equals 200, 810, B equals 2, A equals 1, Q equals 100, R equals 10, 113, total 935. The poet indirectly refers to a religious commandment, dictum, of the Quran that a man's good deeds live after his death, and signifies that this noble mosque is verily such a one. The inscription outside the mosque is as follows: Bābur-nāma Anki Dana Hast Akbar Kai Kalakai Jamla, Alamla Makani. Durad mus letter 1e6f, a f abadi as sitiish, Kai Sarwarai letter 1e43 biya du Jahani. Fasana dar Jahan Babur Kalendar, Kai Shud dar Dor Gidi Kamrani. The explanation of the above is as follows. In the first couplet, the poet praises God. In the second mu letter 1e25, a d. In the third Babur. There is a peculiar literary beauty in the use of the word lamakani in the first couplet. The author hints that the mosque is meant to be the abode of God, although he has no fixed abiding place. In the first hemistich of the third couplet, the poet gives Babur the appellation of Kalendar, which means a perfect devotee, indifferent to all worldly pleasures. In the second hemistich, he gives as the reason for his being so, that Babur became and was known all the world over as a Kalendar, because having become Emperor of India, and having thus reached the summit of worldly success, he had nothing to wish for on this earth. The inscription is incomplete, and the above is the plain interpretation which can be given to the couplets that are to hand. Attempts may be made to read further meaning into them, but the language would not warrant it. Babur's gardens in and near Kabul. The following particulars about gardens made by Babur in or near Kabul are given in mu letter 1e25, a d Amir of Kazwin's Padshah-nama, Bib. Ind. Ed. p. 585, p. 588. 10 gardens are mentioned as made. The Sharara town adorning, which when Shah Jahan first visited Kabul in the 12th year of his reign 1048-1638 ad. Contained very fine plane trees Babur had planted, beautiful trees having magnificent trunks, the Charbagh, the Bagai Jalo Khana, the Audiobook middle garden, the letter 1e63 Aurat Bog, the Bagai Mateb moonlight garden, the Bagai Ahukana garden of the deer house, and 3 smaller ones. Round these gardens rough-cast walls were made renewed, by Jahangir, 1016 A. The above list does not specify the garden Babur made and selected for his burial. This is described apart LC. p. 588, with details of its restoration and embellishment by Shah Jahan, the master builder of his time, as follows. The burial garden was 500 yards gaz long. Its ground was in 15 terraces, 30 yards apart. On the 15th terrace is the tomb of Rukia Sul letter 1e6f a n Begam, as a small marble platform Chabatra had been made near it by Jahangir's command. Shah Jahan ordered both to be enclosed by a marble screen 3 yards high. Babur's tomb is on the 14th terrace. In accordance with his will, no building was erected over it, but Shah Jahan built a small marble mosque on the terrace below. It was begun in the 17th year of Shah Jahan's reign and was finished in the 19th, after the conquest of Balkh and Badakhshan, at a cost of 30,000 rupees. It is admirably constructed. From the 12th terrace, running water flows along the line rasta of the avenue, but its 12 waterfalls, because not constructed with cemented stone, had crumbled away and their charm was lost. Orders were given therefore to renew them entirely and lastingly, to make a small reservoir below each fall, and to finish with cobble marble the edges of the channel and the waterfalls and the borders of the reservoirs. And on the 9th terrace there was to be a reservoir 11x11 yards, bordered with cobble marble, and on the 10th terrace one 15x15, and at the entrance to the garden another 15x15, also with a marble border. and there was to be a gateway adorned with gilded cupolas befitting that place, and beyond, Pesh the gateway a square station, one side of which should be the garden wall and the other 3 filled with cells. That running water should pass through the middle of it, so that the destitute and poor people who might gather there should eat their food in those cells, sheltered from the hardship of snow and rain. Footnotes. From Atkinson's Sketches in Afghanistan, I.O. Lib and B.M. CP 710, Wherefore Daniels read Atkinson. See Gulbadan Bajim's Humayun-Nama Index Roman 3, in loco. Cf. Cap. Roman 2, Problems of the Mutilated Bābur-Nāma and Tariq-i-Rashidi, TRS, p. 174. The suggestion, implied by my use of this word, that Babur may have definitely closed his autobiography, as Timur did under other circumstances, is due to the existence of a compelling cause, viz. That he would be expectant of death as the price of Humayun's restored life, p. 701. Cf. p. 83 and N and add. Note, p. 83 for further emendation of a contradiction affected by some malign influence in the note, p. 83, between parts of that note, and between it and Babur's account of his not drinking in Herat. Teufel held its title to be wacky. This I adopted in, but it has no definite support, and in numerous instances of its occurrence to describe the acts or doings of Babur, it could be read as a common noun. It stands on the reverse of the frontal page of the Hyderabad Codex. It is Timurpuled's name for the codex he purchased in Bukhara, and it is thence brought on by Khair with Ilminsky and Klaproth Cap. Roman 3, it is used by K.H. Wafi Khan Deser. 1732, etc. That Babur left a complete record much indicates beyond his own persistence and literary bias, e.g. cross-reference with and needed complements from what is lost. Mention by other writers of Babur's information, notably by Haidar. App HXXX. p. 446, N6. Babur's order for the cairn would fit into the lost record of the first month of the year, p. 445. Parts of the Bābur-Nāma sent to Babur's sons are not included here. The standard of comparison is the 382 falls of the Hyderabad Codex. This Ms. is not to be confused with one Erskine misunderstood Humayun to have copied Memoirs, p. 303 and J-Raz. 1900, p. 443. For precise limits of the original annotations see PN, for details about the E-Codex see J-Raz. 1907, Art the Elf, Codex and for the Colophon Acker. 1900, July, Oct and J-Raz. 1905, pp. 752, 761. See Index SN and Roman 3 Anti and J-Raz. 1900 3567. Here speaks the man reared in touch with European classics. Pure, Turkey though it uses no relatives, Radloff is lucid. Cf. Cap. Roman 4 The Memoirs of Bābur. For analysis of a retranslated passage see J-Raz. 1908 p. 85. Tuzak-i Jahangiri, Rogers and Beveridge's TRS. I 110 J-Raz. 1900 p. 756 for the Persian passage, 1908 p. 76 for the fragments, 1900 p. 476 for Ilminsky's preface. A second translation is accessible at the BM and IO Library and RAS. Memoirs Preface P. Roman 9 Index SNN. Decurte, Teufel, Bukhara MSS, and Part 3 EO Cap. For Shah-i Jahan's interest in Timur, see sign, given in a copy of his note, published in my translation volume of Gulbadan Bajim's Humayun-Nama, p. Roman 13. J-Raz, 1900 p. 466, 1902 p. 655, 1905 Art. SN, 1908 pp. 7898, Index in Loco SN. Cf. J-Raz, 1900 Nose, Roman 6, Roman 7, Roman 8. Ilminsky's difficulties are foreshadowed here by the same confusion of identity between the Bābur-Nāma proper and the Bukhara compilation. Preface, Part 3, P. Lee. Cf. Erskine's Preface Passim and in Loco Items I Cap, Roman 4, The Memoirs of Bābur and Index SN. The last blow was given to the phantasmal reputation of the book by the authoritative Hyderabad Codex, which now can be seen in facsimile in many libraries. But for present difficulties of intercourse with Petrograd, I would have re-examined with Kayers the Collateral Codex of 1742, copied in 1839 and now owned by the Petrograd University. It might be useful, as Kayers' volume has lost pages and may be disarranged here and there. The list of Kayers' items is as follows. Not in the imprint. A letter from Babur to Kamran, the date of which is fixed as 1527 by its committing Ibrahim Ludi's son to Kamran's charge, p. 544. It is heard of again in the Bukhara compilation, is lost from Kayers' Codex, and preserved from his archetype by Klaproth, who translated it. Being thus found in Bukhara in the first decade of the 18th century, our earliest knowledge of the compilation is 1709, the inference is allowed that it went to Bukhara as loot from the defeated Kamran's camp, and that an endorsement its companion Bābur-nāma proper bears was made by the Ozbeg of 2 victors over Kamran, both of 1550, both in Tramontana. 1. Not in Imp. Timur Puled's memo, about the purchase of his codex in Sur. 1521, Eocap. Post, Imp 1, Compiler's Preface of Praise, J. Raz, 1900 p. Imp 2. Babur's Acts in Fargana, in diction such as to seem a retranslation of the Persian translation of 1589. How much of Kamran's Miz was serviceable is not easy to decide, because the Turkey fettering of Abdur-Rahim's Persian lends itself admirably to retranslation. 2. Imp 3. The Rescue Passage, App. D. attributable to Jahangir. Imp 4. Babur's Acts in Kabul, seeming like number 4 a retranslation or patching of tattered pages. There are also passages taken verbatim from the Persian. Imp omits a short length of Babur's Hindustan section, carefully shewn damaged by dots and dashes. Imp 5. Within 7 the spurious passage of App. L and also scattered passages about a feast, perhaps part of 7. Imp separates off at end of volume. Translated passage from the Akbar-Nama, attributable to Jahangir, briefly telling of Kanwa, 1527, Babur's latter years, both changed to first person, death and court. 3. Babur's history has been thus brought to an end, incomplete in the balance needed of 7. In Kayers' volume, a few pages are left blank except for what shows a Russian librarian's opinion of the plan of the book. Here end the writings of Shah Babur. Imp omits preface to the history of Humayun, beginning at the creation and descending by giant strides through notices of Khans and Sultans to Babur Mirza, who was the father of Humayun Pasha. Of Babur, what further is said connects with the Battle of Gajdavan, 918-1512 QV. It is ill-informed, laying blame on him as if he and not Najm Sani had commanded, speaks of his preference for the counsel of young men and of the numbers of combatants. It is noticeable for more than its inadequacy, however. Its selection of the Gajdavan episode from all others in Babur's career supports circumstantially what is dealt with later, the Gajdavani authorship of the compilation. Imp omits, under a heading Humayun Pasha, is a fragment about his accession feast, whether broken off by loss of his pages or of those of his archetype examination of the Puniv. Codex may show. Imp 6. An excellent copy of Babur's Hindustan section, perhaps obtained from the Arari house. This Ilminsky places, I think, where Kayer has number 7 from its position and from its bearing a scribe's date of completion, which Kayer brings over, viz. Tamt Shud 1126, finished 1714, the compiler may have taken it for Humayun's, perhaps for the account of his reconquest of Hind in 1555. The remaining entries in Kayer's volume are a quatrain which may make jesting reference to his finished task, a librarian's Russian entry of the number of pages, 831, and the word Zettablissement Oriental, Fr. Via Delung, 1825, the director of the school from 1793. 4. That Bābur-nāma of the Kamran docket is the mutilated and tattered basis, allowed by circumstance, of the compiled history of Babur, filled out and mended by the help of the Persian translation of 1589. Cf. Kayer's Latin TRS. Flyleaf entry, Klaproth SN, ANTRS. HB P 260 J. Raz. 1908, on the Kamran docket, where are defects needing Klaproth's second article, 1824. For an analysis of an illustrative passage, see J. Raz. For facilities of retranslation, see Eocap. P. Roman 18, where Erskine is quoted. See AN Trans, P 260, Prefaces of Ilminsky and de Curte, ZDMG. Roman 37, Teufel's Art, J-Raz, 1906. For particulars about Kayer's Codex, see Smirnov's Catalogue of the School Library and J-Raz, 1900, 1906. Like others who have made statements resting on the mistaken identity of the Bukhara compilation, many of mine are now given to the winds. See Gregoriev's Russian Policy Regarding Central Asia, quoted in Schuyler's Turkestan, App, Roman 4. The mission was well received, started to return to Petrograd, was attacked by Turkmens, went back to Bukhara, and there stayed until it could attempt the devious route which brought it to the capital in 1725. One might say jestingly that the spirit in the book had rebelled since 1725 against enforced and changing masquerade as a phantasm of two other books. Neither Ilminsky nor Smirnov mentions another, Bābur-nāma codex than Kayer's. A correspondent combating my objection to publishing a second edition of the memoirs backed his favoring opinion by reference to Umar Khayyam and Fitzgerald. Obviously, no analogy exists. Erskine's redundance is not the flower of a deft alchemy, but is the prosaic consequence of a secondary source. The manuscripts relied on for revising the first section of the memoirs, i.e. 899 to 908 off 1494 to 1502 ad. Are the Elphinstone and the letter 1225, a ID, a R, a B, a D codices. To variants from them occurring in Dr. Kayer's own transcript, no authority can be allowed because throughout this section, his text appears to be a compilation, and in parts a retranslation from one or other of the two Persian translations, Waki Adtai Baburi, of the Bābur-nāma. Moreover, Dr. Ilminsky's imprint of Kayer's text has the further defect in authority that it was helped out from the memoirs, itself not a direct issue from the Turkey original. Information about the manuscripts of the Bābur-nāma can be found in the J-Raz for 1900, 1902, 1905, 1906, 1907, and 1908. The foliation marked in the margin of this book is that of the letter 1225, a ID, a R, a B, a D codex, and of its facsimile, published in 1905 by the Gibb Memorial Trust. Babur, born on Friday, Feb. 14th, 1483, MU letter 1225, a RR, a M6, 888 A, succeeded his father, Umar Sheikh, who died on June 8th. R, a M letter 1093, a N4, 899 A. Padshah, protecting Lord Supreme. It would be an anachronism to translate Padshah by king or emperor previous to 913 A, 1507 ad, because until that date it was not part of the style of any Timurid, even ruling members of the house being styled Mirza. Up to 1507, therefore Babur's correct style is Babur Mirza. Cf. F215 and note. See Ayanayak Bari, Jarrett, p. 44. The letter 1225I, Ms. and a good many of the WIB MSS, here write Otrar. Otrar, like Taraz, was at some time of its existence known as Yangi Nu. Taraz seems to have stood near the modern Aliyada, Almalig, a metropolitan see of the Nestorian Church in the 14th century, to have been the old capital of Kulja, and Almadu Var, Almaty to have been where Virni now is. Almalig and Almadu owed their names to the apple Alma. Cf. Brechnader's Medieval Geography, p. 140 and tr. Elias and Ross, SNN. Mughal U. Ozbeg Jihitdin. I take this, the first offered opportunity of mentioning, 1, that in transliterating Turkey words I follow Turkey lettering, because I am not competent to choose amongst systems which e.g. here reproduce Ozbeg as Uzbeg, Urzbeg, and Uzbeg. And 2, that style being part of an autobiography, I am compelled, in pressing back the memoirs on Babur's Turkey mold, to retract from the wording of the Western scholars, Erskine and de Courtet. Of this compulsion, Babur's bald phrase Mughal U Ozbeg Jihitdin provides an illustration. Each earlier translator has expressed his meaning with more finish than he himself. Abdarar letter 1225 IM by Azjihat Ubarai Mughal U Ozbeg improves on Babur, since the three towns lay in the tideway of nomad passage, Uber, east and west. Erskine writes in consequence of the incursions, etc., and to sea. Grace Ox ravages Camille, etc. Schuyler Roman 2, 54, gives the extreme length of the valley as about 160 miles and its width, at its widest, as 65 miles. Following a manifestly clerical error in the second W, IB, the Akbar-nāma and the Mems are without the seasonal limitation, in winter. Babur here excludes from winter routes one he knew well, the Kinderlich Pass. On the other hand, Kostenko says that this is open all the year round. Does this contradiction indicate climatic change? Cf. FB and note, AN Bib, Ind, ed. I 85 H Beverage I 221, and for an account of the passes round Fargana, Kostenko's Turkestan region, tables of contents. Var, Banakat Banakas Fayakat Fanakand. Of this place Dr. Ryu writes Pers. Cat. I 79 that it was also called Shash and in modern times Tashkent. Babur does not identify Fanakat with the Tashkent of his day, but he identifies it with Sharakia, cf. Index SNN, and distinguishes between Tashkent Shash and Fanakat Sharakia. It may be therefore that Dr. Ryu's Tashkent Fanakat was Old Tashkent. Does Fanakent mean Old Village? Some 14 miles nearer to the S, a I letter 1E25, UN, than the Tashkent of Babur's day or our own. Hechdaria Katalmas. A gloss of Digger other, in the second WIB, has led Mr. Erskine to understand meeting with no other river in its course. I understand Babur to contrast the destination of the S, a I letter 1E25, UN, which he says sinks into the sands, with the outfall of e.g. the Amu into the Sea of Aral. Cf. First WIB-IO Ms 215 F2. Second WIB-IO Ms F1B and Auselis Ibn Hakel P 232-44. Also Schuyler and Kostenko LC. Babur's geographical unit in Central Asia is the township, or, with more verbal accuracy, the village, i.e. the fortified, inhabited and cultivated oasis. Of frontiers he says nothing, i.e. they are given away or taken. Babur's interest in fruits was not a matter of taste or amusement, but of food. Melons, for instance, fresh or stored, form during some months the staple food of Turkestanis. Cf. Tr. p. 303 and in Kashmir, 425, Timkowska's Travels of the Russian Mission I, and Th. Radloff's Rasuels d'Itinéraires p. 343. NB at this point 2 folios of the Elphinstone Codex are missing. Either a kind of melon or the pear. For local abundance of pears see Ayani Akbari, Blochman p. 6, Kostenko and von Schwarz. Quagan, i.e. the walled town within which was the citadel Ark. Tukwas Tarno Sukurar, Bu Ajabtur Kim Bur Yurdenham Chikmas. Second WABIO 217 F2, Najai Abdar Kila, Darmi Ayadu and Ajab Ast Kahama Azyakyaham Nami Bar Ayad. Cf. Mems, P2 and Mames, I2. I understand Babur to mean that all the water entering was consumed in the town. The supply of antigen in the present day is taken both from the Akbura, i.e. the Osh water, and by canal from the Kara Daria. Kondikaning Tashyani. Second WIB-IO 217 F2 Dar Kinar Sang Bast Kondak. Here, as in several other places, this Persian translation has rendered Turkey Tash, outside, as if it were Turkey Tash, stone. Babur's adjective stone is Sangin, F45 BL8. His point here is the unusual circumstance of a high road running round the outer edge of the ditch. Moreover, antigen is built on and of less. Here, obeying his Persian source, Mr. Erskine writes stone-faced ditch. M to C obeying his Turkey one, board exterior. Kurgawal Ashkenazi Bilah. Ashkena, a diminutive of ash, food, is the rice and vegetables commonly served with the bird. Kostenko I 287 gives a recipe for what seems Ashkena. B1440, D 1500 ad. Yusuf was in the service of Baisunghar Mirza Sharuki, D 837 A 1434 ad. Cf. Daulat Shah's Memoirs of the Poets, Brown, pp. 340 and 351. H.B. Guzzler Ale Biscat Cub Bueller. Second WIB, IO 217F. 2 here and on F4 has read Turkey Guz, I for Turkey Guz or Gaz autumn. It is here a gloss not in the letter 1E25, a ID, a R, a B, a D, or Kers MSS. Cf. Mems, P4 note. This gloss may be one of Humayun's numerous notes and may have been preserved in the Elphinstone Codex, but the fact cannot now be known because of the loss of the 2 folios already noted. See von Schwarz and Kostenko, concerning the autumn fever of Transoxiana. The Pers, TRSS. Render Yighach by Farsang. Ujfalvi also takes the Yighach and the Farsang as having a common equivalent of about 6 kilometers. Babur's statements in Yighach, however, when tested by ascertained distances, do not work out into the farsang of 4 miles or the kilometer of 8 to 5 miles. The yighatch appears to be a variable estimate of distance, sometimes indicating the time occupied on a given journey, at others the distance to which a man's voice will carry. Cf. Ujfalvi Expedition Scientifique Roman II, 179, von Schwarz p. 124 and de Seesticht, SN, yighatch. In the present instance, if Babur's 4y equaled 4f, the distance from Osh to Andijan should be about 16 m, but it is 33 m 134 fur, i.e. 50 versts. Kostenko Roman II, 33. I find Babur's yighatch to vary from about m to nearly 8 m. Akarsu, the irrigation channels on which in Turkestan all cultivation depends. Major General Gerard writes, Report of the Pamir Boundary Commission, P6. Osh is a charming little town, resembling Islamabad in Kashmir. Everywhere the same mass of running water in small canals, bordered with willow, poplar, and mulberry. He saw the Akbura, the white wolf, mother of all these running waters, as a bright, stony trout stream. Dr. Stein saw it as a broad, tossing river. Buried cities of cotton, P45. Cf. Rakeless Roman 6 cap, Fargana, Kostenko I 104, von Schwarz SNN. Oshning F a letter 193, IL a T idea Kylie, a letter 125, a DIS symbol 324 Werid dur. Second WIB. IO 217 F2, FA letter 193, IL a T Iosh, a letter 125, a DIS symbol 324 Werid ast mems. P3. The excellencies of Ush are celebrated even in the sacred traditions. Mames. I, too. On cite beaucoup de traditions qui célébrent l'excellence de si climat. Osh may be mentioned in the traditions on account of places of pilgrimage near it. Babur's meaning may be merely that its excellencies are traditional. Cf. Ujfalvi Roman II, 172. Most travelers into Fargana comment on Babur's account of it. One much discussed point is the position of the Barako. The personal observations of Ujfalvi and Schuyler led them to accept its identification with the rocky ridge known as the Chagatai Suleiman. I venture to supplement this by the suggestion that Babur, by Barako, did not mean the whole of the rocky ridge, the name of which, Chagatai Suleiman, an ancient name, must have been known to him, but one only of its 4 marked summits. Writing of the ridge, Madame Ujfalvi says, Il quater sommets dont le plus élevé est le troisième comptant par le nord. Which summit in her sketch, p. 327, is the third and highest is not certain, but one is so shewn that it may be the third, may be the highest, and, as being a peak, can be described as symmetrical, i.e. Babur's Mazan. For this peak, an appropriate name would be Barako. If the name Barako could be restricted to a single peak of the Chagatai Suleiman Ridge, a good deal of earlier confusion would be cleared away, concerning which have written, amongst others, Ritter, v. 432 and 732, Rakeless, Roman 6. 54, Schuyler, Roman 2, 43, and those to whom these 3 refer. For an excellent account, graphic with pen and pencil, of Fargana and of Osh see Madame Ujfalvi's de Paris a Samarkand cap. V. Rudd, this is a precise word since the Akbura, the white wolf, in a relatively short distance, falls from the Kurdun Pass, 13,400 ft, to Osh, 3040 ft, and thence to Andijan, 1380 ft. Cf. Kostenko I, 104, Huntingdon in Pompelli's Explorations in Turkestan p. 179, and the French military map of 1904. Whether Babur's words, Baghat, Bagler, and Bagsha had separate significations, such as orchard, vineyard, and ordinary garden, i.e. garden plots of small size, I am not able to say, but what appears fairly clear is that, when he writes Baghat u Bagler, he means all sorts of gardens, just as when he writes Begat u Begler, he means begs of all ranks. Madame Ujfalvi has sketched a possible successor. Schuyler found 2 mosques at the foot of Chagatai Suleiman, perhaps Babur's Jaza Masjid. Al-Shajadin Suquiarler. Ribbon Jasper, presumably. Kostenko, Roman 2, 30, 7134 versts, i.e. 47 m4 12 fur, by the postal road. Instead of their own kernels, the second WIB stuffs the apricots, in a fashion well known in India by Cubani, with almonds, mags, I badam. The Turkey wording, however, allows the return to the apricots of their own kernels, and Mr. Rickmers tells me that apricots so stuffed were often seen by him in the Zarafshan Valley. My husband has shewn me that NI letter 1E95 a MI in his haft paykar appears to refer to the other fashion, that of inserting almonds. I gave thee fruits from the garden of my heart, plump and sweet as honey in milk. Their substance gave the lusciousness of figs, in their hearts were the kernels of almonds. What this name represents is one of a considerable number of points in the Bābur-nāma I am unable to decide. Chiurtika is a comprehensive name, cf. Shah's vocabulary. Chiurtika might mean white sheep or white deer. It is rendered in the second WIB here by Ahuiwerik and on F4 by Ahuisafed. Both these names Mr. Erskine has translated by white deer. But he mentions that the first is said to mean Argali, i.e. Ovis Poli, and refers to voyages de Pallas Roman 4, 325. Concerning this much discussed word, Babur's testimony is of service. It seems to me that he uses it merely of those settled in towns, villages, and without any reference to tribe or nationality. I am not sure that he uses it always as a noun. He writes of a Sart Kishi, a Sart person. His Asfara Sarts may have been Turkey-speaking settled Turks and his Marganani ones Persian-speaking Tajiks. Cf. Shah's vocabulary, SN. Sart, Schuyler I, 104 and note. Nalavkine's Histoire du Connat de Kakand p. 45 and von Schwarz, SN Kostenko I, 287. Petsbold's Turkestan p. 32. Sheikh Burhanuddin Ali Kilik, B. circa 530 A, 1135 ad. D. 593 A, 1197 ad. See Hamilton's Hidyat. The direct distance, measured on the map, appears to be about 65 m, but the road makes data round mountain spurs. Mr. Erskine appended here, to the farsang of his Persian source, a note concerning the reduction of Tatar and Indian measures to English ones. It is rendered the less applicable by the variability of the Yighatch, the equivalent for a farsang presumed by the Persian translator. Letter 1E25 Ms. Farsi Gai, the elf. Ms. and all those examined of the WIB omit the word Farsi, some writing mountaineer for Gai. I judge that Babur at first omitted the word Farsi since it is entered in the letter 1E25 ms, above the word Gai. It would have been useful to Ritter, Roman 7, 733, and to Ujfalvi, Roman 2, 176. Cf. Kostenko I, 287, on the variety of languages spoken by Sarts. Of the mirror stone, neither Fedchenko nor Ujfalvi could get news. Babur distinguishes here between Tashkent and Sharakia. Cf. F2 and note to Fanakat. He left the hill country above Suk in MU letter 1E25, a RR a M 910 A. Mid-June 1504 ad. For a good account of Kujan see Kostenko I, 346. Kujan to Andijan 187 M2 fur. Kostenko Roman 2, 2931, and, helped out by the timetable of the Trans-Caspian Railway, from Kujan to Samarkand, appears to be some 154 M514 fur. Both men are still honored in Kujan, Kostenko I, 348. For Khwaja Camel's Life and Diwan, see Riu Roman 2, 632 and Ausali's Persian Poets p. 192. Cf. F83b and note. Kub Arduk Dur, perhaps brought to Hindustan where Babur wrote the statement. Turkish Aeroflight, London, 1791, 482 yards. I have found the following forms of this name, letter 1E25 Ms. M. Nug L. Pers Trans and Mems, Mayakhil Ilminsky M. Tug L. Mames, M. Tufuil, Rakelis, Schuyler and Kostenko, Mogultau, Nalavkine, Dapre Fedchenko, Montmogal, Fr. Map of 1904 M. Muzbek. It is the western end of the Kurama range, Kindirtau, which comes out to the bed of the Sur, is 2623 miles long and rises to 4,000 ft. Kostenko, I, 101. Von Schwarz describes it as being quite bare. Various writers ascribe climatic evil to it. Pers trans Ahuisafed, cf. F3b note. These words translate into service Merrill, the Asiatic Wapiti, and to this Babur may apply them. Dictionaries explain Merrill as meaning hind or doe, but numerous books of travel and natural history show that it has wider application as a generic name, i.e. deer. The two words bughu and Merrill appear to me to be used as e.g. drake and duck are used. Merrill and duck can both imply the female sex, but also both are generic, perhaps primarily so. Cf. For further mention of Bug-Humeral F 219 and F 276. For uses of the word meril, see the writings e.g. of Atkinson, Kostenko, Roman 3, 69, Lydekker, Littledale, Sellis, Ronald Shea, Church, Chinese Turkestan, Biddulph, Forsyth's Mission. Cf. F2 and note. Schuyler Roman 2, 3, 18m. Letter 1E25I. Ms. Hamsha Budesta Yilbar dur. Marganing Hakim Sharki dur, Hamsha Mundin Yil Barer, Kujand Gakim Garibai dur, Dam Mundin Yil Killer. This is a puzzling passage. It seems to say that wind always goes east and west from the steppe, as from a generating center. E and C have given it alternative directions, east or west, but there is little point in saying this of wind in a valley hemmed in on the north and the south. Babur limits his statement to the steppe lying in the contracted mouth of the Fargana Valley, Pace Schuyler Roman 2, 51, where special climatic conditions exist such as a difference in temperature on the two sides of the Kujan Narrows and currents resulting from this difference. B, the heating of the Narrows by sun heat reflected from the Mughal Tau. And C, the inrush of westerly wind over Mirza R a B, a letter 1E6F. Local knowledge only can guide a translator safely, but Babur's directness of speech compels belief in the significance of his words, and this particularly when what he says is unexpected. He calls the Ha Darwesh a whirling wind, and this it still is. Thinkable at least it is that a strong westerly current, the prevailing wind of Fargana, entering over Mirza R a B a letter 1E6F, and becoming, as it does become, the whirlwind of Ha Darwesh on the Hemden steppe, becoming so perhaps by conflict with the hotter in draft through the gates of Kujand, might force that in draft back into the Kujan Narrows in the way e.g. that one Nile in flood forces back the other, and at Kujand create an easterly current. All the manuscripts agree in writing to Ga Marganan and to Ga Kujand. It may be observed that looking at the map, it appears somewhat strange that Babur should take, for his wind objective, a place so distant from his defined Ha Darwesh and seemingly so screened by its near hills as is Marganan. But that westerly winds are prevalent in Marganan is seen e.g. in Middendorf's Einblick in Den Fargana Thal, p. 112. Cf. Rakeless Roman 6, 547, Schuyler Roman 2, 51, Kahans Histoire du Connat de Kokand p. 28, and Sven Hedens durch Asians Wusten sn. Buren. Bad a word perhaps selected as punning on bad wind. I.e. Axi village. This word is sometimes spelled Axicus, but as the old name of the place was Axikint, it may be conjectured at least that the Sai Masalasa of Axicus represents the 3 points due for the nun and ta of Kint. Of those writing Axikit may be mentioned the letter 1E25 AI and Kayer's MSS. The elf, Ms. here has a lacuna the Zafarnama Bib. Ind. I-44 and Ibn Hawkal Auseli P. And of those writing the word with the Sai Musalasa, i.e. as Axicus, Yakwitz Dict, I-162, Rianadza Bulfeta I Roman 2, 225-6, Ilminsky P5, departing from his source, and I.O. Cat. Ithay, number 1029. It may be observed that Ibn Hawkal, Auseli P 280 writes Banakas for Banakat. For Asuru Dinaxikidi, see Riu Roman 2, 563, Dalet Shah Brown, P 121 and Ithay I.O. Cat. Number 1029. Measured on the French military map of 1904, this may be kill, i.e. 50 miles. Concerning several difficult passages in the rest of Babur's account of Aksi, see Appendix A. The WIB here translates Bug-Humeral by Gazon, and the same word is entered, underline in the letter 1E25 AI. Ms. CF. FB and note and F4 and note. Postin Peshb. R. H. This obscure Persian phrase has been taken in the following ways. A WIB-IO 215 and 217, i.e. both versions reproduce the phrase. B. WIB Ms. quoted by Erskine P6 note, Postin I Misbura. C. Layden's Ms. TRS, a sheepskin mantle of 5 lambskins. D. Mems, Erskine P6, a mantle of 5 lambskins. E. The Persian annotator of the elf. Ms. underlining Pesh writes Panj 5. F. Klaproth Archives, P109, Pastini Pishbre, DH Den Vorderen Pels. G. Kayer, P12, Ilminsky P6, Postin Bish BRH. H. De. C. I9, Fourier Dagno de la Première Qualité. The lambskins of L and E carry on a notion of comfort, started by their having red saya, shelter, for Turkey sai, torrent bed. Deci also lays stress on fur and warmth, but would not the flowery border of a mountain stream prompt rather a phrase bespeaking ornament and beauty than one expressing warmth and textile softness? If the phrase might be read as postin peshpira, what adorns the front of a coat, or as postin pesh bar ra, the fine front of the coat, the phrase would recall the gay embroidered front of some leathern postins. Var tabarkun, the explanation best suiting its uses, enumerated here, is red house's second, the red willow. My husband thinks it may be the Hyacanian willow. Steinges describes this as an arrow without wing or point, barb, and tapering at both ends. It may be the practicing arrow, T. alim aki, often headless. Tabarakluk, cf. F48b foot for the same use of the word. Yaburjusanam. The books referred to by Babur may well be the Rosatu Safa and the letter 1225 ABIBUSCR, as both mention the plant. The Turkey word ayak is explained by Redhouse as awake and alert, and by Meninsky and de Maynard as sobered and as a return to right senses. It may be used here as an equivalent of mihir in Mihirjia, the plant of love. Mr. Nay Elias has discussed the position of this group of 7 villages. Cf. TRP 180N Arrowsmith's map places it as Edi Kint, approximately where Mr. Th. Radloff describes seeing it, i.e. on the Fargana slope of the Kurama range. Cf. Rasual Ditineraires P 188. Mr. Th. Radloff came into Yedikint after crossing the Kinderlich Pass from Tashkent, and he enumerates the 7 villages as traversed by him before reaching the Sur. It is hardly necessary to say that the actual villages he names may not be those of Babur's Yedikint. Wherever the word is used in the Bābur-nāma and the Tara Kairashidi, it appears from the context allowable to accept Mr. Radloff's location, but it should be borne in mind that the name Yedikint, 7 villages or towns, might be found as an occasional name of Altashar, 6 towns. CTR. SN Altashar. Kishi, person, here manifestly fighting men. Elf, Ms. F2B, 1st WIB IO 215 F4B, 2nd WIB. IO 217 F4, MEMS, P6, Ilminsky P7, MAMES, I. The rulers whose affairs are chronicled at length in the Fargana section of the BN. Are I of Timurid Turks, always styled Mirza. A. The 3 Muran Shahai brothers, a letter 1225 a D, M. a letter 1225 MUD, and Umar Sheikh with their successors Baisunghar, Ali, and Babur. B. The Baikara, letter 1225 US a IN of Herat. Roman 2 of Chinggis Khanids, always styled Khan. A. The 2 Chagatai Mughal brothers, M. a letter 1225 MUD and a letter 1225 MAD. B. The Shabanid Ozbeg, MU letter 1225 a MM Adi Shaybani, Shai Bakhet or Shaybek or Shahai Beg. In electing to use the name Shaybani, I follow not only the letter 1225 a I. Codex but also Shaybani's Boswell, MU letter 1225 a MM a D letter 1263 a LI letter 1225 Mirza. The Elf. Ms. frequently uses Shaybek, but its authority down to F198, letter 1225 I. Ms. F243b is not so great as it is after that folio, because not till F198 is it a direct copy of Babur's own. It may be more correct to write the Shaybani Khan, and perhaps even the Shaybani. By Murad, so translated because retirement was caused once by the overruling of Khwaja, Ubaydullah, a letter 1225 R a RI. TR P. 113. Once the Mirza did not wish Yunus to winter in Aksi, once did not expect him to yield to the demand of his Mughals to be led out of the cultivated country, Wilayat. His own misconduct included his attack in Yunus on account of Aksi and much falling out with kinsmen. TR. SNN. I.e. one made of non-warping wood Steinges, perhaps that of the white poplar. The Shahnama Turner Macon ed. I. 71 writes of a chachet bow and arrows of cotting, i.e. white poplar. HB. I.e. Rabbi Asul letter 106 FN, married circa 893 a 1488 ad. For particulars about her and all women mentioned in the BN. and the TRC Gulbuddin Bajim's Humayun-Nama, or TRS, series. GIR either that of the Kassan Water or of a deeply excavated canal. The palace buildings are mentioned again on F-110B, cf. Appendix A. I.e. sword from earth died. For some details of the accident see AN. H. Beveridge, I-220. Letter 1E25S, Roman 2-192, Firishta Lith, ed. P. 191 and de Herbilot 6th. It would have accorded with Babur's custom if here he had mentioned the parentage of his father's mother. 3 times, Fs. 17b, 70b, 96b, he writes of Shah Sul letter 1E6f a N Bajim in a way allowing her to be taken as Umar Sheikh's own mother. Nowhere, however, does he mention her parentage. One even cognate statement only have we discovered, viz. K.H. Damir's, letter 1E25s. Roman 2-192, that Umar Sheikh was the own younger brother, Baradar Kurturkud, of a letter 1E25 M a D and M, a letter 1E25 MUD. If his words mean that the 3 were full brothers, Umar Sheikh's own mother was Abusa Id's Tarkin wife. Babur's omission, F21b, to mention his father with A and M as a nephew of Darwesh MU letter 1E25, a MM, a D Tarkin, would be negative testimony against taking K.H. Damir's statement to mean full brother. If clerical slips were not easy, and if K.H. Damir's means of information were less good. He, however, both was the son of M, a letter 1E25, MUDS Wazir, letter 1E25, S. Roman 2-194, and supplemented his book in Babur's presence. To a statement made by the writer of the biographies included in Kayer's BN volume, that U.S. family Ahmad is not known, no weight can be attached, spite of the coincidence that the Mongol form of Ahmad, i.e. Amak, means mutter labe. The biographies contain too many known mistakes for their compiler to outweigh K.H. Damir in authority. Cf. Rosado Safa Roman 6, 266, H.B. Dur I-Gaz, south of Balkh. This historic feast took place at Merv in 870 AH, 1465 AD. As Umar Sheikh was then under 10, he may have been one of the Mirzas concerned. Qudai-Berdi is a Pers-Turki hybrid equivalent of Theodore. Tugshai implies the right to use or, as hereditary standard-bearer, to guard the tug. Timur-Tash may mean I.A. Friend of Timur, a title not excluded here as borne by inheritance. Cf. F12b and note, sword friend i.e. companion in arms and iron friend i.e. staunch. Cf. Dict. Sn. Timur Bash, a sobriquet of Charles Roman 12. Elf and letter 1E25 are I, MSS. Quabai Usluk, this is underlined in the elf. Ms. Bayanai per Gosht. Cf. F68b for the same phrase, the 4 earlier TRSS. Viz. The 2 WIB, the English and the French, have variants in this passage. The apposition may be between placing the turban sash round the turban cap in a single flat fold and winding it 4 times round after twisting it on itself. Cf. F18 and Hughes Dict. Of Islam SN. Turban. Q a letter 1E93 a L a R, the prayers and fasts omitted when due, through war, travel, sickness, etc. Rowan Sawadi Bar Idi, perhaps wrote a running hand. De Ci 13 says lectures Quran Satayant. The dates of Umar Sheikh's limits of perusal allow the quintets, Comsitin, here referred to be those of Ni letter 1E95 a Mi and Amir Khusrau of Dehli. The Masnawi must be that of Jalaluddin Rumi. HB. Probably below the Turek, Poplar Pass, the caravan route much exposed to avalanches. Mr. Erskine notes that this anecdote is erroneously told as of Babur by Firishta and others. Perhaps it has been confused with the episode on F207b. Firishta makes another mistaken attribution to Babur, that of letter 1E25 a S a N of Yaqub's couplet. HB. Cf. F13b and Dow's Hindustan Roman 2, 218. Yijitler, young men, the modern jighit. Babur uses the word for men on the effective fighting strength. It answers to the brave of North. American Indian Story, here to see, translates it by braves. Majan, cf. Von Schwarz p. 286 for a recipe. Mudayam, this word, not clearly written in all MSS, has been mistaken for Yiddim. Cf. Jairaz 1910 p. 882 for a note upon it by my husband to whom I owe the emendation. Nal u daghai bisyar iti, that is, he had inflicted on himself many of the brands made by lovers and enthusiasts. Cf. Chardin's Voyages Roman II, 253, and Lady M. Montague's Letters p. 200. Tika Sikritku lit. Likely to make goats leap, from Sikramak to jump close-footed Shah. Sikrikandur. Both Sikritku and Sikrikandur appear to dictate translation in general terms and not by reference to a single traditional leap by one goat. I.e. Russian, it is the Ari's tributary of the Sur. The Fr. Map of 1904 shows Kaz in the elbow of the Sur, which seems to represent Khwas, i.e. the Churchik tributary of the Sur. Concerning his name, CTR, p. 173. I.e. he was a headman of a horde subdivision, nominally numbering 10,000 and paying their dues direct to the Supreme Khan. Tr. p. 301. Gunchachi i.e. one ranking next to the four legal wives, in Turkey Odalik, whence Odalisk. Babur and Gulbadan mention the promotion of several to Bijim's rank by virtue of their motherhood. One of Babur's quatrains quoted in the Babushka is almost certainly addressed to Khanzada. Cf. AQ Review Jan, 1911 p4, H. Beverages Some Verses of Babur, for an account of her marriage see Bābur-nāma, Vanbury, cap. 39. Kayer's Ms. has a passage here not found elsewhere, and seeming to be an adaptation of what is at the top of letter 1E25 RI. MS. F. 88. Ilminsky, p10, Bawujud, Tapib. Tushti, which here seems to mean that she fell to his share on division of captives. MU letter 1E25. Letter 1E63, a LI letter 1E25 makes it a love match and places the marriage before Babur's departure. Cf. F95 and notes. Ogalin, Kuram would be about 5 when given bulk in circa 911 A, 1505 ad. He died when about 12. Cf. Letter 1E25, S. Roman II, 364. This fatrat, interregnum, was between Babur's loss of Fargana and his gain of Kabul. The first settler were his days of ease following success in Hindustan and allowing his book to be written. Kililing lit, do thou be setting down, a verbal form recurring on F227B L2, with the same form 8 ailing lit, do thou be saying the compiler of the Abushka introduces his quotations. Shaw's paradigm Kiling only. Cf. AQR, Jan, 1911 p2. Kayer's Ms. Ilminsky p12. And its derivatives here interpolate the erroneous statement that the sons of Yunus were Afak and Baba Khans, i.e. broke up the horde. Cf. Tr. p74. Cf. 50b for his descent. Descendants of these captives were in Kashgar when letter 1E25 a ID a R was writing the Tr. It was completed in 953 A, 1547 ad. Cf. Tr. pp. 81 and 149. An omission from his Persian source misled Mr. Erskine here into making Abusa ID celebrate the Khanum's marriage, not with himself, but with his defeated foe, Abdul Aziz, who had married her 28 years earlier. Asen Bugha was at Aksu in eastern Turkestan. Yunus Khan's headquarters were in Yedikent. The Sagarichi Tumen was a subdivision of the Kunchai Mughals. Khan Kudardilar. The primitive custom was to lift the Khan designate off the ground. The phrase became metaphorical and would seem to be so here, since there were two upon the felt. Cf., however, th. Radloff's Rakuil Ditinaires p. Quyab Idi, probably in childhood. She was divorced by Shaybani Khan in 907 A, in order to allow him to make lawful marriage with her niece, Khanzada. This was a prudential retreat before Shaybani Khan, cf. F213. The Khan of his title bespeaks his Chagatai Mughal descent through his mother, the Mirza, his Timurid Turkey, through his father. The capture of the women was facilitated by the weakening of their traveling escort through his departure. Cf. Tr. p203. Kilai letter 1E95 FR. Its ruins are still to be seen on the left bank of the Kuksha. Cf. Tr. p220 and Kostenko I, For Mubrak Shah Mu letter 193, a FF a RICF 213 and TR. SN. Letter 125 a BIB, a child when captured, was reared by Shaybani and by him given in marriage to his nephew. CF. TR. P 207 for an account of this marriage as saving letter 125 a ID a RS life. I.e., she did not take to flight with her husband's defeated force, but relying on the victor, her cousin Bābur, remained in the town. Cf. Tr. P 268. Her case receives light from Sharbanu's F 169. MU letter 125 a MM a D letter 125 a ID a R Mirza Kirkin Douglat Chagatai Mughal, the author of the Tara Kairashidi, B 905 A, D 958 A, B 1499 D 1551 ad. Of his clan, the Oglat Douglat, MU letter 125. SAL I letter 125 says that it was called Oglat by Mughals but Quingurat Brown Horse by Ozbegs. Bazgerdad ba Asalaikad Hamachiz, Zarai Safi Unakra U Erzan. These lines are in Arabic in the introduction to the Anwarai Suhili. HB. The first is quoted by letter 125 a ID a R, TR, P. 354, and in Field's Dict, of Oriental quotations, P. I understand them to refer here to letter 125 a ID a RS return to his ancestral home and nearest kin as being a natural act. Taib and letter 126F, a RIQ, suggest that letter 125 a ID a R had become an Orthodox Musalman in or about 933 A. 1527 ad. Abulef letter 1E93L adds music to letter 1E25 a ID a RS accomplishments, and letter 1E25 a ID a RS own prologue mentions yet others. Cf. Tr. SN and Gulbaden's HN SN letter 1E25 a R a M Bajim. I.e. Alexander of Macedon. For modern mention of Central Asian claims to Greek descent CIA Kostenko, von Schwarz, Holditch, and A. Durand. Cf. Burns Cobble P 203 for an illustration of a silver patera, now in the V&A Museum, once owned by ancestors of this Shah SUL letter 1E6F, a NMU letter 1E25, a MM a D. Cf. F6B note. I.e. Khan's child. The careful pointing of the letter 1E25, a I. Ms. clears up earlier confusion by showing the narrowing of the vowels from a lachi to a lacha. The elf, Ms. F7 writes on Khan's son, Prester John's title where other MSS have Attic. Babur's brevity has confused his account of SUL letter 1E6F an nigger, widowed of M a letter 1E25 MUD in 900 A. She married Attic. Attic later joined Shaybani Khan but left him in 908 A, perhaps secretly to join his own Kazakh horde. He was followed by his wife, apparently also making a private departure. As Attic died shortly after 908 A, his daughters were born before that date and not after it as has been understood. Cf. TR and GBs HN SNN, also MEMS, P14 and MAMES, I-24. Presumably by tribal custom, Yinkalik, marriage with a brother's widow. Such marriages seem to have been made frequently for the protection of women left defenseless. Sa ID's power to protect made him the refuge of several kinswomen mentioned in the BN and the TR. This mother and child reached Kashgar in 932 A, 1526 ad. Here Babur ends his account of his mother's family and resumes that of his father's. Babur uses a variety of phrases to express lordship in the gate. Here he writes Ashikni Bashlitib, elsewhere, Ashik Iktiari Kilmak and mining Ashikimda S a letter 1E25 IB Iktiari Kilmak. Von Schwarz, P 159, throws light on the duties of the lord of the gate Ashik Akasi. Does Thur, Fuit in ein Gross, Virakaj, Ho Hala, Darren Boden et Watu Uber den Weg Hoben ist. In dieser Hala, Welchele Passieren muss, der Durch des Thor einjate, Rietet oder Faut, ist die Thorwesch placiert. Tagsüber sind die Thor bestandige Fen, nach Eintritt der Dunkelheit aber werden dieselben Geschlossen, und die Schlüssel dem Zustendigen Polizeichef ab Jellyfurt. In den Erwanten Thorhallen nehmen in den Hock unabhängigen Jebaiten und Bazartagen Hoffig die Richterplatz, jedem der Urgent einanligen hat, sofort recht zu sprechen. Die Zudictierten, Strafen werden auch gleich in diesem selben Lokal Valsigen, eventuell diesem Hangen verteilt, Verbrecher and den Deckbalken aufgehängt, so dass die Besitzer des Bazars unter den gehängten durchpassieren müssen. Buchabarni, Abdelwahab Shaghawalden, AR Letter 193 A-Kilib Mirzegha Chapter Diller. This passage has been taken to mean that the Shaghawal, i.e. chief scribe, was the courier, but I think Babur's words show that the Shaghawal's act preceded the dispatch of the news. Moreover, the only accusative of the participle and of the verb is Kabarni. Abdul Wahab had been Umar Sheikhs and was now a Letter 1E25 a DS officer in Qujand, on the main road for Oratipa, whence the courier started on the rapid ride. The news may have gone verbally to Abdul Wahab, and he have written it on to a Letter 1E25 a D and Abusa ID. Measured from point to point even, the distance appears to be over 500 miles. Concerning Baba Kaki C Letter 1E25 S. Roman 2. For rapid writing IA Kostenko Roman 3, cap, studs. Quashuklarni Yakshi Achara Ikendur. Elf. Ms for Quashuk, Tayuk. Quashuk is allowed, both by its root and by usage, to describe improvisations of combined dance and song. I understand from Babur's tense that his information was hearsay only. I.e. of the military class, cf. Vullers SN and T.R. P. 301. The huma is a fabulous bird, overshadowing by whose wings brings good fortune. The couplet appears to be addressed to some man, under the name Huma, from whom Letter 1E25 a S a N of Yak-ub hoped for benefit. Kok Bilah, the Sanglek, quoting this passage gives Kok P, L, K as the correct form of the word. Cf. F99b. One of Timur's begs, i.e. uncle on the mother's side, of any degree, here a grandmother's brother. The title appears to have been given for life to men related to the ruling house. Parallel with it are Madame Mir, royal uncle, SUL Letter 1E6F, a N Walida. Kim Disa Bulgai, perhaps meaning, nothing of service to me. Why's the thin? Cf. Chardon ed. Langles v. 461 and ed. 1723 ad. v. Any of Kassan, cf. F74, Letter 1E25 a I Ms erroneously Samarkand. An occasional doubt arises as to whether a Letter 1E6F a URI of the text is Arabic and dispraises or Turkey and laudatory, cf. Mems, P17 and Mames, I3. Elf and Letter 1E25 a I, MSS. Aftabachi water bottle bearer on journeys, Kair P82 Aftabshi ewer bearer, Ilminsky P. Aktachi, squire or groom. Circumstances support Aftabachi. Yunus was town-bred, his ewer-bearer would hardly be the rough Mughal, Q a Letter 1E43b a R. Ali, useful as an Aftabachi. Babur was governor of Andajan and the month being June, would be living out of doors. Cf. Letter 1E25 S. Roman 2, 272 and Schuyler Roman 2, 37. To the word Sharim applies a Bulghazi's explanation of Nurum and Letter 1E25, a JIM, namely, that they are abbreviations of Nur and Letter 1E25, a JIMU Letter 1E25, a MM a D. It explains SUL Letter 1E6F, a NIM also when used, F72 of SL. MU Letter 1E25, a MM a D conica, but of SUL Letter 1E6F, a NIM, as the name is common with Babur, Letter 1E25 are ID a R and Gulbadan, i.e. as a woman's, Busbek's explanation is the better, namely, that it means my SUL Letter 1E6F a N and is applied to a person of rank and means. This explains other women's titles e.g. Khanim, my Khan and Akham, Akim, my lady. A third group of names formed like the last by enclitic Mamai may be called names of affection e.g. Mahim, my moon, Janam, my life. Cf. Persian equivalents. Cf. A Bulghazi's Chagatai Turkey, Dace Mason's P. 272, and Agir Geisland de Busbek's Life and Letters, Forster and Daniel I. 38. Nemezga, generally an open terrace with a wall towards the Qibla and outside the town, whither on festival days the people go out in crowds to pray. Erskine. Begler Ning, Mini U Willigatni Tapshurgulari Der, a noticeably idiomatic sentence. Cf. F16b16 and 17 for a repetition. A Letter 1E25 MUD was in Tashkent, a letter 1E25M, a D in Kashgar, or on the Aksu. The BN contains a considerable number of what are virtually footnotes. They are sometimes, as here, entered in the middle of a sentence and confuse the narrative. They are introduced by Kim, a mere sign of parenthetical matter to follow, and some certainly, known not to be Babur's own, must have stood first on the margin of his text. It seems best to enter them as author's notes, i.e. the author of the Hidyat. Cf. F3b and note Blochman Ayanai Akbari SN, Quilij and note Belus Afghan tribes P100 Kilik. R. Dead Gone. The precision of Babur's words Khanwadalar and Yusinluk is illustrated by the existence in the days of Timur, in Marganan, Burhanuddin's township, of a ruler named Alik Khan, apparently a descendant of Sadak Bugra Khan, B 384 A 994 ad. So that in Khwaja a letter 1E93I were united two dynasties, Khanwadalar, one priestly, perhaps also regal, the other of bygone ruling Khans. Cf. Deherbilat P 433. Yarkand Mission, Belu P 121, T, A letter 1E95 KIRATI, SUL letter 1E6F, A N Sadak Bugra Khan Ghazi Padsha and Tara Kaina Siri, Raverdi SN. Darzi, letter 1E25S, KHIY a letter 1E6F. Bur Yurga Quiab lit, to one place. I.e. reconstructed the earthen defenses, cf. von Schwarz SN, less. They had been sent, presumably before Umar Sheikh's death, to observe SL, a letter 1E25M, a DM's advance, cf. F6. The timetable of the Andajan Railway has a station, Kuwa Kaba. Babur, always I think, calls this man long letter 1E25 a S a N. Khwan Damir styles him Khwaja letter 1E25 a S a N. He seems to be the brother of one of Umar Sheikh's fathers-in-law, Khwaja letter 1E25 US a IN. Batkak, this word is underlined in the elf, Ms. by Dil and in the letter 1E25 a I. Ms. by Jamjama. It is translated in the WIB by Ob per Hyla, water full of deceit, it is our slough of despond. It may be remarked that neither Zenker nor Steinges gives to Dil or Jamjama the meaning of morass, the Akbar-Nama does so. HB Roman 2, 112. Letter 1E6F, a WIL a letter 1E6F, a WIL a Atler, Yighilib ala Kirishti. I understand the word Yighilib to convey that the massing led to the spread of the Murin. Jan Teretmakler i.e., as a gift to their overlord. Perhaps Babur's maternal great-uncle. It would suit the privileges bestowed on Tarkans if their title meant Khan of the Gifts, Turkey Tar, gift. In the Bābur-nāma, it excludes all others. Most of a letter 1E25M a DS begs were Tarkans Arguns and Chinggis Khanids, some of them ancestors of later rulers in Tata and Sind. Concerning the Tarkans CTR P. 55 and note, AN. HB. SN. Eliot and Dowson's History of India, 498. CF F6. Beg Ataka lit, beg for father. TR SN, a Babikar. CF F6B and note. Fakr Masakin, i.e. those who have food for one day and those who have none in hand. Steinges. For fashions of sitting, see Tawarakai Guzita Nasrat-Nama BM. Or 3222. A letter 1E25M a D would appear to have maintained the deferential attitude by kneeling and sitting back upon his heels. Bur Sunkak bar Ikinder. I understand that something defiling must have been there, perhaps a bone. Khwajning Hamai Glary Arata Iti. Ilbasun, a kind of mallard a bushka, here perhaps a popinjay. Cf. Letter 1E25S. Roman 2, 193, for a letter 1E25M a DS skill as an archer, and Pangalwi's crossbow P 225. Kabak an archer's mark, a Bulgazi Kassan Ed, P5 mentions a hen Tukwick as a mark. Cf. Pangalwi LCP 231. Kurgacha Estar Palimbarius, Shaw's Vok, Scully. Perhaps not quarrelsome. The TR, P116, attributes the route to Shaybani's defection. The letter 1E25S. Roman 2, 192 has a varied and confused account. An error in the TRTRS, making Shaybani plunder the Mughals, is manifestly clerical. I.e. condiment, see Quan Ajauto Pain. CF F6. Kazakler, Here, if Babur's, meaning his conflicts with T a letter 1e43 Bilah, but as the Bajim may have been some time in Qujand, the Kazaklar may be of Samarkand. All the Turkey Bābur-nāma MSS, and those examined of the WIB by writing Alterdi killed, where I suggest to read Al-Nurdi, devenir Kamet il-Faut, state that a letter 1e25 a D killed Kadak. I hesitate to accept this one, because the only evidence of the murder is one diacritical point, the removal of which lifts a letter 1e25 a DS reproach from him by his return to the accepted rules of a polygamous household. 2. Because no murder of Kadak is chronicled by K.H. Wandamir or other writers. And 3. Because it is incredible that a mild, weak man living in a family atmosphere such as Babur, letter 1e25, a ID, a R, and Gulbadan reproduce for us, should, while possessing facility for divorce, kill the mother of 4 out of his 5 children. Reprieve must wait, however, until the word tiriklik is considered. This Erskine and Deci have read with consistency to mean lifetime, but if Al-Nurdi be read in place of Alterdi killed, tiriklik may be read, especially in conjunction with Babur's ashiklikler, as meaning living power or ascendancy. Again, if read as from Tirik, a small arrow and a consuming pain, tiriklik may represent Cupid's darts and wounds. Again, it might be taken as from Turamak, to hinder or forbid. Under these considerations, it is legitimate to reserve judgment on a letter 1e25 a D. It is customary amongst Turks for a bride, even amongst her own family, to remain veiled for some time after marriage. A child is then told to pluck off the veil and run away, this tending, it is fancied, to the child's own success in marriage. Erskine. Babur's anecdote about Jani Beg well illustrates his caution as a narrator. He appears to tell it as one who, knowing the point of a story, leads up to it. He does not affirm that Jani Beg's habits were strange, or that the envoy was an athlete, but that both things must have been ikendur from what he had heard or to suit the point of the anecdote. Nor does he affirm as of his own knowledge that Ozbegs calls a strong man his Zorkishi, a buka, bull, but says it is so understood, dire amish. Cf. F 170. The points of a tipachak are variously stated. If the root notion of the name be movement tip, Erskine's observation that these horses are taught special paces is to the point. To the verb Tippermac dictionaries assign the meaning of movement with agitation of mind, an explanation fully illustrated in the BN. The verb describes fittingly the dainty, nervous action of some trained horses. Other meanings assigned to Tupachak are roadster, round-bodied and swift. Cf. F37b. Cf. F6b and note. Mashaf Kitabat Killer Idi. Cf. F36 and letter 1e25 S, Roman 2, 271. Sinkalasi Ham Munda Idi. Kanawadalar viz. The Chagatai, the Timurid in 2 Murunshahai branches, Ali's in Babur's and the Baikara in Herat. Alakshi IE player at Kukbura. Concerning the game, see Shaw's vocabulary, Schuyler I 268, Kostenko Roman 3, von Schwarz SN Bega. Letter 1e95 UL letter 1e25 IJJ 910 AME 1505 ad. Cf. F 154. This statement helps to define what Babur reckoned his expeditions into Hindustan. Aku Yagu Timur Tarkan Argandi circa 793 A-1391 ad. He was a friend of Timur. C. Zen. I. 525 etc. Andak Iklak U a letter 1e6f a W a R I Yuk Idi Kim Desa Bulgai. The Shahnama cap. Roman 18 describes him as a spoiled child and man of pleasure, caring only for eating, drinking, and hunting. The Bābur-nāma narrates his various affairs. I.e. cutlass, a parallel sobriquet to Kilik's sword. If it be correct to translate by cutlass, the nickname may have prompted Babur's brief following comment, Mardana Ikendur, I equally MU letter 1e25, must have been brave because known as the cutlass. A common variant in MSS. From Bugda is Baghdad. Baghdad was first written in the letter 1e25 AI, MS, but is corrected by the scribe to Bugda. So pointed in the letter 1e25 AI, MS, I surmise it a clan name, i.e. to offer him the succession. The mountain road taken from Oratipa would be by Ab Burden, Saratak, and the Cam Rud defile. Irildi. The departure can hardly have been open because a letter 1E25 M, a D S Beg's, favored M, a letter 1E25 MUD. Malachi MU letter 1E25 MM a DES party would be likely to slip away in small companies. This well-known green, gray, or blue palace or halting place was within the citadel of Samarkand. Cf. F. It served as a prison from which return was not expected. Cf. F27. He married a full sister of Bābur-NAMA. Gulistan Part 1 Story 27. For steaming up, see Tennyson's Lotus Eater's Choric Song, Canto 8, HB. Elf, Ms. F16B, 1st WIB IO 215 F19, 2nd WIB. IO 217 F15B, Memoirs P27. He was a Douglat, uncle by marriage of letter 1E25 a ID a R Mirza, and now holding coast for M a letter 1E25 MUD. CTR. SN for his claim on Asen Daulat's gratitude. Tash Kwagan de Chikarda. Here, as EGF 110BL, the second WIB translates tash as though it meant stone instead of outer. Cf. F47 for an adjectival use of tash, stone, with the preposition tashed in. The places contrasted here are the Citadel Ark and the walled town Kwagan. The Chikar exit is the fortified gatehouse of the mud circumvallation. Cf. F46 for another example of Chikar. Elf, letter 1E25 I, Kayers MSS, Anning Bilabar Kishibar Beglarni Tucharaldi. This idiom recurs on F76BL8, a palimpsest entry in the Elf. Ms. produces the statement that when letter 1E25 a S a N fled, his begs returned to Andijan. Letter 1E25 I, Ms. Awi Munkuzi, underlined by Sagai Gao cow's thatched house. T. Munka's lit horn means also cattle. Elf, Ms. Awi Munkush, underlined by Darjai Khwab Alfakita, sleeping place. The first catcher of this pun has been explained as Gurezga, Sharmga, hinder parts, fuite, and vertebra inferior. The letter 1E25, S, Roman 2, 273 L3 FR, FT, says the wound was in a vital macadal part. From NI letter 1E95 a MIS Khusrau U Shirin Lahore Lith, ed. PL8, it is quoted also in the AN Bib, Ind, ed. Roman 2, 207, HB Roman 2, 321. HB. See Hughes Dictionary of Islam SNN, Eating and Food. Cf. F6b and note. If Umar Sheikh were M a letter 1E25 MUD's full brother, his name might well appear here. I.e. not a farthing, not a halfpenny. Here the mems. Enters a statement, not found in the Turkey text, that M a letter 1E25 MUD's dress was elegant and fashionable. NHL M my husband has cleared up a mistake mems. P and Mames, I-54 of supposing this to be the name of an animal. It is explained in the AN. I-255, HB, I-496 as a Badakshi equivalent of Taskowal, Taskowal var, Tashkowal, is explained by the Farhangai letter 1E95 FRI, a Turkey Persian dict, seen in the Mullah Firaz Library of Bombay to mean Ra Band Kananda, the stopping of the road. Cf. JRAS, 1900 p. 137. I.e., a collection of poems in the alphabetical order of the various end rhymes. Steinges. At this battle Daulat was present. Cf. Brown's D.S., for Asterabad p. 523 and for Andikud p. 532. For this and all other references to D.S. and letter 1E25, S, I am indebted to my husband. The following dates will help out Babur's brief narrative. M a letter 1E25 MUD eat. 7 was given Asterabad in 864 A, 1459-60 ad. It was lost to letter 1E25 US a IN at Joswilyat, and M a letter 1E25 MUD went into Khurasan in 865 A. He was restored by his father in 866 A. On his father's death, 873 A 1469 ad. He fled to Herat, thence to Samarkand, and from there was taken to letter 1E25 IS or R eat. 16. Cf. Deherbilat SN Abu Sa'ad, letter 1E25S, I, Brown's DS, p. 522. Presumably the Hindustan the less of Clavijo, Mark MP. 3 and p. 113, approx. Q. A letter 1E43B a R Ali's districts. Clavijo includes TIRMI letter 1E95 under the name. Perhaps a letter 1E63UF term, longing for the absent friend. For particulars about this man, see letter 1E25 S. Roman 2, 235 and Browns D. S. P. 533. Here in the letter 1E25 I. Ms. is one of several blank spaces, waiting for information presumably not known to Babur when writing. The space will have been in the archetype of the letter 1E25 I, MS, and it makes for the opinion that the letter 1E25 I. Ms. is a direct copy of Babur's own. This space is not left in the elf, MS, but that Ms. is known from its scribe's note, F198 down to F198, letter 1E25 I. Ms. F243B, to have been copied from other writings, and only subsequent to its F198 from Babur's own. Cf. Jairaz 1906 P88 and 1907 P143. The TR, P330, supplies this name. Cf. F35B. This was a betrothal only, the marriage being made in 903 A. Cf. letter 1E25 S. Roman 2, 260 and Gulbaden's HN. F. 24B. Kayer's missupplies AI moon as her name, but it has no authority. The elf, Ms. has what may be Bābur-nāma, no name, on its margin and over Tirutunchi, fourth. Its usual sign of what is problematical. See letter 1E25 S. Roman 2, 250. Here per IMU letter 1E25 Mmadi Ailchai was drowned. Cf. F29. Chaganian is marked in Erskine's Mems. Map as somewhere about the head of Fr. Map 1904, the Iliac Water, a tributary of the Kafir-Nayan. I.e., when Babur was writing in Hindustan. For his family see, F55 B note to Yar Ali Balal. Ba-wujud Turkluk, Mukam Peda Kananda Iti. Roebuck's Oriental Proverbs, P 232, explains the 5 of this phrase where 7 might be expected, by saying that of this 7 days world Kai. Days of creation, 1 is for birth, another for death, and that thus 5 only are left for man's brief life. The cognomen Ailchai, taken with the bearer's recorded strength of fist, may mean strong man of Ailchai, the capital of Kutan. One of Timur's commanders bore the name, cf. F21B for Bughu as athlete. Hazaraspi seems to be Mir Pir Darwesh Hazaraspi. With his brother Mir Ali, he had charge of bulk. See Rosadu Safa BM. Add 23,506, F242B, Brown's DSP. It may be right to understand a hand-to-hand fight between Hazaraspi and Ailchai. The affair was in 857 A, 1453 Ad. Yerix is, perhaps trusting to fisticuffs, perhaps without mail. Babur's summary has confused the facts. MU letter 1E25, Ailchai was sent by SL. M a letter 1E25, MUD Mirza from letter 1E25, ISAR with 000 men and did not issue out of Quinduz. Letter 1E25, S, Roman 2, 251. His death occurred not before 895 A. CTR, SNN, Mir Ayub and Ayub. This passage is made more clear by F120b and F125b. He is mentioned in Alishur Nawai's Majali Zainafes, CBM, Ad, 7875, F278 and Ryu's Turkish Catalogue. Full of splits or full handsome. This may have occurred after Abu Sa'id Mirza's death, whose son Ababakr was. Cf. F28. If so, overbrevity has obscured the statement. Minglig Ailden Dur, perhaps of those whose hereditary command was 1,000, the head of a Ming purse. Hazara, i.e., of the 10th of Atuman. Quiganing Tashida Yangi Tam Quiparib Saladur. I understand that what was taken was a new circumvallation in whole or in part. Such double walls are on record. Cf. Appendix A. Bahidurluk Alash, an actual portion of food, i.e. either unmailed or actually naked. The Old English noun strike expresses the purpose of the sarkab. It is an instrument for scraping off what rises above the top. Webster, whose example is grain in a measure. The sarkab is an erection of earth or wood, as high as the attacked walls, and it enabled besiegers to strike off heads appearing above the ramparts. i.e. the dislocation due to Umar Sheikh's death. Cf. F13, the letter 1E25 S. Roman II, 274 places his son, Mir Mughal, in charge, but otherwise agrees with the BN. Cf. Clavijo, Markham P. 132. Sir Charles Grandison bent the knee on occasions but illustrated MSS, e.g. the B. M. Tawarikai Guzada Nasrat-Nama show that Babur would kneel down on both knees. Cf. F123b for the fatigue of the genuflection. I have translated Kurashub thus because it appears to me that here, and in other places, stress is laid by Babur upon the mutual gaze as an episode of a ceremonious interview. The verb kurashmak is often rendered by the Persian translators as dariaftan and by the L and E memoirs as to embrace. I have not found in the BN warrant for translating it as to embrace. Quachashmak is Babur's word for this, F103. Dariaftan, taken as to grasp or see with the mind, to understand, well expresses mutual gaze and its sequel of mutual understanding. Sometimes, of course, kurash, the interview does not imply kurash, the silent looking in the eyes with mutual understanding. It simply means see voyeur e.g. F17. The point is thus dwelt upon because the frequent mention of an embrace gives a different impression of manners from that made by interview or words expressing mutual gaze. Dabin, this word rakeless, Roman 6, 171, quoting from Fedchenko, explains as a difficult rocky defile, art again as a dangerous gap at a high elevation, bell as an easy low pass, and Kudal as a broad opening between low hills. The explanation of Kudal does not hold good for Babur's application of the word, F81b, to the Saratak. Cf. F4b and note. From Babur's special mention of it, it would seem not to be the usual road. The spelling of this name is uncertain. Variants are many, concerning the tribe CTR, P165N. NI letter 1E95, AMUD Din Ali Barlas, C. Gulbadens HN, SN. He served Babur till the latter's death. IE letter 1E95 UN Nun, or perhaps the garrison. IE down to Shaybani's destruction of Chagatai rule in Tashkent in 1503 ad. Elf, Ms. F23, WIBIO 215 F26 and 217 F21 Mems. P35. Babur's own affairs form a small part of this year's record. The rest is drawn from the letter 1E25, S, which in its turn uses Babur's F34 and F37b. Each author words the shared material in his own style, one adding magniloquence, the other retracting to plain statement, indeed summarizing at times to obscurity. Each passes his own judgment on events, e.g. here K.H. Wandamir's is more favorable to letter 1E25 U.S. A I.N. Baikara's conduct of the letter 1E25 I.S. A R campaign than Babur's. Cf. Letter 1E25 S. Roman 2, 256-60 and. This feint would take him from the Oxus. TIRMI letter 1E95 to letter 1E25 ISAR, 96M, Rakeless Roman 6, 255. Letter 1E25 S, Wazarab Valley. The usual route is up the Cam Rud and over the Mura Pass to Saratak. Cf. F81b. I.e. the letter 1E25, ISARI, mentioned a few lines lower. And on FB nothing on F99 B explains his cognomen. The road is difficult, cf. F81b. K.H. Wandamir also singles out one man for praise, SL, M a letter 1E25 MUD Mirai Akbar. The two names probably represent one person. The sobriquet may refer to skill with a matchlock, to top spinning, fernagabaz, or to some lost joke. Letter 1E25 S, Roman 2. This pregnant phrase has been found difficult. It may express that Babur assigned the SUL letter 1E6F a NS places in their due precedence, that he seated them in a row, and that they sat cross-legged as men of rank and were not made, as inferiors, to kneel and sit back on their heels. Out of this last meaning, I infer comes the one given by dictionaries, to sit at ease, since the cross-legged posture is less irksome than the genuflection, not to speak of the ease of mind produced by honor received. Cf. F18b and note on a letter 1E25M a DS posture Red House SNN. Baghish and Bagdesh and BM, Tawarakaiguzada-Nasrat-Nama, in the illustrations of which the chief personage only sits cross-legged. Siyasat, my translation is conjectural only. Sarkab, the Old English noun strike, an instrument for scraping off what appears above the top, expresses the purpose of the wall-high erections of wood or earth. Agar, raised to reach what showed above ramparts. Cf. Webster. Presumably lower down the Quinda's water. Ozpetshahi u, Merzalaridin Artib. Sick, letter 125 RI, Ms. Elf, Ms. near Talakan, some W.I.B., MSS. Great Garden. Gulbadan mentions a Talakan garden. Perhaps the Mirza went so far east because, letter 1E95 UN none being with him, he had Kandahar in mind. Cf. F42b. I.E. Syed M.U. letter 1E25 a M.M. a D. Ali. Cf. 15N to Sharam. Khwaja Changal lies 14m below Talakan on the Talakan water. Erskine. F27b, second. The first was circa 895 off 1490 ad. Cf. F27b. Babur's wording suggests that their common homage was the cause of Badi-uz-Zaman's displeasure, but see F41. The Mirza had grown up with letter 1E25 IS a RIS. Cf. letter 1E25 S. Roman 2, 270. As the husband of one of the 6 Badakshi Bijims, he was closely connected with local ruling houses. CTR, P. IEMU letter 1E25 a MM a D, Ubaydullah the elder of a letter 1E25R a RIS 2 sons. D911 A. CRASH a letter 1E25 ATI ANA letter 1E25 Awayati, IO 633F. 26975, and Kizanatalis via Lith. Ed. I. 597. Bu Yuktor, i.e. this is not to be. D. 908 A. He was not, it would seem, of the letter 1E25R a RI family. His own had provided pontiffs, Sheikh al-Islam, for Samarkand through 400 years. Cf. Bābur-nāma Vambri p. 106, also for his character, p. 96. I.e. he claims sanctuary. Cf. F45b and Pades de la Croix's Histoire de Chinggis Khan pp. 171 and 227. What Timur's work on the Guksarai was is a question for archaeologists. I.e. over the Aitmak Pass, cf. F49. Letter 1E25 RI, Ms. Erlikhe, Elf, Ms. Errol Island. Cf. 179b for Bainai. MU letter 1E25, a MM, a D letter 1E63, a LI letter 1E25, Mirza Khwarizmi is the author of the Bābur-nāma. Elf, Ms. F27, WIBIO 215 F30B and 217 F25 MEMS. P42. IE Circassian, MU letter 1E25, a MM, a D letter 1E63, a LI letter 1E25, SHN. Vambri P276L. 58, speaks of other Ozbegs using chiurtka swords. Erda Yazika, my translation is conjectural. Erda implies IA foresight. Yazika allows a pun at the expense of the SUL letter 1E6F, a NS, since it can be read both as to the open country and as for their next, Erda misdeeds. My impression is that they took the opportunity of being outside Samarkand with their men to leave Baisunghar and make for Shaybani, then in Turkestan. MU letter 1E25, a MM, a D letter 1E63, a LI letter 1E25 also marking the tottering gate of SL. Ali Mirza left him now also for Shaybani. Vambri cap, Roman 15. Amek, to amuse a child in order to keep it from crying. I.e. with Khwaja Yahya presumably, cf 38. This man is mentioned also in the Tawarakaiguzada-Nasrat-Nama BM, or 3222 F124b. Letter 1E25 S, on the last day of R a M letter 1E93 a N, June 28, 1497 ad. MU letter 1E25 a MM a D Sile appears to have been a marked man. I quote from the TGNN. See Supra, F123b foot, the information that he was the grandson of Bihbud Beg. Zenker explains Sayali as the name of a Chagatai family, and Ayabaya Begshik Mughal may be an uncle. CF 43 for another grandson. B. A letter 1E93 I Kirkin Kint Kisaka Bashsiz Kilgan Mughalarni Tudub. I take the word kisak in this highly idiomatic sentence to be a diminutive of kiss, old person, on the analogy of mir, murak, mard, mardak. The letter 1E25, S, uses kisak, Roman 2, 261, as a proper noun. The alliteration in kafan, the mighty adjective here, are noticeable. Qasim feared to go amongst the Mughals lest he should meet retaliatory death. Cf. F99b. This appears from the context to be yam, jam, by, and not the jauma, jam of the FR. Map of 1904, lying farther south. The avenue named seems likely to be Timbers of F45b and to be on the direct road for Qujand. See Schuyler I. Buggan Baini. WIB 215, Yan, thigh, and 217 garden, throat. I am in doubt as to the meaning of buggan. Perhaps the two words stand for joint at the nape of the neck. Khwajoi Kalan was one of 7 brothers, 6 died in Babur's service, he himself served till Babur's death. Cf. F48. Korachkine Radlov's Rasuil Ditinareres P 241 mentions Palai Maugek, a great stone bridge thrown across a deep ravine east of Samarkand. For Kalai Maghak, deep pool, or pool of the foss, see F48b. From K.H. Damir's differing account of this affair, it may be surmised that those sending the message were not treacherous, but the message itself was deceiving inasmuch as it did not lead Babur to expect opposition. Cf. F43 and note. Of this nickname, several interpretations are allowed by the dictionaries. See Schuyler I, 268, for an account of this beautiful highland village. Here Babur takes up the thread, dropped on F36, of the affairs of the Khurasani Mirzas. He draws on other sources than the letter 1E25s, perhaps on his own memory, perhaps on information given by Khurasanis with him in Hindustan, e.g., letter 1E25 US a INS grandson, cf 167b, cf. Letter 1E25s, Roman 2, 261. Bagish Lab Tour, cf. F34 note to Baghishta. Bu Sosler Onolung. Some WIB MSS. Faramash Bakunid for Nakunid, thus making the Mirza not acute but rude, and destroying the point of the story, i.e., that the Mirza pretended so to have forgotten as to have an empty mind. K.H. Damir states that Alisher prevailed at first. His tears, therefore, may have been of joy at the success of his pacifying mission. I.e. Bizis' father, letter 1E25 US or IN, against Mu'min's father, B.C. And letter 1E25 US a IN's son, Muzaffar letter 1E25 US a IN against Bizis' son Mu'min, a veritable conundrum. Garzawin lies west of Balkh. Concerning Palai Kairag call. Grodkoff's ride to Herat Marvin P 103 FF. Gives pertinent information. It is also a map showing the Palai Kairag meadow. The place stands at the mouth of a triply bridged defile, but the name appears to mean Gate of the Lamp cf. Gate of Timur, and not Bridge of the Lamp because the letter 1E25s, and also modern maps write Bil Bell, Pass, where the Turkey text writes Pool, Bridge, Narrows, Pass. The lamp of the name is one at the shrine of a saint, just at the mouth of the defile. It was alight when Karl Grodkoff passed in 1879, and to it, he says, the name is due now, as it presumably was 400 years ago and earlier. K.H. Damir heard from the Mirza on the spot, when later in his service, that he was let down the precipice by help of turban sashes tied together. Yikit Yilling U Yayak Yaling, a jingle made by due phonetic change of vowels, a play too on Yaling, which first means stripped, i.e. robbed, and next unmailed, perhaps sometimes bare-bodied in fight. Quishkana. As the place was outside the walls, it may be a good hawking ground and not a falconry. The letter 1E25s mentions Roman 2, 222 a SL, a letter 1E25m a D of char sh letter 1E43b a town mentioned e.g. by Grodkoff P 123. It also spoils Babur's coincidence by fixing Tuesday, Shab and 29th, for the battle. Perhaps the commencement of the MU letter 1E25, a MM, a D, a N day at sunset, allows of both statements. Elf, Ms. F30b, WIBIO 215 F34 and 217 F26b MEMS, P46. The abruptness of this opening is due to the interposition of SL. Letter 1025 US INM's affairs between Babur's statement on F41 that he returned from Awgat and this first of 903 that on return he encamped in Quilba. CF 48b. I.E. Chupanada, CF 45 and note. Alakshi, the Grey Wolfer of F22. A sobriquet, the suppliant or perhaps something having connection with Musk. Letter 1025 S. Roman 2, 278, son of letter 1025 D. I.E. grandson of MU letter 1025 a MM a decile, CF, F39. This seeming sobriquet may show the man's trade. Cal is a sort of biscuit, kashuk may mean a spoon. The letter 1025 S. does not ascribe treachery to those inviting Babur into Samarkand, but attributes the murder of his men to others who fell on them when the plan of his admission became known. The choice here of town rabble for retaliatory death supports the account of letter 1025 S. Roman 2. It was the end of September or beginning of October, Erskine. Awi u Kipa Yurler. Awi is likely to represent Kibitkas. For Kipa Yur, see Zenker p. 782. Interesting reference may be made, amongst the many books on Samarkand, to Sharafuddin Ali Yazdi's Zafarnama Bib. Ind. Ed. I. 300, 781, 799, 800 and Roman 2, 6, 596 etc. To Rai Gonzalves de Clavijo's embassy to Timur, Markham, Cap. Roman 6 and Roman 7. To Ujfalvi's Turkestan Roman 2, and Madame Ujfalvi's de Paris a Samarkand p. 161, these two containing a plan of the town. To Schuyler's Turkestan, to Kostenko's Turkestan Gazetteer I. 345. To Rakeless Roman 6, 270 and plan. And to a beautiful work of the St. Petersburg Archaeological Society, Les Musquets de Samarkand, of which the BM has a copy. This statement is confused in the ELP, and letter 1025 RI, MSS. The second appears to give by Abjad lat, 40 degrees 6 and long, 99. Mr. Erskine p. 48 gives lat, 39:57 and long, 99:16, noting that this is according to Ulugh Beg's tables and that the long is calculated from Pharaoh. The Ensai, BR, of 1910-11 gives lat, 39:39 and long, 66:45. The enigmatical cognomen protected town is of early date. It is used IA by Ibn Battuta in the 14th century. Babur's tense refers it to the past. The town had frequently changed hands in historic times before he wrote. The name may be due to immunity from damage to the buildings in the town. Even Chinggis Khan's capture, 1222 AD, left the place well preserved and its lands cultivated, but it inflicted great loss of men. Cf. Schuyler I. 236 and his authorities, especially Brechneder. Here is a good example of Babur's caution in narrative. He does not affirm that Samarkand became Musalman, or infra that Qasam ibn Abbas went, or that Alexander founded, but in each case uses the presumptive past tense resp. Bulgandur, Bargandur, Bina Kilgandur, thus showing that he repeats what may be inferred or presumed and not what he himself asserts. I.e. of MU letter 1025 a MM a D. C. Zen, Roman 2, 193. I.e. Fat Village. His text misleading him, Mr. Erskine makes here the useful irrelevant note that Persians and Arabs call the place Samarkand and Turks, Samarkand, the former using kaf Q, the latter kaf K, both the elf, and the letter 1025 AI, MSS. Right Samarkand. For use of the name Fat Village, see Clavijo, Markham P., Simesquint and Brechneder's Medieval Geography pp. 61, 64, 66 and 163. Kadam, Kostenko, I. 344, gives 9m as the circumference of the old walls and 123m as that of the citadel. See MDE. Ujfalvi p. 175 for a picture of the walls. Malum Amas Kim Muncha paid a bulmish bulgai, an idiomatic phrase. D. 333 A, 944 ad. C. De Herbilat art, Metridi p. C. De Herbilat art, Asher p. 124. Abu Abdullah bin Ismail al-Jassi b. 194 A, D. 256 A, 810-870 ad. C. De Herbilat art. Bakari p. 191, art Georg p. 373, and art. Letter 1E63 A Letter 1E25 I Letter 1E25 U al-Bukhari, p. 722. He passed a short period only of his life in Kartank, a suburb of Samarkand. Cf. F3b and N1. This though 2475 ft. Above the sea is only some 300 ft. Above Samarkand, it is the Chupanada, father of shepherds of maps, and on it Timur built a shrine to the local patron of shepherds. The Zarafshan, or rather, its Karasu arm, flows from the east of the little hill and turns round it to flow west. Babur uses the name Kohik water loosely, e.g. for the whole Zarafshan when he speaks infra of cutting off the Darigam canal, but for its southern arm only, the Karasu in several places, and once for the Darigam canal. Cf 49b and Kostenko I 192. Rud, the Zarafshan has a very rapid current. See Kostenko I 196, and for the canal, I 174. The name Darigam is used also for a musical note having charm to witch away grief, and also for a town noted for its wines. What this represents can only be guessed, perhaps 150 miles. Abulfida, Riyadh Roman II, 213, quotes Ibn Haqil as saying that from Bukhara up to Badam, this seems to be where the Zarafshan emerges into the open land, is 8 days' journey through an unbroken tangle of verdure and gardens. See Shilar I, 286 on the apportionment of water to Samarkand and Bukhara. It is still grown in the Samarkand region, and in Mr. Erskine's time, a grape of the same name was cultivated in Aurangabad of the Deccan. I.e. Shahrukhi, Timur's grandson, through Shahrukh. It may be noted here that Babur never gives Timur any other title than Beg, and that he styles all Timurids Mirza, Mirborn. Mr. Erskine here points out the contradiction between the statements I of Ibn Haqil, writing in 367 A, 977 ad, of Samarkand as having a citadel arc, an outer fort Quagan and gates in both circumvallations, and 2 of Sharafuddin Yazdi's Zen, who mentions that when in Timur's day the Gets besieged Samarkand, it had neither walls nor gates. See Auseli's Ibn Haqil p. 253, Zen, Bib. Ind. ed. I 109 and Pades de la Croix's Zen, Histoire de Timur Beg, I 91. Here still lies the Ascension Stone, the Guktash, a block of grayish-white marble. Concerning the date of the erection of the building and meaning of its name, C.E.G. Pades de la Croix's Histoire de Chingiz Khan p. 171, Mems p. 40 note, and Shilar S.N. This seems to be the Bibai Khanim Mosque. The author of Les Mesquies de Samarkand states that Timur built Bibai Khanim and the Gurai Amir, Amir's tomb, decorated Shah-i Zinda and set up the Chupanada shrine. Cf. F46 and note to Jahangir Mirza as to the Gurai Amir. Cap. Roman II. Quoting from Sale's Quran, I 24 the verse is, and Ibrahim and Ismail raised the foundations of the house, saying, Lord, accept it from us, for thou art he who hearest and knowest. Lord, make us also resigned to thee, and show us thy holy ceremonies, and be turned to us, for thou art easy to be reconciled and merciful. Or Bülent, garden of the height or high garden. The Turkey texts have what can be read as Baldi, but these n, both when describing it, Roman II, 194, and elsewhere, e.g. Roman II, writes Bülent. Baldi may be a clerical error for Bulandi, the height, a name agreeing with the position of the garden. In the heart-expanding garden, the Spanish ambassadors had their first interview with Timur. See Clavijo, Mark MP, 130, also these n, Roman II, 6 for an account of its construction. Judging from the location of the gardens and of Babur's camps, this appears to be the avenue mentioned on F39b and F40. See infra F48 and note. The plane tree garden. This seems to be Clavijo's Bajanar, laid out shortly before he saw it, Mark MP. The citadel of Samarkand stands high. From it the ground slopes west and south. On these sides, therefore, gardens outside the walls would lie markedly below the outer fort Tashquagan. Here as elsewhere the second WIB reads stone for outer cf. Index SN, Tash, for the making of the north garden Cs N. I 799. Timur's eldest son, D 805 A, 1402 ad, before his father therefore. Babur's wording suggests that in his day the Gurai Amir was known as the Madrasa. See as to the buildings N. I 713 and Roman II 492, 595, 597, 705. Clavijo, Markham P 164 and P 166, and Les Misquays de Samarkand. Hindustan would make a better climax here than Samarkand does. These appear to be pictures or ornamentations of carved wood. Red House describes Islami as a special kind of ornamentation in curved lines, similar to Chinese methods, i.e. the black stone, Kaaba, at Mecca, to which Musulmans turn in prayer. As ancient observatories were themselves the instruments of astronomical observation, Babur's wording is correct. Ulugh Beg's Great Quadrant was 180 ft. high. Abu Emulator 125 mm Qjandi's sextant had a radius of 58 ft. Jai Singh made similar great instruments in Jaipur. Delhi has others. Cf. Greaves Misk. Works I. 50, Mems. P. 51 note. A. Akbari, Jarrett, Roman II, 5 and note. Murray's Handbook to Bengal P. 331 Indian Gazetteer Roman 13, 400. B. 597 A. D. 672 A. 1201-1274 ad. C. de Herbilat's Art. Nasiruddin P. 662, Abulfida, Riyanaud, Introduction I, CXXXVI, and Beale's Biographical Dict, SN. A grandson of Chinggis Khan, D. 663 A. 1265 ad. The cognomen Il-Khani may mean Khan of the tribe. Letter 1E25 Arunur Rashid's second son, D. 218 A. 833 ad. Mr. Erskine notes that this remark would seem to fix the date at which Babur wrote it as 934 A. 1527 ad, that being the 1584th year of the era of Vikramaditya, and therefore at 3 years before Babur's death. The Vikramaditya era began BC. Cf. Index SN, Tash. This remark may refer to the 34 miles between the town and the quarries of its building stone. Cf. 49 and note to 8 Mac Pass. Steinges, any support for the back and sitting, a low wall in front of a house. C. Vullers P. 148 and Barhanaiq letter 1E6 Fi, P. 119. Perhaps a dado. Begu begat, Bagu Bagsha. 4 gardens, a quadrilateral garden, laid out in 4 plots. The use of the name has now been extended for any well-arranged, large garden, especially one belonging to a ruler, Erskine. As 2 of the trees mentioned here are large, it may be right to translate Narwin, not by pomegranate, but as the hardwood elm, Madame Ujfalvi's Karagach, P. 168 and P. The name Karayagach, Karagach, dark tree, is given to trees other than this elm on account of their deep shadow. Now a common plan indeed. See Schuyler I, 173. Juwaz I Kaghasler Ning Sai, i.e. the water of the paper, pulping mortars, owing to the omission from some MSS. Of the word su, water, Juwaz has been mistaken for a kind of paper. See Mems, P. 52 and Mames, I. 102, AQR, July 1910, P2, Art. Paper Mills of Samarkand HB, and Madame Ujfalvi P. 188. Kostenko, it is to be noted, does not include paper in his list, I. 346, of modern manufactures of Samarkand. Mine of mud or clay. My husband has given me support for reading Gill and not Gull, Rose, 1 in 2 good MSS. Of the WIB the word is pointed with kasra, i.e. as for Gill, clay, and 2, when describing a feast held in the garden by Timur, these N. Says the mud mine became a rose mine, Shuta Canai Gill Canai Gull. Mr. Erskine refers here to Pades de la Croix's Histoire de Timur Beg, i.e. N. I. 96 and Roman II, 133 and 421. Querug, Vullers classing the word as Arabic, Zenker classing it as Eastern Turkey, and Erskine P. 42N explain this as land reserved for the summer encampment of princes. Shah Vok, P. 155, deriving it from Querumak to frighten, explains it as a fenced field of growing grain. Cf. F40. There it is located at 1 Yighach and here at 3 kuros from the town. Letter 1E6F a UR, CF, Zenker SN, I understand it to lie, as Khan Yudi did, in a curve of the river, M by rail. Cf. F3. Tirasini Suyub, The verb suimak to despoil seems to exclude the common plan of stoning the fruit. Cf. F3b Danasini Alip, taking out the stones. Min Samarkantu, all or awal, ichkanda Bukhara Chaghurler, Nai Hr Adam. These words have been understood to refer to Babur's initial drinking of wine, but this reading is negatived by his statement, F189, that he first drank wine in Herat in 912 Ah. I understand his meaning to be that the wine he drank in Samarkand was Bukhara wine. The time cannot have been earlier than 917 Ah. The two words all ichkanda I read as parallel to all Bagrikara, F, that drinking, that bird, i.e. of those other countries, not of Hindustan where he wrote. It may be noted that Babur's word for wine, chaghir, may not always represent wine of the grape, but may include wine of the apple and pear, cider and perry, and other fruits. Cider, its name seeming to be a descendant of chaghir, was introduced into England by Crusaders, its manufacture having been learned from Turks in Palestine. M3 Fur. By way of the 8 Mak Pass, Mod Tak to Karachi, and Rakeless, Roman 6, 256, Buzgalakana Goat House. The name 8 Mak to build appears to be due to the stone quarries on the range. The pass head is 34 m from Samarkand and 3,000 ft. Above it. See Kostenko Roman 2, 115 and Schuyler Roman 2, 61 for details of the route. The description of this hall is difficult to translate. Clavijo, Markham 124, throws light on the small recesses, cf. Zen, I, 781 and 300, and Schuyler Roman 2, 68. The Takai Kisri below Baghdad is 105 ft, high 84 ft, span and 150 ft, in depth Erskine. Cf. F46. Babur does not mention that Timur's father was buried at Kesh. Clavijo, Mark MP 123, says it was Timur's first intention to be buried near his father, in Kesh. Abulfida, Riyadh Roman 2, 21, says that Nasef is the Arabic and Nakshab the local name for Karshi. Ibn Hakal Auseli p. 260 writes Nakshab. This word has been translated burial place in Simtier, but Karshi means castle or royal residence. The Zen, I 111 says that Karshi is an equivalent for R, Kasser Palace, and was so called from one built there by Kublai Khan d. 1294 ad. Perhaps Babur's word is connected with Gurkhan, the title of sovereigns in Kutan, and means great or royal house, i.e. palace. M612 Fur. Via Jam Kostenko I 115. See Appendix B. Some 34 m, Kostenko I 196. Schuyler mentions that he heard in Karakul a tradition that the district, in bygone days, was fertilized from the Sur. Cf. F45. By Abjad the words, Abba's cashed yield 853. The date of the murder was R a M letter 193 a N9, 853 A, Oct, 27th, 1449 ad. This couplet is quoted in the RAU letter 193 ATUS Safa, Lith, ed. Roman 6, F 234 foot, and in the letter 1E25 S, Roman 2, 44. It is said in the R letter 1E63, to be by NI letter 1E95 a MI, and to refer to the killing by Sharuya of his father, Khusrau Parwiz in 7A. 628 ad. The letter 1E25 S says that Abdallah letter 1E6 FIF constantly repeated the couplet after he had murdered his father. See also Daulat Shah, Brown p. 356 and p. 366. HB. By Abjad, Baba letter 1E25 USAIN cashed yields 854. The death was on Rabbi I 26 854 A, May 9th, 1450 ad. CR letter 1E63, Roman 6 for an account of this death. This overstates the time, dates show 1R, 1 MTH, and a few days. I.e. the Khan of the Mughals, Babur's uncle. Elf, Ms. Oamaghaler might not turn, letter 1E25 AI, and Kayer's MSS. Sarbabad Burmaghaler might not give. Both metaphors seem drawn from the protective habit of man and beast of turning the back to a storm wind. I.e. betwixt two waters, the Mianai Duab of India. Here, it is the most fertile triangle of land in Turkestan, Rakeless, Roman 6, 199, enclosed by the eastern mountains, the Narin and the Karasu. RABA letter 1E6F Ikeachini, its alternative name means small station subdistrict. From the uses of Achin, I infer that it describes a district in which there is no considerable headquarters fort, i.e. his own, Quitluk-Nigar Khanim and hers, Asen Daulat Bijim, with perhaps other widows of his father, probably Shah Sul letter 1E6F a N Bijim. Cf. F16 for almost verbatim statements. Blacksmith's Dale. Ahangaren appears corrupted in modern maps to Angren. See letter 1E25 S. Roman 2, 293 for K.H. Damir's wording of this episode. Cf. F1b and Kostenko I, 101. I.E. Khan uncle mother's brother. N.W. of the Sang ferry over the Sur. Perhaps messenger of good tidings. This man's family connections are interesting. He was Ali Shukr Beg Baharlu's grandson, nephew therefore of Pasha Bijim. Through his son, Saif Ali Beg, he was the grandfather of Bahram Khan I Khanan and thus the GGF. Of Abdur letter 1E25 Im Mirza, the translator of the second Waki Adai Baburi. See Farishta Lith. Ed. p. 250. Babur's step, grandmother, co-widow with Asen Daulat of Yunus Khan and mother of a letter 1E25 M a D and M, a letter 1E25 Mud Chagatai. Here the narrative picks up the thread of Khusrau Shah's affairs, dropped on F44. Ming Tumen Fulis, i.e. 1,000 sets of 10,000 small copper coins. Mr. Erskine, Mems, P. here has a note on coins. As here the Tumen does not seem to be a coin but a number, I do not reproduce it valuable as it is per se. Ericler, this the annotator of the elf. Ms. has changed to ashlik, provisions, corn. Samankai may mean keeper of the goods. Tingri Birdie Theodore is the purely Turkey form of the Kutai Birdie, already met with several times in the BN. Bast Bast is on the left bank of the Halmand. Cf. F56b. Known as Kabulai, he was a son of Abu Sa'id and thus an uncle of Babur. He ruled Kabul and Ghazni from a date previous to his father's death in 873 AH. Perhaps from the time Umar Sheikh was not sent there in 870 AH. Cf6b to his death in 907 AH. Babur was his virtual successor in Kabul, in AH. Elf, Ms. F42, WIBIO 215 F47b and 217 F38 Mems, P63. Babur here resumes his own story, interrupted on F56. Aish Achilmati, a phrase recurring on F59b foot. It appears to imply of trust in Providence what the English, the way was not opened, does. Cf. F60b for another example of trust, their clinching discussion whether to go or not to go to Marganen. I.e. a letter 1E25 RRI. He had been dead some 10 years. The despoilment of his family is mentioned on F23b. Fatratler, here those due to the deaths of a letter 1E25 M a D and M, a letter 1E25 MUD, with their sequel of unstable government in Samarkand. Alakshi, the player of the kid game, the Grey Wolfer. Yaryalak will have gone with the rest of Samarkand into Ali's hands in Rajab 903 AH. March 1498. Contingent terms between him and Babur will have been made. Yusuf may have recognized some show of right under them for allowing Babur to occupy Yaryalak. I.e. after 933 AH. Cf. F46b and note concerning the Bikramadidia era. See Index SN. A letter 1E25 M a Di Yusuf and letter 1E25 S. Roman 2, 293. This plural, unless ironical, cannot be read as honoring Ali. Babur uses the honorific plural most rarely and specially, e.g. for saintly persons, for the Khan, and for elder women kinsfolk. Bur Yarim Yil, dates show this to mean 6 months. It appears a parallel expression to Pers. #1/8. Letter 1E25 S. Roman 2, 293, in place of these two quotations, has a misra, na re safar kardan u na rai ikamat, nor resolve to march nor face to stay. I.e. in Samarkand. Point to point, some 145 m, but much further by the road. Tangab seems likely to be one of the headwaters of Khwaja by Kargan water. Thence the route would be by unfrequented hill tracks, each man leading his second horse. Tun Yarami, Nakara Waktida. Tun Yarami seems to mean half-dark, twilight. Here it cannot mean midnight since this would imply a halt of 12 hours, and Babur says no halt was made. The drum next following midday is the one beaten at sunset. The voluntary prayer, offered when the sun has well risen, fits the context. I understand that the obeisance was made in the gatehouse, between the inner and outer doors. This seeming sobriquet may be due to eloquence or to good looks. Chiurtika, cf. F63, where black bludgeons are used by a red rabble. He was head man of his clan and again with Shaybani in awe. S.H. N. Vanbury, p. 272. Erskine, p. 67, notes that the Manghits are the modern Nagais, i.e. in order to allow for the here very swift current. The letter 1E25, S, varying a good deal in details from the BN, gives the useful information that Ozan letter 1E25, a S, a NS men knew nothing of the coming of the Tashkent Mughals. Cf. F4B and App, A as to the position of Axi. Bahraini Kurtalar. After this statement, the 5 exceptions are unexpected. Babur's wording is somewhat confused here. I.e. in Hindustan. T, a letter 1E43B, a L, would be the competitor for the second place. M412 fur. Babur had been about 2 lunar years absent from Andajan, but his loss of rule was of under 16 months. A scribe's note entered here on the margin of the letter 1E25 AI, MS, is to the effect that certain words are not in the noble archetype, Nashka Sharif. This supports other circumstances which make for the opinion that this codex is a direct copy of Babur's own Ms. C index, SN letter 1E25 AI. Ms. and J. Raz 1906, p. Musalman here seems to indicate mental contrast with pagan practices or neglect of Musalman observances amongst Mughals, i.e. of his advisors and himself. Cf. F34. Circa 933 A. All the revolts chronicled by Babur as made against himself were under Mughal leadership. Long letter 1E25 a S a NT, a letter 1E43B a L, and Ali Dust were all Mughals. The worst was that of A, 1518 ad, in which Quli Chunak disgraced himself tr. p. 357. Chunak may indicate the loss of one ear. Bukak, amongst other meanings, has that of one who lies in ambush. This remark has interest because it shows that, as Babur planned to write more than is now with the BN-MSS. The first gap in the book, 914A to 925A, is accidental. His own last illness is the probable cause of this gap. Cf. J. Raz, p. 744. 2 other passages referring to unchronicled matters are one about the Bagai Safa, f. 224, and one about SL. Ali Taghai, f. 242. I surmise Aliash to be a local name of the Karadaria, affluent of the Sur. Aki Aknabet Chapqualab Bash Chikargali Quimas. I cannot feel so sure as Mr. E and M de C were that the man's head held fast, especially as for it to fall would make the better story. Tuka appears to have been the son of a Taghai, perhaps of Sharam. His name may imply blood relationship. For the verb awamak, to trepan, see F67 note 5. The FR, map of 1904, shows a hill suiting Babur's location of this hill of pleasure. A place near Kabul bears the same name. In both, the name is explained by a legend that their earth opened a refuge for 40 menaced daughters. Elf, Ms. F47b, WIBIO 215 F53 and 217 F43 MEMS, P70. From Andajan to Osh is a little over 33 miles. T, a letter 1E43B, a LS road, was east of Babur's and placed him between Andajan and Oskant, where was the force protecting his family. Mad Mazi, on the main Osh-Kashgar road. Abduzd de Ci, 144 Prize Doe. This simile seems the fruit of experience in Hindustan. Cf 333, concerning Shandari. These 2 Mughals rebelled in 914 A, with SL, Quilichunak tr. SN. Awiti, the head of Captain Dow, fractured at Chunar by a stone flung at it, was trepanned, Sayaraimuta Akuran p. 577 and Irvine LC, p. 283. Yar Ali was alive in 910 he seems to be the father of the great Bahram Khanai Khanan of Akbar's reign. Chashtga, midway between sunrise and noon. Letter 1E6F, a URI, because providing prisoners for exchange. Shak tutelar iti, perhaps a palisade. I.e. from letter 1E25, ISAR, where he had placed him in 903 A. Quaba Uzluk, F6B, and note 4. The Turkmen features would be a maternal inheritance. He is Saifi Maulana Aruzi of Riuzpers, Cat, P. Cf. Letter 1E25S, Roman 2, 341. His book, Arazai Saifi, has been translated by Blochman and by Ranking. Nemez Otter Iti, I understand some irony from this de Maynard's dict, SN, Otmac. The M, a letter 1E6F L, or of poem serve as an index of first lines. Cf. F30. Cf. F37b. I.e. scout and in times of peace huntsman, on the margin of the elf. Codex here stands a note, mutilated in rebinding. SL. A letter 1E25 M a D Bihbud Beg asked, Pitterai Shurafgan U Shurafgan, USL. Letter 1E25 US a IN Khan Beg asked. Hamsha Dar Khana Shehem Khan. Patildi, WIB Navishta Shud, words indicating the use by Babur of a written record. Cf. F6b and note, and F17 and note. Chaluk, i.e. other food than grain. Fruit, fresh or preserved, being a principal constituent of food in Central Asia, chaluk will include several but chiefly melons. Les melons constituent presque vers la fin d'été, la nourriture des classes pauvres, th. Radloff, L.C., p. 343. Cf. F6b and note. Tulkivar, tulku, the yellow fox. Following this word the letter 1E25 a I. Ms has u dar kamen dur instead of u rangan dur. By letter 1E25 a DD, with which IO 215 agrees, but IO 217 adds farbi, fat, which is right in fact, F2b, but less pertinent here than an unlimited quantity. Here a pun on ajab may be read. Cf. F15, note to Taghai. Apparently not the usual Kinderlich Pass, but one NW of Kassin. A ride of at least 40 miles, followed by one of 20 to Kassin. Cf. F72 and F72b. Tilba would seem to have left T a letter 1E43b a L. T a letter 1E43b a LNING Karasi. I.e. the other, mid-afternoon prayer. Atining Buinini Katib. Katmak has also the here appropriate meaning of to stiffen. Alik Qushmak, i.e. Babur's men with the Kassin garrison. But the two WIB write merely Dast Bird and Dast Carden. The meaning of Ghazni here is uncertain. The second W, IB, renders it by R. Karyat, but up to this point Babur has not used Karyat for village. Ghazni-Namangan cannot be modern Namangan. It was 2M from Archean where T a letter 1E43b a L was, and Babur went to Bishkaran to be between T a letter 1E43b a L and Machami, coming from the south. Archean and Ghazni-Namangan seem both to have been N or NW of Bishkaran C maps. It may be mentioned that at Archean, in 909 A, the two Chagatai Khans and Babur were defeated by Shaybani. Bisler. The double plural is rare with Babur. He writes biz, we, when action is taken in common. He rarely uses min, I with autocratic force. His phrasing is largely impersonal, e.g. with rare exceptions, he writes the impersonal passive verb. Bashligler, Teufel was of opinion that this word is not used as a noun in the BN. In this he is mistaken, it is so used frequently, as here, in apposition. See ZDMG, Roman 37, Art, Babur und Abu LF letter 1E93L. Cf. F54 foot. Cf. F20. She may have come from Samarkand and Ali's household, or from Kesh and the Tarkin households. Cf. F26L2 for the same phrase. He is the author of the Shaybani-Nama. Dang and Fils infra are small copper coins. Cf. F25L1 and note 1. Probably the poet again. He had left Herat and was in Samarkand sh. N. Vambury, P34L14. From what follows, this Mughal advance seems a sequel to A. Tarkin invitation. By omitting the word mir, the Turkey text has caused confusion between this father and son, index SNN. Bizkudkara bu mu amla aduk. These words have been understood earlier as referring to the abnormal state of Babur's mind described under Sec. R. They better suit the affairs of Samarkand because Babur is able to resolve on action and also because he here writes biz, we and not min, I as in sec. R. For Bulgar, rendezvous, see also F78L2 FR. FT, M only, the halts were due probably to belated arrivals. Some of his ties would be those of old acquaintance in letter 1025, IS/AR with Ali's father's begs, now with him in Samarkand. Point to point, some 90 m but further by road. Bu-waki Bulgech, manifestly ironical. Sangzar to Ortipa by way of the hills, some 50 miles. The SH, N. Vambry, P60, confirms this. CF, F74B. Machem and Awikher, presumably. Guzzler Tuz Tuti, i.e. he was blinded for some treachery to his hosts. MU letter 1025. Letter 1063 a LI letter 1025 S well-informed account of this episode has much interest, filling out, and as by Shaybani's Boswell, balancing Babur's. Babur is obscure about what country was to be given to Ali. Pianda letter 1025 SN paraphrases his brief words. Shaybani was to be as a father to Ali, and when he had taken Ali's father's wilayat, he was to give a country to Ali. It has been thought that the gift to Ali was to follow Shaybani's recovery of his own ancestral camping ground, yurt, but this is negatived, I think, by the word wilayat, cultivated land. Elp, Ms. F57B, WIB IO 215 F63B and IO 217F, MEMS, P82. Two contemporary works here supplement the BN. 1. The Tawarikh Guzada Nasrat-Nama, dated 908 AH, BM Turkey, or 3222, of which Barazin's Shaybani-Nama is an abridgment. 2. MU letter 1025. Letter 1063 a LI letter 1025 Mirza's Shaybani-Nama, Vambari TRS. Cap. Roman 19 et sec. The letter 1025 S. Bomb. Ed. P302 and Tehran ed. P384 is also useful. I.e. on his right. The letter 1025 S. Roman 2, 302 represents that Ali was well received. After Shaybak had had Zura's overtures, he sent an envoy to Ali and a letter 1025Y. The first was not won over, but the second fell in with his mother's scheme. This difference of view explains why Ali slipped away while a letter 1025Y was engaged in the Friday mosque. It seems likely that mother and son alike expected their Ozbeg blood to stand them in good stead with Shaybak. He tried vainly to get the town defended. Would to God Babur Mirza were here. He is reported as saying, by MU letter 1025, letter 1063, a LI letter 1025. Perhaps it is for the play of words on Ali and Ali's life, Jan, that this man makes his sole appearance here. I.e. rich man or merchant, but by infra is an equivalent of beg. MU letter 1025. Letter 1063, a LI letter 1025, invoking curses on such a mother, mentions that Zura was given to a person of her own sort. The SH, N and Nasrat-Nama attempt to lift the blame of Ali's death from Shaybak, the second saying that he fell into the Kohik water when drunk. Heret might be his destination, but the letter 1025, S, names Makkah. Some dismissals towards Khurasan may imply pilgrimage to Mesht. Used also by Babur's daughter, Gulbadan, LCF 31. Cut off by alien lands and weary travel. The Pers, annotator of the Elf. Codex has changed Ali to Wilayat and Dabin passed to Yan's side. For the difficult route see Schuyler, I 275, Kostenko, I 129 and Rickmers, JRGS. 1907 Art, Fan Valley. Amongst Turks and Mughals, gifts were made by nines. Letter 1025 ISAR was his earlier home. Many of these will have been climbed in order to get over places impassable at the river's level. Schuyler quotes a legend of the lake. He and Kostenko make it larger. The second occasion was when he crossed from Suk for Kabul in 910 AH. Fall, 120. This name appears to indicate a command of 10000, Bretschneider's medieval researches, I 112. It seems likely that the cloth was soiled. Cf. F25 and Hughes Dict of Islam SN, eating. As of the quoted speech, one word only of three is Turkey, others may have been dreamed. Sheikh M. a SL a letter 1225 a TS tomb is in Qujand where Babur had found refuge in 903 AH. It had been circumambulated by Timur in 790 AH, 1390 AD, and is still honored. This account of a dream compares well for naturalness with that in the seemingly spurious passage, entered with the letter 1225 AI MS, on F118. For examination of the passage see Jairaz, Jan, and App. D. He was made a Tarkin by diploma of Shaybani, letter 1225 S, Roman 2, L2. Here the letter 1225 AI. Ms. begins to use the word Shaybak in place of its previously uniform Shaybani. As has been noted, F5BN2, the elf, Ms. writes Shaybak. It may be therefore that a scribe has changed the earlier part of the letter 1225 AI. Ms. and that Babur wrote Shaybak. From this point my text will follow the double authority of the elf, and letter 1225 AI, MSS. In 875 AH, 1470 AD, letter 1225 US AIN was then 32 years old. Babur might have compared his taking of Samarkand with Timur's capture of Karshi, also with 240 followers, Zen. I 127, Firishta, Lith. Ed. P 196, ascribes his omission to do so to reluctance to rank himself with his great ancestor. This arrival shows that Shaybani expected to stay in Samarkand. He had been occupying Turkestan under the Chagatai Khan. Ali Shir died Jan. 3rd, 1501. It is not clear to what disturbances Babur refers. He himself was at ease till after April 20th, 1502 and his defeat at Saraipul. Possibly the reference is to the quarrels between Bainai and Ali Shir, cf. Sam Mirza's Anthology, TRS. S. de Sacy, notices et extrats Roman 4, 287 et sec. I surmise a double play of words in this verse. One is on two rhyming words, gala and mala, and is illustrated by rendering them as oat and coat. The other is on pointed and unpointed letters, i.e. gala and Allah. We cannot find, however, a Persian word, Allah, meaning garment. Babur's refrain is GOSHA-GIR, his rhymes bul, bayr, ul, and tul. Bainai makes bul GOSHA-GIR his refrain, but his rhymes are not true viz. Yur, sa, mar, and lar. Shawwal 906 Ah began April 20th, 1501. From the Bustan, Graph ed. P 55, L 246. Sikiz Yildiz. See Chardin's Voyages, v. 136 and table, also Stanley Lane Poole's Babur, p. 56. In 1791 ad. MU letter 1225. Effendi shot 482 yards from a Turkish bow before the R talks. Not a good shot, he declared, longer ones are on record. See Pangalwi's crossbow and Akbar. 1911, H. Beveridge's Oriental crossbows. In the margin of the elf. Codex here stands a Persian verse which appears more likely to be Humayun's than Babur's. It is as follows. Were the Mughal race angels, they would be bad, written in gold, the name Mughal would be bad, pluck not an ear from the Mughal's cornland. What is sown with Mughal seed will be bad. This verse is written into the text of the first WIB, IOF 72, and is introduced by a scribe's statement that it is by an letter 1225 a letter 1293R a T, much as notes known to be Humayun's are elsewhere attested in the Elf Codex. It is not in the letter 1225 a I, and Kayer's MSS, nor with, at least many, good copies of the second WIB. This subterranean watercourse, issuing in a flowing well Erskine, gave its name to a bastion letter 1225, S, Roman 2, 300. Nawak, a diminutive of now, a tube. It is described in a Ms of Babur's time by MU letter 1225. Budhay, and in a second of later date, by Aminu Din, Akbar 1911, H. Beas Oriental crossbows. Kostenko, I. 344, would make the rounds 9m. Bur Yaz Atlikaning Atini Nawak Aki Bilah Yakshi Adam. This has been read by Erskine as though Buzz at, pale horse, and not Yaz Atlik, centurion, were written. C. Translates by centurion and a marginal note of the elf. Codex explains Yaz Atlik by Sad Aspagi. The SH. N gives the reverse side of the picture, the plenty enjoyed by the besiegers. He may have been attached to the tomb of K.H. Waja, Abdullah Ansari in Herat. The brusque entry here and elsewhere of EGT, a letter 1E43B, a LS affairs, allows the inference that Babur was quoting from perhaps a news writer's contemporary records. For a different view of T, a letter 1E43B, a L, the SH, N cap, Roman 33 should be read. 5 villages, on the main Kujan-Tashkent road. Turk, as on F28 of Khusrau Shah. Elf, Ms. F68B, WIBIO 215 F78 and 217 F61B MEMS, P97. The Kirill-Minsky text shows, in this year, a good example of its persification and of Dr. Ilminsky's dealings with his difficult archetype by the help of the memoirs. Tashlab, the SH, N places these desertions as after 4 months of siege. It strikes one as strange to find long letter 1E25, a S, a N described, as here, in terms of his younger brother. The singularity may be due to the fact that letter 1E25 US, a IN, was with Babur and may have invited letter 1E25, a S, a N. It may be noted here that letter 1E25 US, a IN, seems likely to be that father-in-law of Umar Sheikh mentioned on F12B and 13B. This laudatory comment I find nowhere but in the letter 1E25 a I, Codex. There is some uncertainty about the names of those who left. The SH, N is interesting here as giving an eyewitness account of the surrender of the town and of the part played in the surrender by Khanzada's marriage, cap. Roman 39. The first seems likely to be a relation of NI letter 1E95 Amuddin Ali Khalifa. The second was mole-marked, a foster sister. The party numbered some 100 persons, of whom Abul Makaram was one, letter 1E25, S. Roman 2, 310. Babur's brevity is misleading. His sister was not captured but married with her own, and her mother's consent before attempt to leave the town was made. Cf. Gulbadan's HN, F3B and SH, N. Vambry, P145. The route taken avoided the main road for Dizak. It can be traced by the physical features mentioned by Babur on the FR. Map of 1904. The SH. N says the night was extraordinarily dark. Departure in blinding darkness and by unusual ways shows distrust of Shaybak's safe conduct, suggesting that why a letter 1E25 Y'a S fate was in the minds of the fugitives. The texts differ as to whether the last 2 lines are prose or verse. All 4 are in Turkey, but I surmise a clerical error in the refrain of the third, where Bilah is written for Baldi. The second was in 908 A, F18B, the third in 914 A, F216B, the fourth is not described in the BN. It followed Babur's defeat at Gajdiwan in 918 A. Erskine's History of India, I. 325. He had a fifth, but of a different kind, when he survived poison in 933 A. F. 305. Letter 1E25 RI, Ms. Kakasrak Elf, Ms. Yanasrak. Atun, one who instructs in reading, writing, and embroidery. Cf. Gulbadan's HN F26. The distance walked may have been 70 or 80 m. She was the wife of the then governor of Oratipa. MU letter 1E25. Letter 1E25 US a I N Douglat. It may be noted here that in speaking of these elder women Babur uses the honorific plural, a form of rare occurrence except for such women, for saintly persons, and exceptionally for the Supreme Khan. For his father, he has never used it. This name has several variants. The village lies in a valley bottom on the Aksu and on a road. See Kostenko I. She had been divorced from Shaybani in order to allow him to make legal marriage with her niece, Khanzada. Amongst the variants of this name, I select the modern one. Macha is the upper valley of the Zarafshan. Timur took Daily in 801 A. Dec. 1398, i.e. 103 solar and 106 lunar years earlier. The ancient dame would then have been under 5 years old. It is not surprising, therefore, that in repeating her story Babur should use a tense betokening hearsay matter, Barib Ikendur. The anecdote here following has been analyzed in J-Raz, P87, in order to show warrant for the opinion that parts of the Kirill-Minsky text are retranslations from the Persian WIB. Amongst those thus leaving seem to have been Q, a letter 1E43B, a R Ali, F99B. Cf. F107 foot. The SH, N speaks of the cold in that winter, Vambry, P. 160. It was unusual for the Sur to freeze in this part of its course, sh. NP 172, where it is extremely rapid, Kostenko, I 213. CF F4B. Point to point, some 50 miles. Ehingern Jalgasi, a name narrowed on maps to Angren Valley. Faut Shud Nguyen, the numerical value of these words is. Babur, when writing, looks back 26 years to the death of this friend. Abburden village is on the Zarafshan, the pass is 200 ft. Above the sea. Babur's boundaries still hold good and the spring still flows. See Ujfalvi LC I-14 Kostenko, I-119 and 193. Rickmers, JRGS 1907, p. 358. From the Bustan, Graphs ed. Vienna 1858, p. 561. The last couplet is also in the Gulistan, Platz ed. p. 72, the Bombay Lith. Ed. Of the Bustan explains, p. 39, that the we of the third couplet means Jamshid and his predecessors who have rested by his fountain. Nima, the first WIB, IO 215 F81 L8, writes Tawaric Annals. This may be the Khwaja Hijri of the AN. Index SN, and Badiuni's letter 1225 AS AN Hijri Bib, Ind, Roman 3, 385 and Ethes Pers. Cat, number 793, and Bod, Cat, number 189. The letter 1225 I. Ms points in the last line as though punning on Khan and Jan, but appears to be wrong. For an account of the waste of crops, the SH. N should be seen, p. 162 and 180. I think this refers to last year's move, F94 foot. In other words, the T preposition, meaning in, at, etc., may be written with T or D as ta or as da. Also, the one meaning e towards may be ga, ka, or ka, with long or short vowel. Dim, a word found difficult. It may be a derivative of root du, tell, and a noun with the meaning of English tail number. The first WIB renders it by san, and by san a Bulgazi expresses what Babur's dim expresses, the numbering of troops. It occurs thrice in the BN. Here, on FB and on F264B. In the Elphinstone Codex it has been written over into ivim, once resembles vim more than dim and once is omitted. The L and E memoirs, p. 303, inserts what seems a gloss, saying that a whip or bow is used in the count, presumably held by the teller to keep his place in the march past. The Siyasat-nama, Sheffer, TRS, p. 22 names the whip as used in numbering an army. The acclamation of the standards is depicted in BM, WIB, or 3714 F128B. One cloth is shewn tied to the off foreleg of a live cow, above the knee, Babur's word being oda alik, middle hand. The libation was of fermented mare's milk. Lit their one way. Cf. TR, p. 308. Elf, Ms. F74, WIB-IO 215 F83 and 217 F66 MEMS, p. 104. It may be noted that Babur calls his mother's brothers, not letter 1E6F a GH a I, but Dada father. I have not met with an instance of his saying, my letter 1E6F a GH or I, as he says my Dada. CF, Index SN. Taghai. Kiranush Kilib, reflective from Kermak to C. A writer's metaphor. As touching the misnomer, Mughal dynasty, for the Timurid rulers in Hindustan, it may be noted that here, as Babur is speaking to a Chagatai Mughal, his Turk is left to apply to himself. Gulistan Cap, Roman 8 Maxim 12, Platz ed. p. 147. This backward count is to 890 Ah, when a letter 1E25 M a D fled from cultivated lands, tr. p. 113. It becomes clear that a letter 1E25 M a D had already been asked to come to Tashkent. Cf. F96B for his first departure without help. Yagma is not on the FR. Map of 1904, but suitably located is Turbat Tomb, to which roads converge. Elf, Ms. Tushkucha, letter 1E25 RI. Ms. Yukuncha. The importance a letter 1E25 M a D attached to ceremony can be inferred by the details given, F103 of his meeting with M, a letter 1E25 MUD. Kurishkaler. CF, Red House, who gives no support for reading the verb kurmak as meaning to embrace. Burke, a tall felt cap, Red House. In the adjective applied to the cap, there are several variants. The letter 1e25 ai, ms. Writes muftal, solid or twisted. The elf, Mrs. Muftunluck, which has been understood by Mr. Erskine to mean gold embroidered. The wording suggests that the decoration is in chain stitch, pricked up and down through the stuff. Tash chantai. These words have been taken to mean whetstone, bilgutash. I have found no authority for reading tash as whetstone. Moreover, to allow bag of the stone to be read would require tash, ning, chantai in the text. Lit, bag-like things. Some will have held spare bowstrings and archer's rings and other articles of repairing kit. With the gifts, it seems probable that the GOSHA-GIR F107 was given. Vullers, clavisex foliis. Zenker, castert. Kiston would seem to be formed from the root, kiss, cutting, but M. de C. describes it as a ball attached by a strap or chain to a handle. Sanglak, a sort of mace-gurs. The Razadu Safa states that the Khans left Tashkent on M.U. letter 1e25, a RR a M15th, July 21st. 1502, in order to restore Babur and expel T a letter 1e43b a L Erskine. Lit saw the count dim, cf. F100 and note concerning the count. Using a Persian substitute, the Kayar-Ilminsky text writes San Kurtler. Elf, Ms. a letter 1e43b a RCHI, steward for a Tarki, a tribal name. The Mirza and the rank of the army begs are against supposing a steward in command. Here and just above, the texts write Mirzai Tarki and Mirzai Duglat, thus suggesting that in names not ending with a vowel, the I letter 1e93 a F a T is required for exact transliteration, e.g., MU letter 1e25 a M M A D I Duglat. Alai-lik Oachini. I understand the march to have been along the northern slope of the Little Alai, south of Osh. As of Almalig and Almadu Fall. 2b. Babur reports a tradition with caution. The name Ozkint may be read to mean own village, independent, as Ozbeg, own beg. He would be one of the hereditary Khwajas of Andijan, F. For several battle cries, cth. Radloff's Rasuels, etc. p. 322. Kashka Atlik Kishi, for a parallel phrase CFB. Babur does not explain how the imbroglio was cleared up. There must have been a dramatic moment when this happened. Darwana, a trapdoor in a roof, has the variant Giordana, a single pearl. Tukai perhaps implies relationship. Lulu is a pearl, a wild cow, etc. Letter 1e25 RI, Misert Kishi, MU letter 1e25. Ali is likely to be the librarian CF, Index SN. Elf, Ms. Rametka U Turga, letter 1e25 RI, Ms. Tartetka U Turga. Ilminsky gives no help, varying much here from the true text. The archetype of both MSS must have been difficult to read. The letter 1e25 RI, Mrs. Pointing allows the sobriquet to mean butterfly. His family lent itself to nicknames. In it, 3 brothers were known respectively as Fat or Lubberly, Fool, and, perhaps, Butterfly. Burke Erig, doubly strong by its trench and its current. I understand that time failed to set the standard in its usual rest. E and C have understood that the yak-tail, Quataz Tughai F100, was apart from the staff, and that time failed to adjust the 2 parts. The tug, however, is the whole standard. Moreover, if the tail were ever taken off at night from the staff, it would hardly be so treated in a mere bivouac. Ashiklik Turluk, as on F113. I understand this to mean that the 2 men were as far from their followers as sentries at a gate are posted outside the gate. So too Piero of Cosimo and Lorenzo of Piero of the Medici. Cf. the names of 5 men on F114. Shashtam, the shashed thumb in archery is the thumb shield used on the left hand, as the zigger, string grip, the archer's ring, is on the right-hand thumb. It is useful to remember, when reading accounts of shooting with the Turkish bow, that the arrows ok had notches so gripping the string that they kept in place until released with the string. Sarai Sab's GOSHA-GIR. The GOSHA-GIR is an implement for remedying the warp of a bow tip and string notch. For further particulars, see Appendix C. The term Sarai Sab's lit. Greenhead occurs in the sense of quite young or new in the proverb, the red tongue loses the green head. quoted in the Tabaqat-i Akbari account of Babur's death. Applied here, it points to the GOSHA-GIR as part of the recent gift made by a letter 1E25 M a D to Babur. T a letter 1E43 B a L Akandur. By this tense, I understand that Babur was not at first sure of the identity of the pseudo-sentries, partly because of their distance, partly, it may be presumed, because of concealment of identity by armor. Dual gaburki, i.e. the soft cap worn under the iron helm. Nguyen's sword dealt the blow, F97b. Gulbadan also tells the story, F77, apropos of a similar incident in Humayun's career. Babur repeats the story on F234. Yaldaglamai dur Adam. The second WIB has taken this as from Yaltermak, to cause to glisten, and adds the gloss that the sword was rusty, IO 217 F70b. The text here seems to say that the three men were on foot, but this is negatived by the context. Amongst the various uses of the verb tushmak, to descend in any way, the BN does not allow of falling death in battle. When I made the index of the letter 1E25 AI, MS. Facsimile, this was not known to me. I therefore erroneously entered the men enumerated here as killed at this time. Elf Mizyakshi. Zenker explains Bakshi, paymaster, as meaning also a court physician. The letter 1E25 are I, elf, and Kayers mis all have puchkak takmak, or it may be pu letter 1E25 a q takmak. T-bukhak means bandage, puchak, rind of fruit, but the word clear in the three Turkey MSS means skin of a fox's leg. The Daria here mentioned seems to be the Kassan water. The route taken from Bishkaran to Pap is shewn on the FR map to lead past modern Tupakwagan. Pap is not marked, but was, I think, at the crossroads east of Taus, Karnan. Presumably Jahangir's. Here his father was killed F6b, cf. App. A. Ali Dust's son, F79b. The sobriquet Kis may mean leaper, or impetuous. Kuilak sin, kunglak, a shirt not opening at the breast. It will have been a short garment since the undervest was visible, i.e. when Babur was writing in Hindustan. Exactly at what date he made this entry is not sure. Ali was in Kol in F315, and then taken prisoner, but Babur does not say he was killed, as he well might say of a marked man, and as the captor was himself taken shortly after, Ali may have been released and may have been in Kol again, so that the statement, now in Kol, may refer to a time later than his capture. The interest of the point is in its relation to the date of composition of the Bābur-nāma. No record of Ali's bravery in Osh has been preserved. The reference here made to it may indicate something attempted in after Babur's adventure in Karnan, F118b, or in 909 from Suk, cf. Translator's note F118b. Optionlik, Vambri Jepenzert, Shaw 4 horseshoes and their nails, Steinges, Opchakana, a guardhouse. Sang is a ferry station, Kostenko, I 213. Pap may well have been regretted, F109b and F112b. The well-marked features of the French map of 1904 allows Babur's flight to be followed. In the Turkey text, this saying is in Persian. In the Kayaril-Minsky, in Turkey, as though it had gone over with its Persian context of the WIB from which the KI text here is believed to be a translation. CF, F96b and FR, map for route over the Kindir Tau. This account of MU letter 1E25. Bakir reads like one given later to Babur. He may have had some part in Babur's rescue, cf. Translator's note to F118b. Perhaps reads for a raft. SH. NP 258, Sal Akun Bar Kamish, reads are there also for rafts. Here the Turkey text breaks off, as it might through loss of pages, causing a blank of narrative extending over some 16 months. Cf. App. D for a passage, supposedly spurious, found with the letter 1E25, a ID, a R, a B, a D codex, and the Kayaril-Minsky text, purporting to tell how Babur was rescued from the risk in which the lacuna here leaves him. As in the Fargana section, so here, reliance is on the Elphinstone and letter 1E25, a ID, a R, a B, a D MSS. The Kayaril-Minsky text still appears to be a retranslation from the Waki Adai Baburi and verbally departs much from the true text. Moreover, In this section, it has been helped out, where its archetype was illegible or has lost fragmentary passages from the Leyden and Erskine memoirs. It may be mentioned, as between the first and the second Waki-Adai Baburi, that several obscure passages in this section are more explicit in the first, Pianda letter 1E25 SNNS, than in its successor, Abduarara letter 1E25 IMMS. ELF, Ms. F90B, WIB-IO 215, F96B and 217, F, MEMS, P127. In 1504 ad. Ferdinand the Catholic drove the French out of Naples, Erskine. In England, Henry Roman VII was pushing forward a commercial treaty, the Intercursus Malice, with the Flemings and growing in wealth by the exactions of Impson and Dudley. Presumably the pastures of the Ilek Valley. The route from Suk would be over the Alayu Din Pass, into the Kizilsu Valley, down to Abigarm and on to the Alak Valley, Khwaja, Imad, the Kafernagan, Kabadian, and Abej on the Amu, CTR. P175 and Fargana section, P184, as to the character of the journey. Amongst the Turki tribes, the time of first applying the razor to the face is celebrated by a great entertainment. Babur's miserable circumstances would not admit of this, Erskine. The text is ambiguous here, reading either that Suk was left or that Alak was reached in MU letter 1E25 a. As the birthday was on the 8th, the journey very arduous and, for a party mostly on foot, slow, it seems safest to suppose that the start was made from Suk at the end of 909 a. And not in MU letter 1E25 a 910 a. Charuk, rough boots of untanned leather, formed like a moccasin with the lower leather drawn up round the foot. They are worn by Kyrgyz mountaineers and caravan men on journeys. Shah. Chapan, the ordinary garment of Central Asia. Shah. The lachuk, a tent of flexible poles, covered with felt, may be the karga kibitka. Persian chadar seems to represent Turkey Akawi, White House. I.e. with Khusrau's power shaken by Ozbeg attack, made in the winter of 909 a. Shaybani-Nama cap, LVI. CF, FF, 81 and 81b. The armorer's station was low for an envoy to Babur, the superior in birth of the armorer's master. Var, Chakanian and Saganian. The name formerly described the whole of the letter 1E25, IS, a R territory, Erskine. The preacher by whom the KHU letter 1E6FB is read Erskine. By Baki or by Baki, perhaps a play of words with the double meaning expressed in the above translation. Amongst these were widows and children of Babur's uncle, M a letter 1E25 MUD, F27B. All, as being the son of Khusrau's sister, a letter 1E25 M a D was nephew to Baki. There may be in the text a scribe slip from one all to another, and the real statement be that a letter 1E25 M a D was the son of Baki's son, MU letter 1E25. Qasim, which would account for his name a letter 1E25 M ADI Qasim. CF F67. Babur's loss of rule in Fargana and Samarkand. About 7 miles south of Aybak, on the road to Sarai Tog, Mountain Head Erskine. Viz. The respective fathers, M a letter 1E25 MUD and Umar Sheikh. The arrangement was made in 895 A. 1490 ad. Gilistan Cap. I, Story 3. Part of this quotation is used again on F183. M a letter 1E25, MUD's sons, under whom Baki had served. Uncles of all degrees are included as elder brethren, cousins of all degrees, as younger ones. Presumably the ferries, perhaps the one on the main road from the northeast, which crosses the river at Fort Murghab. 9 deaths, perhaps where the Amu is split into 9 channels at the place where Mirza Khan's son Sulayman later met his rebel grandson Shahrukh, Tabakatay Akbari, Elliot Ann Dowson, v. 392 and A.N. Bib. Ind. 3rd ed. 441. Tuqwazalam is too far up the river to be Arnold's, shorn and parcelled Oxus. Shaybak himself had gone down from Samarkand in 908 A and in 909 A, and so permanently located his troops as to have sent their families to them. In 909 A, he drove Khusrau into the mountains of Badakhshan but did not occupy Kunduz. Thither Khusrau returned and there stayed till now, when Shaybak again came south fall. 123, CSH, NCAP, LVI et sec. From T a letter 1E43 Bia L, to put down whom he had quitted his army near Balk, sh. N cap. Licks. This, one of the many red rivers, flows from near Kamard and joins the Andarab water near Dushi. Agari is 24 minutes. Koran Surat Roman 3 verse 25, Sales Koran ed. 1825 I. Cf. F82. Viz. By Sanghar Bowstrung and Mass Ud, blinded. Mu letter 1E25. Letter 1E63 a Li letter 1E25 is florid over the rubies of bad action he says Babur took from Khusrau, but letter 1E25 a idea R says Babur not only had Khusrau's property, treasure and horses returned to him, but refused all gifts Khusrau offered. This is one trait out of 1,000 in the emperor's character. Letter 1E25 a idea R mentions, 2. The then lack of necessaries under which Babur suffered, sh. N cap. LZI and TR, P 176. CF, TRP 134N and 374N. Jiba, so often used to describe the quilted corselet, seems to have here a wider meaning, since the jiba kana contained both joshan and kuha, i.e. coats of mail, and horse mail with accoutrements. It can have been only from this source that Babur's men obtained the horse mail of F-127. He succeeded his father, Bihbud Beg Kabulai, in 907 AH. His youth led to the usurpation of his authority by Sharam letter 1E95 IKR, one of his begs, but the other begs put Sharam to death. During the subsequent confusions, Mu letter 1E25. Mukim Argun, in 908 AH, got possession of Kabul and married a sister of Abdur Razak. Things were in this state when Babur entered the country in 910 AH. Erskine. Var, Upian, a few miles north of Chourtka. Suhail Canopus is a most conspicuous star in Afghanistan. It gives its name to the south, which is never called Janab but Suhail. The rising of Suhail marks one of their seasons, Erskine. The honor attaching to this star is due to its seeming to rise out of Arabia Felix. The lines are in the preface to the Anwar-i Suhaili, Lights of Canopus. Die Kurgais Kazakh Drucken die Sonnenho in Peiknaus, von Schwarz, p. 124. Presumably dark with shade, as in Karyakach, the hardwood elm, F47b and note to Narwin. I.e. Syed Mu letter 1E25 a MM a D Ali, the door ward. These bulaks seem likely to have been groups of 1,000 fighting men, Turkey Ming. In the water and waterhead. Wali went from his defeat to Kh Wast, wrote to a letter 1E25 Mud Ozbeg in Kunduz to ask protection, was fetched to Kunduz by Mu letter 1E25. Letter 1E63 a Li letter 1E25, the author of the Bābur-nāma, and forwarded from Kunduz to Samarkand, sh. N cap. LZI. Cf. F29b. I.e. where justice was administered, at this time, outside Babur's tent. They would pass Ajar and make for the main road over the Dananchikan Pass. The clansmen may have obeyed a letter 1E25 a DS orders, in thus holding up the families. The name may be from Turkey Tak, a horseshoe, but IOF 102 writes Persian Nakib, the servant who announces arriving guests. Here, as immediately below, when mentioning the Charbagh and the tomb of Quitluk Kadam, Babur uses names acquired by the places at a subsequent date. In 910 AH, the taster was alive. The Charbagh was bought by Babur in 911 AH, and Quitluk Kadam fought at Kanwaha in 933 AH. The Kuchabagh is still a garden about 4 miles from Kabul on the northwest and divided from it by a low hill pass. There is still a bridge on the way, Erskine. Presumably that on which the Bala letter 1E25 ISR stood, the glacis of a few lines further. Cf. F130. One of Mukim's wives was a Timurid, Babur's first cousin, the daughter of Bihbud Beg Kabulai. Another was Bibi Zarif Khatun, the mother of that Machachuk, whose anger at her marriage to Babur's faithful Qasim Kukuldash has filled some pages of history. Gulbadan's HN, SN Machachuk and Erskine's B and HI, 348. Some 9 m north of Kabul, on the road to Aksarei. The letter 1E25 I. Ms. only writes first rabbi, but the second better suits the near approach of winter. Elf, Misfall, 97, WIBIO 215 F102B and 217 F, MEMS, P136. Useful books of the early 19th century, many of them referring to the Bābur-nāma, are Canoli's Travels, Wood's Journey, Elphinstone's Cabal, Burns' Cabal, Masson's Narrative, Lord's and Leach's articles in JASP 1838 and in Burns' Reports India Office Library, Broadfoot's Report in RGS Sup. Papers Volume I. F1b, where Fargana is said to be on the limit of cultivation. F131b. To find these tumens here classed with what was not part of Kabul suggest a clerical omission of beyond or east of Lamganat. It may be more correct to write Lamganat, since the first syllable may be lam, fort. The modern form Lagman is not used in the Bābur-nāma, nor, it may be added, is Pagman for Pamgan. It will be observed that Babur limits the name Afghanistan to the countries inhabited by Afghan tribesmen. They are chiefly those south of the road from Kabul to Peshawar Erskine. See Veen, p. 102, for a boundary between the Afghans and Khurasan. Al-Biruni's Indica rights of both Turk and Hindu Shahi kings of Kabul. See Raverty's notes p. 62 and Stein's Shahi kings of Kabul. The mountain is 7592 ft. Above the sea, some ft, therefore above the town. The Kabul River enters the Chardi Plain by the Diayak-Ub Narrows and leaves it by those of Duran. Cf. S.A. War, Plan P288 and Plan of Action at Chaurtika, 4 mills, the second showing an offtake which may be Wise Ataka's Canal. See Veen, P163 and Raverty's Notes pp. 69 and 689. This, the Balajiwi Upper Canal, was a 4-mill stream and in Masson's time, as now, supplied water to the gardens round Babur's tomb. Masson found in Kabul honored descendants of Wise Ataka, Roman II, 240. But for a perhaps negligible shortening of its first vowel, this form of the name would describe the normal end of an irrigation canal, a little pool, but other forms with other meanings are open to choice, e.g. small hamlet pers, kull, or some compound containing pers. Gull arose in its plain or metaphorical senses. Jarrett's Ayan Akbari writes Gull Kinna, Little Rose. Masson, Roman II, 236 mentions a similar pleasure resort, Sanjitak. The original ode, with which the parody agrees in rhyme and refrain, is in the Diwan, S.L. Dahl Brockhouse ed. 1854 I, 62 and Lith. ed. p. 96. See Wilberforce Clark's literal translation I, 286 HB. A marginal note to the letter 1E25, a ID, a R, a B, a D codex gives what appears to be a variant of one of the rhymes of the parody. Alag Kull, some 3M round in Erskine's time, mapped as a swamp in SA War P 288. A marginal note to the letter 1E25, a I. Codex explains this name to be an abbreviation of Khwaja Shamsuddin Janbaz, or Jahanbaz. Masson, Roman II, 279 and Roman III, 93. I.e., the place made holy by an impress of saintly footsteps. 2 eagles or 2 poles used for punishment. Veen's illustration, p. 161, clearly shows the spur and the detached rock. Erskine, p. 137n, says that Yukabain seems to be the hill, known in his day as Ashakanai Arifan, which connects with Babur Badshah. See Raverty's Notes p. 68. During most of the year, this wind rushes through the Hindu Kush Parwan Pass. It checks the migration of the birds, F 142, and it may be the cause of the deposit of the running sands, Burns, p. 158. Cf. Wood, p. 124. He was Badi uz-Zaman's letter 1E63 a dr before serving Babur. He died in 918 Ah. 1512 ad. In the Battle of Kulai Malik, where Ubaydullah Ozbeg defeated Babur. He may be identical with mere letter 1E25 US a I N the Riddler of F 181, but seems not to be Mullah MU letter 1E25. Badakshi, also a Riddler, because the letter 1E25 ABIBUSCR, Roman II, 343 and 344, gives this man a separate notice. Those interested in enigmas can find one made by Talib on the name Y a letter 1E25 Y a letter 1E25 S, Roman II, 344. Sharafuddin Ali Yazdi, the author of the Zafar-Nama, wrote a book about a novel kind of these puzzles tr. p. 84. The original couplet is as follows. Bakr dar argai kabalmai, bagardan kasa paydarpe kahem ko ast, Uham Doria, Uham Shar ast, Uham s a letter 1E25 ara. What Talib's words may be inferred to conceal is the opinion that, like Badi-uz-Zaman and like the meaning of his name, Kabul is the wonder of the world. Cf. M. Garçon de Tassie's rhétorique for CES combinaisons énigmatiques. All MSS do not mention Kashgar. Kita Cathay is northern China. Chin Infra is China. Rum is Turkey and particularly the provinces near Trebizond, Erskine, percent to 400% Erskine. Persian Sinjid, Brandes Aleagnus hortensis, Erskine Mems. P138, Jujube, presumably the Sisyphus Jujuba of speed, supplement P86. Turkey Yongak walnut has several variants, of which the most marked is Yongkak. For a good account of Kabul fruits see Masson, Roman II, 230. A kind of plum? It seems unlikely to be a cherry since Babur does not mention cherries as good in his Old Dominions, and Firminger, p. 244, makes against it as introduced from India. Steinges explains alubalu by sour cherry and armarilla. If sour, is it the Morlo cherry? The sugar cane was seen in abundance in Lanpo, Lamgan, by a Chinese pilgrim Bilah, p. 90. Babur's introduction of it may have been into his own garden only in NING-NAHAR, FB, i.e. the seeds of Pinus gerardiana. Rawashler. The green leaf stalks chukri of Ribe's room are taken into Kabul in mid-April from the Pamgan Hills. A week later they are followed by the blanched and tended rawash, Masson, Roman II, 7. See Gulbaden's H.N. TRS. P188, Veen, P100 and 107, Masson, Roman II, 230, Cannoli, I. 213. A large green fruit, shaped something like a citron, also a large sort of cucumber, Erskine. The S, a letter 1E25, IBI, a grape praised by Babur amongst Samarkandi fruits, grows in Kodaman. Another well-known grape of Kabul is the long stoneless letter 1E25, US, a INI, brought by Afghan traders into Hindustan in round, flat boxes of poplar wood, Veen, P172. An allusion, presumably, to the renouncement of wine made by Babur and some of his followers in 933 A, 1527 ad f. 312. He may have had Umar Khayyam's quatrain in mind, wine's power is known to wine-bibbers alone, Winfield's 2nd ed. 1901, number 164. Pustin, usually of sheepskin. For the wide range of temperature at Kabul in 24 hours, see and Psi, BRTT. Art, Afghanistan. The winters also vary much in severity, Burns, p. 273. Index SN as he fought at Kanwaha, he will have been buried after March 1527 ad. This entry, therefore, will have been made later. The Courier's Gate is the later Lahar Gate, Masson, Roman II, 259. Index SN. For lists of the Hindu Kush passes, see Leach's Report Roman 7, Yule's Introductory Essay to Wood's Journey 2nd ed. PRGS 1879, Markham's Art, p. 121. The highest calls on the passes here enumerated by Babur are Kawak 11,640 ft. Tull, height not known, Parandy 15,984 ft. Bajga toll place 12,000 ft. Walian Saints 15,100 ft. Chahardar 4 doors 18,900 ft. And Shibertu 9,800 ft. In considering the labor of their ascent and descent, the general high level, north and south of them, should be borne in mind. E.g. Charyakar stands 5,200 ft, and Kabul itself at 5,780 ft, above the sea, i.e. the hollow, long, and small bazar roads respectively. Panjshir is explained by Hindus to be Panjshir, the 5 lion sons of Pandu, Masson, Roman III, 168. Shibur is a Hazara district between the head of the Girbund Valley and Bamiyan. It does not seem to be correct to omit the 2 from the name of the pass. Persian 2, turn, twist, sin. Pitch occurs in other names of local passes. To read it here as a turn agrees with what is said of Shibertu Pass as not crossing, but turning the Hindu Kush, Cunningham. Lord uses the same wording about the letter 1E25, AJ Igat, var. Kak etc. traverse of the same spur, which turns the extremity of the Hindu Kush. See Cunningham's Ancient Geography, I, Lord's Girbund, Jasp 1838 p. 528, Masson, Roman III, 169, and Leach's Report Roman 7. Perhaps through Jalmish into Sagan. i.e. they are closed. It was unknown in Mr. Erskine's day, Mems. p. 140. Several of the routes in Raverty's notes, p. 92 etc., allow it to be located as on the Iriab, near to or identical with Bagsan, 35 Kuros, 70 m. SSE of Kabul. Farmal, about the situation of which Mr. Erskine was in doubt, is now marked in maps, Urgan being its principal village, miles below Adak Erskine. Mr. Erskine notes that he found no warrant, previous to a Bullefaletter 1E93 LLS, for calling the Indus the Nilab, and that to find one would solve an ancient geographical difficulty. This difficulty, my husband suggests, was Alexander's supposition that the Indus was the Nile. In books grouping round the Bābur-nāma, the name Nilab is not applied to the Indus, but to the ferry station on that river, said to owe its name to a spring of azure water on its eastern side. Cf. A F letter 1E93, a L con Kotak, Ars notes p. 447. I find the name Nilab applied to the Kabul River. 1. To its Argandi affluent Cunningham, p17 map. 2. Through its boatman class, the Nilabis of Lalpura, Jalalabad and Kunar, G of I 1907 art. Kabul. 3. Inferentially to it as a tributary of the Indus to Herbilat. 4. To it near its confluence with the grey, silt-laden Indus as blue by contrast, Syed Gilamai emulator 1E25 mmd, Ars notes p34. For Nilab, Nolibus. In Gurbun see Cunningham, p32 and Masson Roman 3, 169. By one of two routes perhaps, either by the Khyber-NING-NAHAR Jagdalik Road or along the north bank of the Kabul River, through Gashta to the crossing where, in the 10th Hussars met with disaster. CSA War, Map 2 and P63, Leach's reports Roman 2 and Roman 4 fords of the Indus, and Ars notes P44. Haru, Leach's Harun, apparently 10 m above Adak. The text might be read to mean that both rivers were forded near their confluence, but finding no warrant for supposing the Kabul River fordable below Jalalabad, I have guided the translation accordingly. This may be wrong and may conceal a change in the river. Known also as Dhankat and as Mu'azzam Nagar, Ma'asur al-Umra I 249 and ANTRS. HB Index SN Dhankat. It was on the east bank of the Indus, probably near modern Kalabag, and was washed away not before 956 AH, 1549 AD. H. Beveridge. Chopara seems, from F148b, to be the chapari of Survey Map 1889. Babur's dashed is modern Daman. Amak, used usually of Mughal's, I think. It may be noted that Lieutenant Leach compiled a vocabulary of the tongue of the Mughal Amak in Kandahar and Herat, Jasp 1838 p. 785. The Akbari account of Kabul both uses and supplements the Bābur-nāma. Viz. Ali Shang, Alangar and Mandrawar the Lamganat proper, NING-NAHAR with its Bulak, Kunar with Nurgal, and the two Buluks of Nur Valley and Chagansarai. See Appendix E on Nagarahara. The name Adanapur is held to be descended from ancient Udyanapura, Garden Town. Its ancestral form, however, was applied to Nagarahara, apparently in the barren Surkrud Duab, and not to Babur's Darogha's seat. The Surkrud's deltaic mouth was a land of gardens. When Masson visited Adanapur, he went from Balabag, High Garden. This appears to stand where Babur locates his Bagai Wafa, but he was shown a garden he took to be this one of Babur's, a mile higher up the Surkrud. A later ruler made the Charbagh of maps. It may be mentioned that Balabag has become in some maps Razabad, Garden Town. See Masson, I 182 and Roman 3, 186, R. S. notes, and Wilson's Ariana Antiqua, Masson's art. One of these tangi is now a literary asset in Mr. Kipling's My Lord the Elephant. Babur's 13Y represents some miles. On F137, B the Kabul-Ghazni road of 14Y represents some 85. In each case, the Yighatch works out at over 6 miles, index SN. Yighatch and Veen, P 454. Sayyid Gilamai emulator 1E25 mmd traces this route minutely, Ars notes pp. 59. Masson was shewn Chagatai castles, attributed to Babur Roman 3, 174. Dark turn, perhaps, as in Shibertu Jaltu, etc., FB and note to Shibertu. F 145, where the change is described in identical words as seen south of the Jagdalik Pass. The Badam Chashma Pass appears to be a traverse of the eastern rampart of the Tizen Valley. Appendix E on Nagarahara. No record exists of the actual laying out of the garden. The work may have been put in hand during the Mahmud expedition of 914 AH. F 216. The name given to it suggests a gathering there of loyalists when the stress was over of the bad Mughal rebellion of that year. F 216b, where the narrative breaks off abruptly in 914 AH, and is followed by a gap down to 925 AH 1519 ad. No annals of 930 AH are known to exist, from letter 1E63 a F a R 926 AH to 932 AH, Jan. 1520 Nov. 1525 ad. There is a lacuna. Accounts of the expedition are given by Kafi Khan, I. 47 and Farishta Lith, ed. p. 202. Presumably to his son, Humhyun, then governor in Badakhshan. Bukhara also was under Babur's rule. Here Kari yards. The dimensions 10 by 10 are those enjoined for places of ablution. Presumably those of the Tukwasrud Supra. Cf. Appendix E on Nagarahara. White Mountain, Pushtu, Spingur or Gar, i.e. the Lamganat proper. The range is variously named. In Persian Siako Black Mountain, which like Turkey Karatag may mean non-snowy, by Tajiks Bagayataka Foster Father's Garden, by Afghans Kandagur and by Lemghanis Ko-i-Bulan, Kanda and Bulan both being ferry stations below it, Masson Roman 3, 189. Also the Times Nav, th 1912 for a cognate illustration of diverse naming. A comment made here by Mr. Erskine on changes of name is still appropriate, but some seeming changes may well be due to varied selection of landmarks. Of the three routes next described in the text, one crosses as for Mandrawar, the second, as for Alishang, a little below the outfall of the Tizen water, the third may take off from the route, between Kabul and Tago, marked in Carl Tanner's map, PRGS 1881p. Cf. Rs Route 11, and for Alagnur, Appendix F on the name Nur. The name of this pass has several variants. Its second component, whatever its form, is usually taken to mean pass, but to read it here as pass would be redundant, since Babur writes pass, Kudal of Badai Pitch. Pitch occurs as a place name both East Pitch and West Pitchkin of the Kudal, but what would suit the bitter and even fatal winds of the pass would be to read the name as Whirling Wind, Badai Pitch. Another explanation suggests itself from finding a considerable number of pass names, such as Shibertu, Jaitu, Karatu, in which tu is a synonym of pitch, turn, twist. Thus Badai Pitch may be the local form of Bad Tu, windy turn. See Masson, Roman 3, 197 and 289. Both in Pashai and Lamghani, Lam means fort. See Appendix F on the name Dara Einar. Ger Mukarar. Babur may allude to the remarkable change men have wrought in the valley bottom, Appendix F, for call, Tanner's account of the valley. F 154. Diospyros lotus, the European date plum, supposed to be one of the fruits eaten by the Latafagi. It is purple, has bloom and is of the size of a pigeon's egg or a cherry. See Watt's Economic Products of India, Brandy's Forest Trees Illustrations, and Speed's Indian Handbook. As in Lombardy, perhaps, in Luhagar vines are clipped into standards. In most other places in Afghanistan, they are planted in deep trenches and allowed to run over the intervening ridges or over wooden framework. In the narrow Kulm Valley, they are trained up poplars so as to secure them the maximum of sun. See Wood's Report Roman 6 p. 27, Beluz Afghanistan p. I 75 and MEMS p. 142 note. Appendix G on the names of two Nuri wines. This practice Babur viewed with disgust, the hog being an impure animal according to MU letter 1E25, a MM, a D, a N law Erskine. The Kazanatalis Via, Roman 2, 293 explains how it came about that this saint, one honored in Kashmir, was buried in Kutlan. He died in Hazara Pakli, and there the Pakli SUL letter 1E6F a N wished to have him buried, but his disciples, for some unspecified reason, wished to bury him in Kutlan. In order to decide the matter, they invited the Sultan to remove the bier with the corpse upon it. It could not be stirred from its place. When, however, a single one of the disciples tried to move it, he alone was able to lift it and to bear it away on his head. Hence the burial in Kutlan. The death occurred in Ah, 1384 ad. A point of interest in this legend is that, like the one to follow, concerning dead women, it shows belief in the living activities of the dead. The MSS vary between 920 and 925 AH. Neither date seems correct. As the annals of 925 AH begin in MU letter 1225, a RR a M, with Babur to the east of Bābur, we surmise that the Chagatai affair may have occurred on his way thither, and at the end of AH. Karanj, Coriandrum sativum. Some 2024 m north of Jalalabad. The name Multakundi may refer to the Ramkundi range, or mean lower district, or mean below Kundi. See Biddulph's Cowrie dialect S. N under, Ars notes P108 and dict. SN Kund, Masson i.e. treat her corpse as that of an infidel Erskine. It would suit the position of this village if its name were found to link to the Turkey verb chakmak, to go out, because it lies in the mouth of a defile, Dahanaiko, mountain mouth, through which the road for Kafiristan goes out past the village. A not infrequent explanation of the name to mean White House, Aksare, may well be questioned. Chagan, white, is Mughulai, and it would be less probable for a Mughulai than for a Turkey name to establish itself. Another explanation may lie in the tribe name Chugani. The two forms Chagan and Chaghar may well be due to the common local interchain in speech of N with R. For Dahanaiko, see maps and Raverty's Bajor roots. Nimches, presumably, half-bred in custom, perhaps in blood, and not improbably converted Kafirs. It is useful to remember that Kafiristan was once bounded, west and south, by the barren water. Kafir wine is mostly poor, thin, and, even so, usually diluted with water. When kept 2 or 3 years, however, it becomes clear and sometimes strong. Sir G.S. Robertson never saw a Kafir drunk, Kafirs of the Hindu Kush, p. 591. Kama might have classed better under NING-NAHAR, of which it was a dependency, i.e. water of Nair. So too, Badaro and Tago. Nairo has 7 valleys. Jasp 1838 p. 329 and Burns Report X. Syed Gulamai Emulator 1225 Ememadi mentions that Babur established a frontier post between Nairo and Kafiristan, which in his own day was still maintained. He was an envoy of Warren Hastings to Timur Shah Sadozi, Ars notes p. 36 and p. 142. Kafirwash, they were Kafirs converted to MU letter 1225, a MM, a D, a NISM. Arche, if not inclusive, meaning conifer, may represent Juniperus excelsa, this being the common local conifer. The other trees of the list are Pinus gerardiana, Brandes, p. 690, Quercus billet, the home oak, and Pistacia mutica or konjac, a tree yielding mastic. Rubai parwin, Pteromes inornatus, the large, red flying squirrel Blandford's fauna of British India, Mammalia, p. 363. The giz is a short flight arrow used for shooting small birds, etc. Descending flights of squirrels have been ascertained as 60 yards. 1. A record of 80 Blandford. Apparently Tetragallis himalayensis, the Himalayan snowcock, Blandford Roman 4, 143. Burns, Cabal p. 163, describes the Kabgaidari as the rara aves of the Cabal Kohistan, somewhat less than a turkey, and of the chicker, partridge species. It was procured for him first in Gurbund, but when snow has fallen, it could be had nearer Kabul. Babur's Bukalamun may have come into his vocabulary, either as a survival direct from Greek occupation of Kabul and Panjab, or through Arabic writings. PRGS 1879 p. 251, K's art. And Jasp 1838 p. 863, Hodgson's art. Bardavell's Greek partridge, Tetra or Perdrix rufus. A similar story is told of some fields near Whitby. These wild geese, which in winter fly in great flocks to the lakes and rivers unfrozen in the southern parts, to the great amazement of everyone, fall suddenly down upon the ground when they are in flight over certain neighboring fields thereabouts. A relation I should not have made, if I had not received it from several credible men. See notes to Marmion P. Roman 46 Erskine, Scott's Poems, Black's Ed. 1880, Roman 7, 104. Are we to infer from this that the muskrat, Crossidura coerulia, Lydekker, p. 626, was not so common in Hindustan in the age of Babur as it has now become? He was not a careless observer, Erskine. Index SN, Bābur-nāma, date of composition, also F. In the absence of examples of bund to mean cudel, and the presence, in those countries, of many in which bund means co, it looks as though a clerical error had here written cudel for co. But on the other hand, the wording of the next passage shows just the confusion an author's unrevised draft might show if a place were, as this is, both a tumen and a cudel, i.e. a steady rise to a traverse. My impression is that the name Girbund applies to the embanking spur at the head of the valley tumen, across which roads lead to Giri and Gur. PRGS 1879, maps, Leach's report Roman 7, and Wood's Roman 6. So too when, because of them, Leach and Lord turned back, re infecta. It will be noticed that these villages are not classed in any tumen. They include places rich without parallel in agricultural products, and level lands on which towns have risen and fallen, one being Alexandria ad Caucasum. They cannot have been part of the unremunerative Girbund tumen. From their place of mention in Babur's list of tumens, they may have been part of the Kabul tumen, F 178, as was Kodaman Burns Kabul P 154, Houghton's Chaurtika P, and Cunningham's Ancient History, I 18. Bābur-nāma, seen from afar, Masson Roman 3, 152, is not marked on the survey maps. Masson, Veen, and Houghton locate it. Babur's head and foot here indicate status and not location. Mems, P 146 and Mames, I 297, Arabs' encampment and Cellul des Arabs. Perhaps the name may refer to uses of the level land and good pasture by horse kafilas, since Gura is written with tashdid in the letter 1e25, a ID, a R, a B, a D codex, as in Kurataz, a horsebreaker. Or the Tazian may be the fruit of a legend, commonly told, that the saint of the neighboring running sands was an Arabian. Presumably this is the grass of the millet, the growth before the ear, on which grazing is allowed, Elphinstone I, Burns P 237. Wood P 115, Masson Roman 3 167, Burns P 157 and Jasp P 324 with illustration, Veen pp. 219 223, Lord Jasp P 537, Cathay and the Way Thither Hacklight Society Volume IP Roman 20 para. 49, History of Musical Sands C. Carus Wilson. West might be more exact, since some of the group are a little north, others a little south of the latitude of Kabul. Affluents and not true sources in some cases call. Holdich's Gates of India, SN Kowai Baba, and PRGS 1879 maps pp. 80 and 160. The Pamgan Range, these are the villages every traveler celebrates. Masson's and Veen's illustrations depict them well. Circe's Siliquastrum, the Judas tree. Even in 1842 it was sparingly found near Kabul, adorning a few tombs, one Babur's own. It had been brought from Siyaran where, as also at Charyakar, it was still abundant and still a gorgeous sight. It is there a tree as at Kew and not a bush, as in most English gardens Masson Roman 2 9, Elphinstone I, and for the tree near Haret, F 191N to letter 1E63 a FAR. KH Waja Maudad of Kisht, KH Waja Kawan Sa-ID, and the KH Waja of the Running Sands Elf. Ms. F 104b, marginal note. The yellow-flowered plant is not Circe's Siliquastrum, but one called mahaka. In Persian, a shrubby plant with pea-like blossoms, common in the plains of Persia, Bilechistan and Kabul, Masson, Roman 3, 9 and Veen, p. 216. The numerical value of these words gives 925 Erskine, f. 246b et sec. For the expedition. F 178. IO Ms. number 724, Half-Tiklim F 135, Ise, P, Riu, pp. 21a 1058b. Of Afghan habit. The same term is applied, F 139b, to the Zermutes. It may be explained in both places by Babur's statement that Zermutes grow corn, but do not cultivate gardens or orchards. Akin Dur. Sabuktijan, D 387 on 997 ad, was the father of SL. M. A letter 1E25 MUD Ghaznawi, D 421 A 1030 ad. D 602 A 1206 ad. Some Musulmans fast through the months of Rajab, Shaban and R a M letter 1E93 a N. MU letter 1E25 a MM a D a NS fast only by day. The night is often given to feasting, Erskine. The garden, the tombs of more eminent Musulmans are generally in gardens, Erskine. See Veen's Illustrations, pp. 266. I.e. the year now in writing. The account of the expedition, Babur's first into Hindustan, begins on F-145. I.e. the countries groupable as Khorasan. For picture and account of the dam, see Veen, pp. 202. F-295b. The legend is told in numerous books with varying location of the spring. One narrator, Zachariah Kazwini, reverses the parts, making Jaipal employ the ruse, hence Leiden's note mems. P. 150, E. and D's History of India Roman 2, 20, 182 and Roman 4, 162. For historical information, R. S. Notes P. 320. The date of the events is shortly after 378 AH, minus 988 AD. Ars Notes SN, Zermatt. The question of the origin of the formulae has been written of by several writers. Perhaps they were Turks of Persia, Turks and Tajiks. This completes the list of the 14 tumans of Kabul, viz. NING-NAHAR, Alishan, Alangar, Mandrawar Kunar with Nurgal, Nayaro, Panjshir, Gurbund, Kodaman with Kohistan, Luhagar of the Kabul Tuman, Ghazni, Zermatt, Farmal and Bangesh. Between Nayaro and Tago, Masson, Roman 3, 165. Mr. Erskine notes that Babur reckoned it in the hot climate, but that the change of climate takes place further east, between Alishan and Osban, i.e. the valley next eastwards from Tago. Bughas Larigha Furset Bulmas, i.e. to kill them in the lawful manner while pronouncing the Bismillah. This completes the Bulux of Kabul, viz. Badaro Tago, Nur Valley, Chagansere, Kama and Alasai. The rupee being equal to 212 chaurtkas, the chaurtka may be taken at 10d, thus making the total revenue only 33,333 pounds, 8d pounds. See Ayani Akbari Roman 2, 169, Erskine. Sick in all BNMSS. Most maps print coast. MU letter 1E25, letter 1E63 a LI letter 1E25 says of KH Wast, who sees it would call it a hell, Vanbury, p. 361. Babur's statement about this fodder is not easy to translate. He must have seen grass grow in tufts and must have known the Persian word buta bush. Perhaps ka should be read to mean plant, not grass. Would Wood's buter fit in, a small furze bush, very plentiful near Bamiyan? Wood's report Roman 6, p. 23, and for regional grasses, Aitchison's Botany of the Afghan Delimitation Commission, p. Nazu perhaps Cupressus torolosa, Brandes, p. 693. F. 276. A laborious geographical note of Mr. Erskine's is here regretfully left behind, as now needless mems. P. 152. Here, mainly wild sheep and wild goats, including Mark KH letter 1E89R. Perhaps no conifers, perhaps none of those of the contrasted hill tract. While here dashed plain represents the eastern skirt of the Mater Suleiman Range, Duki or Dugi Desert, seems to stand for the hill tracts on the west of it, and not, as on F. 152, for the place there specified. Mems, P. 152, a narrow place is large to the narrow-minded. Mames, I. 311, si qui enest pa trop large ni reste pa vidi. Literally, so long as heights are not equal, there is no vis-a-vis, or, if tang be read for ting, no dawn, no noon, i.e. no effect without a cause. I have not lighted on this name in botanical books or explained by dictionaries. Perhaps it is a Cisoxanian name for the Saxaol of Transoxania. As its uses are enumerated by some travelers, it might be Halixilin amodendron tagaz, etc. and Saxaol, Aitchison, p. 102. F. 135, B. Note to Gurbund. I understand that wild goats, wild sheep and deer, ahu were not localized, but that the dun sheep migrated through. Antelope ahu was scarce in Elphinstone's time. Kizilkiak, which, taken with its alternative name, Arkargalcha, allows it to be the dun sheep of Wood's Journey p. 241. From its second name it may be Ovis Amnon, Rouse, or O. Argali. Tuskowel var, Tutkowel, Tussikowel and Tushkowel, a word which has given trouble to scribes and translators. As a sporting term it is equivalent to Shikarainialam. In one or other of its forms I find it explained as Weghuter, Faunenhuter, Zollmeister, Schlucht, Jeffalicker-Weg, and Schmälerweg. It recurs in the BN on F197B L5 and L6, and there might mean either a narrow road or a weghuter. If its Turkey root be tus, the act of stopping, all the above meanings can follow, but there may be two separate roots. The second, tush, the act of descent, J-Ros 1900 p. 137, H. Beveridge's Art. On the word Nialam. Quishlik, Eightlik. Elphinstone writes, 191 of the excellent greyhounds and hawking birds of the region. Here the bird may be the chark, which works with the dogs, fastening on the head of the game, von Schwarz, p. 117, for the same use of eagles. An antelope resembling the usual one of Hindustan is common south of Ghazni, Veen, p. 110. What is not found may be some classes of wild sheep, frequent further north, at higher elevation, and in places more familiar to Babur. The Parwin or Hindu Kush Pass, concerning the winds of which see F 128. Turna U Karkara, the second of which is the Hindi Bugla, Heron, Egret Ardea Gazetta, the furnisher of the Egret of Commerce. The Akar is Ardea cinerea, the grey heron, the Karkara is Ardea Gazetta, the egret. QU letter 1E6F a N is explained in the Elf. Codex F110 by Kawassel Goldfinch, but the context concerns large birds, Scully Shaw's Vok. His cotton water hen, which suits better. Giz, the short flight arrow. A small, round-headed nail with which a whip handle is decorated, Vambury. Such a stud would keep the cord from slipping through the fingers and would not check the arrow release. It has been understood mems, p. 158 and mames, I. 313, that the arrow was flung by hand, but if this were so, something heavier than the giz would carry the cord better, since it certainly would be difficult to direct a missile so light as an arrow without the added energy of the bow. The arrow itself will often have found its billet in the closely flying flock. The cord would retrieve the bird. The verb used in the text is aitmek, the one common to express the discharge of arrows, etc. For Timurids, who may have immigrated, the Fowler see Raverty's Notes p. 579 and his Appendix p. 22. Milwa, this has been read by all earlier translators and also by the Persian annotator of the Elf. Codex, to mean shack, bow, for Decoyduk C. Bellu's Notes on Afghanistan p. 404. Qualan Queerughi. Amongst the many plants used to drug fish, I have not found this one mentioned. Karzara and Karfak approach it in verbal meaning. The first describes colocynth, the second, wild rue C. Watt's Economic Products of India Roman 3, 366 and Bellu's Notes pp. 182, 471 and 478. Much trouble would have been spared to himself and his translators if Babur had known a lobster pot. The fish, it is to be inferred, came down the fall into the pond. Burns and Veen describe a fall 20 miles from Kabul, at Tangiger, below where the Tago joins the Barren Water. To which in their day, Kabylies went out for the amusement of catching fish as they try to leap up the fall. Were these migrants seeking upper waters, or were they captives in a fish pond? Elf, Ms. F 111, WIBIO 215 F 116b and 217 FB, MEMS, P 155, MAMES, I 318. Mihman Begler, an expression first used by Babur here, and due, presumably, to accessions from Khusrau Shah's following. A parallel case is given in Max Muller's Science of Language I, 348 ed. 1871, Turkmen tribes call themselves not subjects but guests of the Uzbek Khans. Tealdik and all the Turkey MSS. Ilminsky de Kurte and Zenker, Yidaldik, Turkey, a fief. Wilayat Kud Hech Biril Mati, WIB 215 F 116b, Wilayat Dada Nushuda and 217 F 97b, Wilayat Kud Hech Dada Nushud. By this I understand that he kept the lands of Kabul itself in his own hands. He mentions, F 350, and Gulbadan mentions, HN F 40b, his resolve so to keep Kabul. I think he kept not only the fort, but all lands constituting the Kabul Tumen, F 135b and note. Saifi Dur, Kalami Amas, i.e. taxes taken by force, not paid on a written assessment. Karwar about 700 pounds of Urjapois Erskine, cf. Ayani Akbari, Jarrett, Roman 2, 394. NI letter 1E95, AMUD a letter 1E25 a D, and Bajuni both mention this script and say that in it Babur transcribed a copy of the Quran for presentation to Makkah. Bajuni says it was unknown in his day, the reign of Akbar Tabakatai Akbari, Lith, ed. P. and Muntakabat Tawarik Bib. Ind. ed. Roman 3, 273. Babur's route, taken with one given by Raverty, notes p. 691, allows these Hazaras, about whose location Mr. Erskine was uncertain, to be located between the Takat Pass, Argandi Maidanani Road, on their east, and the Sanglak Mountains on their west. The Takat Pass, one on which from times immemorial toll, Nurk has been taken. KH a letter 1E6F IRKHWA Chapel Madi, which perhaps implies mutual discontent, Babur's with his gains, the Hazaras with their losses. As the second Persian translation omits the negative, the Memoirs does the same. Bira being in Shapur, this Khan's Daria will be the Jalem. Babur uses Persian dashed and Hindi duki, plain and hill, for the tracks east and west of Mater Suleiman. The first, dashed, stands for Daman, skirt, and Dara Ijat, the second, duki, indefinitely for the broken lands west of the main range, but also in one instance for the Duki district of Kandahar, as will be noted. F-132. The Jagdalik Pass for centuries has separated the districts of Kabul and Ning-Nahar. Forster, Travels Roman 2, making the journey the reverse way, was sensible of the climatic change some 3 m east of Gandamak. Cf. Woods Report I, p. 6. These are they whose families Nasir Mirza shepherded out of Kabul later, F-154, F-155. Bird's Dome, opposite the mouth of the Kunar water, SA War, map p. 64. This word is variously pointed and is uncertain. Mr. Erskine adopted Pekai, but on the whole it may be best to read, here and on F-146, R, Faj or Purs, Paj, mountain or pass. To do so shows the guide to be one located in the Khyber Pass, a Faji or Paji. Mod, Jamred Jam Torrent, presumably. G of I Roman 20, 125 and Cunningham's Ancient History I. Babur saw the place in 925 A. F 232b. Cunningham p. 29. 4 ancient sites, not far removed from one another, bear this name, bigram, viz. Those near Hupian, Kabul, Jalalabad, and Peshawar. Cunningham, I 79. Perhaps a native of Kamari on the Indus, but Kamari is a word of diverse application, Index SN. The annals of this campaign to the eastward show that Babur was little of a free agent, that many acts of his own were merciful, that he sets down the barbarity of others as it was, according to his plan of writing, F86, and that he had with him undisciplined robbers of Khusrau Shah's former following. He cannot be taken as having power to command or control the acts of those, his guest begs and their following, who dictated his movements in this disastrous journey, one worse than a defeat, says letter 1E25, a ID, a R Mirza. For the route here see Masson, I, 117, and Kalkwahounds with the Kuram Field Force P48. The letter 1E25 RI, Ms. writes this Dilizak. I.E. raised a force in Babur's name. He took advantage of this farman in 911 A to kill Baki Chagkaniani, FB 160. Of the Yusufzai and Ranjit Singh, Masson says, I 141, the miserable, hunted wretches threw themselves on the ground and placing a blade or tuft of grass in their mouths, cried out, I am your cow. This act and explanation, which would have saved them from an orthodox Hindu, had no effect with the infuriated Sikhs. This form of supplication is at least as old as the days of Ferdowsi, Erskine, p. 159n. The Baharai Ajam is quoted by Vullers as saying that in India, suppliants take straw in the mouth to indicate that they are blanched and yellow from fear. This barbarous custom has always prevailed amongst the Tartar conquerors of Asia, Erskine. For examples under Timur C. Raverty's notes p. 137. For a good description of the road from Kohat to Thal C. Bellu's mission p. 104. F88b has the same phrase about the doubtful courage of one Sayyidi Kara. Not to the Maud town of Banu, that having been begun only in 1848 ad, but wherever their wrong road brought them out into the Banu amphitheater. The survey map of 1868, number, shows the physical features of the wrong route. Perhaps he connived at recovery of cattle by those raided already. Tak is the tank of maps, Bazar was SW of it. Tank for tak looks to be a variant due to nasal utterance, veen, P203 in map, and as bearing on the nasal in loco Appendix E. If return had been made after overrunning Banu, it would have been made by the Tachai Valley and so through Farmal. If after overrunning the plain, Babur's details show that the westward turn was meant to be by the Gumel Valley and one of two routes out of it, still to Farmal. But the extended march southward to near Dara-i-Ghazi Khan made the westward turn be taken through the valley opening at Sakai-Sawar. This will mean none of the artificial runlets familiar where Babur had lived before getting to know Hindustan. Saudiyat, perhaps, pack ponies, perhaps, bred for sale and not for own use. Burns observes that in 1837 Luhani merchants carried precisely the same articles of trade as in Babur's day, 332 years earlier, report Roman 9p99. Mr. Erskine thought it probable that the first of these routes went through Kanagiram and the second through the Ghwaliri Pass and along the Gumel. Burke, fastness would seem an appropriate name for Kanagiram, but if Babur meant to go to Ghazni, he would be off the ordinary Gumel-Ghazni route and going through Farmal Aghan. Raverty's notes give much useful detail about these routes, drawn from native sources for Barak, Burke, see notes pp. 88-89, Veen, p. 102. From this, it would seem that the alternative roads were approached by one in common. Tumshuk, a bird's bill used here, as in Selsi bill for the nay's nose, or snout, the last spur of a range. Here these words may be common nouns. Nuraz, the feast of the old Persian New Year, Erskine. It is the day on which the sun enters Aries. In the Elf and letter 1E25ai, MSS, and in some Persian ones there is a space left here as though to indicate a known omission. Kamari, sometimes a cattle enclosure, which may serve as a sangar. The word may stand in one place of its Babur-Nama uses for Gumrahai, Ars Notes S.N., Gumrahan. Index S.N. Veen, p. 241. This name can be translated, he turns not back, or he stops not. I.e. 5 from Bilah. Raverty gives the saint's name as Pir Canon R. Canon, listened to. It is the well-known Sakai-Sarwar, honored high Hindus and MU letter 1E25 a MM a D a NS. Giavi Roman 21, 390, RS notes P11 and P12 and JASP 1855. Calcutta Review 1875 Macaliff's Art. On the fair at Sakai-Sarwar, Leach's Report Roman 7 for the route. Kazanatu Ellisvia Roman 4, 245. This seems to be the subdistrict of Kandahar, Duki or Dugi. Karga, a folding tent on lattice framework, perhaps a kibitka. It may be more correct to write Kamard as the letter 1E25ai, MS. Does and to understand in the name a reference to the grass, ka yielding capacity of the place. F 121. This may mean what irrigation has not used. Mr. Erskine notes that the description would lead us to imagine a flock of flamingos. Masson found the lake filled with red-legged, white fowl, I. 262. These, and also what Babur saw, may have been the China goose which has body and neck white, head and tail russet, Bellu's Mission p. 402. Broadfoot seems to have visited the lake when migrants were few, and through this to have been led to adverse comment on Babur's accuracy, p. 350. The usual dryness of the bed may have resulted from the irrigation of much land, some 12 miles from Ghazni. This is the Luhagar lager, water, knee-deep in winter at the ford but spreading in flood with the spring rains. Babur, not being able to cross it for the direct roads into Kabul, kept on along its left bank, crossing it eventually at the Kamari of Maps, SC of Kabul. This disastrous expedition, full of privation and loss, had occupied some 4 months tr. p. 201. F 145b. F 133b, and Appendix F. They were located in Mandrawar in 926 A, F 251. This was done, manifestly, with the design of drawing after the families their fighting men, then away with Babur. F 163. Shaybak Khan besieged Chin letter 1E63 UFISL. Letter 1E25 US A I N Mirza's Man in KH Warism, TRP 204. Bābur-Nāma, Vanbury, Table of Contents and Note 89. Survey Map 1889, Sada. The Rogwater flows in W into the Oxus, Amu. Berk, a mountain stronghold, cf. F149b. Note to Berk, Barak. They were thus driven on from the barren water, F154b. F126b. Letter 1E25 ISAR, presumably. Here his honor translates Babur's clearly ironical honorific plural. These two SUL letter 1E6F, a NS, almost always mentioned in alliance, may be Timurids by maternal descent, index SNN. So far I have found no direct statement of their parentage. My husband has shewn me what may be one indication of it, viz. that two of the uncles of Shaybak Khan, whose kinsmen the SUL letter 1E6F, a NS seem to be, Quchkunji and Sianjak, were sons of a daughter of the Timurid Aulug Beg Samarkandi, letter 1E25S. Roman 2, 318. See Vanbury's Bukhara p. 248 note. For the deaths of T, a letter 1E43B a L, and M, a letter 1E25 MUD, mentioned in the above summary of Shaybak Khan's actions, see the Bābur-nāma, Vanbury, p. 323. Letter 1E25S, Roman 2, 323, for Khusrau Shah's character and death. F. 124. K.H. Waj of the Rhubarb, presumably a shrine near Rhubarb grounds, F. 129b. Yakshi Bardalar, lit. Went well, a common expression in the Bābur-nāma, of which the reverse statement is Yamanlik Bilah Bardi, F. 163. Some Persian MSS. Make the Mughals disloyal, but this is not only in opposition to the Turkey text, it is a redundant statement since if disloyal, they are included in Babur's previous statement, as being Khusrau Shah's retainers. What might call for comment in Mughals would be loyalty to Babur. Elf, Ms. F. 121b. WIB IO 215 F 126 and 217 FB. MEMS. P 169. Togdamanasi, presumably the Kodaman, and the garden will thus be the one of F 136b. If these heirs were descendants of Aulug, Beg M1 would be at hand in Abdur-Razak, then a boy, and another, a daughter, was the wife of Mukim Argun. As Mr. Erskine notes, Musulmans are most scrupulous not to bury their dead in ground gained by violence or wrong. The news of a letter 1E25M, a D.S. death was belated. He died some 13 months earlier, in the end of 909 AH, and in eastern Turkestan. Perhaps details now arrived, i.e. the 40th day of mourning, when alms are given. Of those arriving, the first would find her stepdaughter dead, the second her sister, the third, his late wife's sister, TRP 196. This will be the earthquake felt in Agra on letter 1E63, a F a R 3rd A. July 5, 1505 Ad. Erskine's History of India I, 229 note. Cf. Eliot and Dowson, Roman 4, 465 and v. 99. Raverty's Notes p. 690. Bur Kidda Tash Adami, Var, Bash Adami. If Tash be right, the reference will probably be to the throw of a catapult. Here almost certainly, a drummer, because there were two timbres, and because also Babur uses Audi and Gachaki for the other meanings of letter 1E6F, a MBOURCHI, lutenist and guitarist. The word has found its way as Tamburgi into Childe Harold's Pilgrimage, Canto 2, LXI. HB. Kabul Ghazni Road, Ars Notes Index SN. Var, Yari. Tazi is on the Ghazni Chagatai Gilze Road, Ars Notes, Appendix P46. i.e. in Kabul, and in the Trans-Himalayan country. These will be those against Babur's suzerainty, done by their defense of Kalat for Mukim. Tabaka dynasty. By using this word, Babur shows recognition of high birth. It is noticeable that he usually writes of an Argun chief either simply as Beg, or without a title. This does not appear to imply admission of equality, since he styles even his brothers and sisters Mirza and Bijim, nor does it show familiarity of intercourse, since none seems to have existed between him and letter 1E95 UN none or Mukim. That he did not admit equality is shewn on F208. The TR styles letter 1E95 UN none Mirza, a title by which, as also by Shah, his descendants are found styled Aya Blochman SN. Turki Kachar is a camel or mule used for carrying personal effects. The word has been read by some scribes as Khanjar dagger. In 910 he had induced Babur to come to Kabul instead of going into Khorasan, letter 1025 S, Roman 3, 319. In the same year he dictated the march to Kohat and the rest of that disastrous travel. His real name was not Baki but Mu letter 1025 a MM a D Bakir, letter 1025 S, Roman 3, 311. These transit or custom duties are so called because the dutiable articles are stamped with a letter 1E6F, a MGH, a wooden stamp. Perhaps this word is an equivalent of Persian goshi, a tax on cattle and beasts of burden. Baki was one only, and not the head of the lords of the gate. The choice of the number 9 links on presumably to the mystic value attached to it, e.g. Tarkans had 9 privileges. Gifts were made by 9s. It is near letter 1E25, ASAN Abdul, AIA Jarrett, Roman 2, 324. For the Farman, F146b, for Gujars, G of I. Var, KH Wesh. Its water flows into the Gurbund stream. It seems to be the Daroi Turkmen of Stanford, and the survey maps both of which mark Janglik. For Hazara turbulence, FB and note. The repetition of ok in this sentence can hardly be accidental. Letter 1E6F a UR, which I take to be Turkey, round complete. 3 MSS. Of the Turkey text write Bur Simizluk Tiwa, but the 2 Persian translations have Yak Shooterluk Farbi, a Shooterluk being a baggage camel with little hair, Erskine. Brochets, meat cut into large mouthfuls, spitted and roasted. Perhaps he was officially an announcer. The word means also bearer of good news. Yileng without male, as in the common phrase Yijit Yileng, a bear brave. Option of horse and man, F113b and note. Manifestly, Babur means that he twice actually helped to collect the booty. This is that part of a horse covered by the 2 side pieces of a Turkey saddle, from which the side arch springs on either side Shah. Baron Ning-Yaghi. Except the river I have found nothing called Baron. The village marked Bayan on the French map would suit the position. It is any of Charyak-Kar, FB note. I.e. prepared to fight. For the Hazara Turkey, Ming on the Merzas Road see Raverty's routes from Ghazni to the north. An account given by the Tara-Kairashidi, p. 196 of Jahangir's doings is confused. It's parenthetical, at the same time, can hardly be correct. Jahangir left Ghazni now, 911 as Babur left Kabul in 912 without knowledge of letter 1E25 US INS death, 911 Babur had heard it, F183b, before Jahangir joined him, 912 After their meeting, they went on together to Harry. The petition of which the TR speaks is made by Jahangir to Babur, that he might go into Khorasan and help the Baikara Mirzas must have been made after the meeting of the 2 at letter 1E63 AF Hill, F184b. The plurals they and their of the preceding sentence stand no doubt for the Mirza. Yusuf and Bulul, who all had such punishment, do as would lead them to hear threat in Qasim's words now, when all were within Babur's pounce. These are the Amacs from which the fighting men went east with Babur in 910 and the families in which Nasir shepherded across Hindu Kush, F154 and F155. Yamanlik Bilabardi, cf. F156b and N for its opposite, Yakshi Bardalar, and TRP 196. One might be of male, the other of wadded cloths. Chin letter 1E63, UFI was letter 1E25, USIN Baikara's man, TR. P 204. His arduous defense, faithfulness, and abandonment recall the instance of a later time when also a long road stretched between the man and the help that failed him. But the Mirza was old, his military strength was, admittedly, sapped by ease, hence his elder Kardam, his neglect of his Gordon. It should be noted that no mention of the page's fatal arrow is made by the Bābur-nāma, Vambari, p. 442, or by the Tara-Kairashidi, p. 204. Chin letter 1E63 UFI's death was on the 21st of the 2nd Rabbi 911 Og. 22nd 1505 ad. This may be the Babulé of the French map of 1904, on the Harry-Kushk-Marichak Road. Elf, Ms. F 127, WIBIO 215 F 132 and 217 FB, MEMS, P 175, MAMES, I 364. That Babur should have given his laborious account of the court of Harry seems due both to loyalty to a great Timurid, seated in Timur Beg's place, F 122b, and to his own interest as a man of letters and connoisseur in excellence, in that ruler's galaxy of talent. His account here opening is not complete. Its sources are various. They include the letter 1225 ABIBUSCR and what he will have learned himself in Harry or from members of the Baikara family, knowledgeable women, some of them, who were with him in Hindustan. The narrow scope of my notes shows that they attempt no more than to indicate further sources of information and to clear up a few obscurities. Timur's youngest son, D 850 AH, 1446 ad. Cf. Letter 1225s, Roman 3, 203. The use in this sentence of Emir and not Beg as Timur's title is, up to this point, unique in the Bābur-nāma. It may be a scribe's error. Firuzah's paternal line of descent was as follows: Firuzah, daughter of Asel, letter 1225 Usain Kanjut, son of Akabijim, daughter of Timur. Her maternal descent was Firuzah D. of Quitluk Sul, letter 16 FN Bijim, D of Muranshah, S of Timur. She died Mu, letter 1225. 24th 874 Ah. July 25, 1489 ad. Letter 1225 S. Roman 3, 218. No one in the world had such parentage, writes K.H. Wandamir, after detailing the Timurid, Chinggis Khanid, and other noted strains meeting in letter 1225 US in Baikara, letter 1225 S. Roman 3. The elf, Ms. gives the Bijim no name. Badi ul-Jamal is correct, letter 1225 S. Roman 3, 242. The curious Badka needs explanation. It seems probable that Babur left one of his blanks for later filling in. The natural run of his sentence here is Aka B and Badi ul-Jamal B, and not the detail, which follows in its due place, about the marriage with a letter 1225 M a D. Diwan Bashida letter 1225 a SIR Bulmas 80. The sense of which may be that Baikara did not sit where the premier retainer usually sat at the head of the court, Pers. TRS, Sarai Diwan. From this wise and SL. Letter 1225 USINM's daughter SUL letter 126F, a NIM, FB, were descended the Baikara Mirzas who gave Akbar so much trouble. As this man might be mistaken for Babur's uncle, QV of the same name, it may be well to set down his parentage. He was a S of Mirza Sayyidi, a letter 1225M a D, S of Muranshah, S of Timur, letter 1225 S. Roman 3, 217, 241. I have not found mention elsewhere of a letter 1225M a D S of Muranshah. The Sayyidi in his style points to a Sayyida mother. He was governor of Harry for a time, for SL. H.M. Ali Shir has notices of him and of his son, Kichik Mirza, Journal Asiatique Roman 17, 293, M. Bolin's Art, where may be seen notices of many other men mentioned by Babur. He collected and thus preserved Ali Shir's earlier poems, Riu's Pers. Cat, p. 294. Mainuddin al-Zamji writes respectfully of his being worthy of credence in some Egyptian matters, with which he became acquainted in twice passing through that country on his pilgrimage, Journal Asiatique Roman 16, 476, de Maynard's article. Kichik M's quatrain is a mere plagiarism of Jami's, which I am indebted to my husband for locating as in the Diwan IO Ms 47 p 47. BM. Add. 7774 p 290. And add. p 285. M. Boleyn interprets the verse as an expression of the rise of the average good man to mystical rapture, not as his lapse from abstinence to indulgence. LC Roman 17, 296 and notes. Elf, Ms. Younger but letter 1225 I. Ms. Older in which it is supported by the also, ham of the sentence. Modern Astrakhan. Letter 1225 USINS guerrilla wars were those through which he cut his way to the throne of Harry. This Bijim was married first to Pir Budug SL. Letter 1225 S. Roman 3, 242. He dying, she was married by a letter 1225 M a D, presumably by Leverett custom, Yinkalik. F12 and note. By a letter 1225M a d, she had a daughter styled Khanzada Bijim, whose affairs find comment on F206 and letter 1225 S. Roman 3, 359. The details of this note negative a suggestion of mine that Badka was the Rabbi Asul letter 1E6FN of F168, Gulbadan, App, SNN. This is a felt wideawake worn by travelers in hot weather Shah, the Turkmen bonnet Erskine. Letter 1225 Ri, Ms. Yamanlik badly but elf, Ms. Namyan whence Erskine's showy. This was a proof that he was then a Shia Erskine. The word perform may be excused in speaking of Musalman prayers, because they involve ceremonial bendings and prostrations, Erskine. If Babur's 40 include rule and Harry only, it overstates, since Yadgar died in 875 AH, and letter 1225 US IN in 911 AH, while the intervening 36 years include the 5 or 6 temperate ones. If the count from 861 AH, when letter 1225 US IN began to rule in Merv, it understates. It is a round number, apparently. Relying on the Ilminsky text, Dr. Ryu was led into the mistake of writing that Babur gave letter 1225 US IN the wrong pen name, i.e., letter 1225 US IN, and not letter 1225 US IN Turk. Cat, p. 256. Daulat Shah says that as he is not able to enumerate all letter 1225 US INS feats of arms, he, Turkmen fashion, offers a gift of 9. The 9 differ from those of Babur's list in some dates. They are also records of victory only, Brown, p. 521 not. Ed Exter, Roman 4, 262, Decisive's article. Wolf's Water, a river and its town at the SC corner of the Caspian, the ancient boundary between Russia and Persia. The name varies a good deal in MSS. The battle was at Tarshish. Abu Sa'id was ruling in Harry. Daulat Shah, LCP 523, gives 90 and 10,000 as the numbers of the opposed forces. F26B and note, letter 1225 S, Roman 3, 209, Daulat Shah p. 523. The loser was the last Shahraki ruler. Chanaran variance is near Abuward, Anwari's birthplace, letter 1225 S, Roman 3, DS, p. 527. F85, DS, p. 540, and the letter 1225 S, Roman 3, 223, dwell on letter 1225 US INS speed through 3 continuous days and nights. F26, letter 1225 S, Roman 3, 227, DSP 532. Abu Sa'id's son by a Badakshi Bijim Tr. p. 108. He became his father's governor in Badakhshan and married letter 1225 US IN Baikara's daughter Bijim Sultan at a date after 873 AH. F and note, letter 1225 S, Roman 3, 196, 229, 230, 437, DS, p. 535. F152. Ababakar was defeated and put to death at the end of Raja 884 AH, Oct. 1479 ad. After flight before letter 1225 US IN across the Gurgan water, letter 1225 S, Roman 3, 196 and 237, but DS, p. 539, letter 1E63 F ARA. F41, Palai Kairag, for Halwa Spring, letter 1225 S, Roman 3, 283 and Ryu's Pers. Cat, p. 443. F33, p57, and F57b. In commenting, thus Babur will have had in mind what he best knew, letter 1225 US, INS feudal movements at Quinduz, and letter 1225 ISAR. Calib 80, if Calib be taken as Turkey, survived or remained, it would not apply here since many of letter 1225 US INS children predeceased him. R. Calib would suit, meaning begotten, born. There are discrepancies between Babur's details here and KH Wandamir's scattered through the letter 1225 ABIBUSCR, concerning letter 1225 US INS family. By letter 1225 U letter 1293 URI, which may mean a version due to Khadija Bijim's malevolence. Some of the several goings into Iraq chronicled by Babur point to refuge taken with Timurids, descendants of Khalil and Umar, sons of Murran Shah, Lanepool's Muhammadan dynasties, Table of the Timurids. He died before his father, letter 1E25, S, Roman 3, 327. He will have been killed previous to R a M letter 1E93, a N third 918 A. Nav. 12th, 1512 ad. The date of the Battle of Gajdawan when Naam Sani died. The bund here may not imply that both were in prison, but that they were bound in close company, allowing Ismail, a fervent Shi'a, to convert the Mirza. The Batman is a Turkish weight of 13 pounds, Meninsky, Orbs, Woleston. The weight seems likely to refer to the strength demanded for rounding the bow, kaman girohasi, i.e. as much strength as to lift 40 Batmans. Rounding or bending might stand for stringing or drawing. The meaning can hardly be one of the weight of the crossbow itself. Erskine read Gerdahi for Giroha, p. 180, and translated by double-stringed bow. De Curte, I. 373, read Gerdhier Arandi circulaire in this following Ilminsky who may have followed Erskine. The Elf, and letter 1E25 I, MSS, and the first WIB, IO 215 F113B, have kaman girohasi. The second WIB omits the passage in the MSS. I have seen. Yakshler Barib Tour, lit. Good Things Went On, cf. F. 156b and note. Badi uz Zaman's son, drowned at Chausa in 946 A, 1539 ad. An. H. Beveridge, I. 344. Kalatina Diri, in Khurasan, the birthplace of Nadir Shah Tr. p. 209. Burgina Kiz, which on F86b can fitly be read to mean daughterling, Tochterchen, fillet, but here an I. A. F168 must have another meaning than diminutive and may be an equivalent of German stuck and mean one only. Gulbaden gives an account of Shad's manly pursuits, H.N. F.B. He was the son of Mahdi S.L. F320b and the father of Akil S.L. Ozbeg, A.N. Index S.N. Several matters suggest that these men were of the Shaban Ozbegs, who intermarried with letter 1E25 US a I.N. Baikara's family, and some of whom went to Babur in Hindustan. One such matter is that Kabul was the refuge of dispossessed Heratis after the Ozbeg conquest, that their Akil married Shad Baikara, and that Adil went on to Babur. Moreover, Kafi Khan makes a statement which, if correct, would allow Adil's father Mahdi to be a grandson of letter 1E25 US a I.N. Baikara. This statement is that when Babur defeated the Ozbegs in 916 A. 1510 ad. He freed from their captivity two sons, descendants of his paternal uncle, named Mahdi S.L. and S.U.L. letter 1E6F a N. Mirza. Leaving the authenticity of the statement aside for a moment, it will be observed that this incident is of the same date and place as another well vouched for, namely that Babur then and their killed Mahdi S.L. Ozbeg and letter 1E25 a MZ a SL. Ozbeg after defeating them. What makes in favor of Kafi Khan's correctness is not only that Babur's foe Mahdi is not known to have had a son Adil, but also that his SUL letter 1E6F a N Mirza is not a style so certainly suiting letter 1E25 a MZ or as it does a Shaban SUL letter 1E6F a N, one whose father was a Shaban SUL letter 1E6F a N and whose mother was a Mirza's daughter. Moreover, this point of identification is pressed by the correctness, according to Oriental statement of relationship, of Kafi Khan's paternal uncle of Babur, because this precisely suits SL. Letter 1E25 US a I.N. Mirza with whose family these Shaban SUL letter 1E6F a NS allied themselves. On the other hand, it must be said that Kafi Khan's statement is not in the English text of the Tarikh-i-Rashidi, the book on which he mostly relies at this period, nor is it in my husband's MS. A copy from the Rampur Codex. And to this must be added the verbal objection that a modicum of rhetoric allows a death to be described both in Turkey and Persian, as a release from the captivity of a sinner's own acts, F 160. Still, Kafi Khan may be right. His statement may yet be found in some other Ms of the TR or some different source. It is one a scribe copying the TR. Might be led to omit by reason of its coincidences. The killing and the release may both be right. Adil's Mahdi may be the Shaban SUL letter 1E6F, a N inference makes him seem. This little crux presses home the need of much attention to the Lacony in the Bābur-nāma. since in them are lost some exits and some entries of Babur's dramatis personae. Pertinently, mention of the death of Mahdi with letter 1E25 AMZ are in 916 and possibly also that of Adil's Mahdi's release. A char letter 1E6 FAQ may be a large tent rising into 4 domes or having 4 porches. Letter 1E25 S, Roman 3, 367. This phrase, common but not always selected, suggests unwillingness to leave the paternal roof. Abul Ghazi's History of the Mughals, Dacemasons p. The appointment was made in 933 1527 ad, and seems to have been held still in 934 ff. 329, 332. This grandson may have been a child traveling with his father's household, perhaps Oleg Mirza, the oldest son of Mu letter 1E25, a D Sul letter 1E6F, a N Mirza, a Blochman, p. 461. No mention is made here of Sul letter 1E6F, a Nim Bejim's marriage with Abdul Baki Mirza, f. 175. Abul Qasim Babur Sharaki presumably. The time may have been 902 when Mas'ud took his sister Begab Bejim to Harry for her marriage with letter 1E25 a Idar letter 1E25 s. Roman 3, 260. Khwaja a letter 1E25 M Adi Yasawi, known as Khwaja Ada, founder of the Yasawi religious order. Not finding mention of a daughter of Abu Sa'id named Rabbi Asul letter 1E6FN. I think she may be the daughter styled Ak Bejim, who is number 3 in Gulbadan's guest list for the Mystic Feast. This man I take to be letter 1E25 US a INS grandfather and not brother, both because Abdullah was of letter 1E25 US a INS and his brother's generation, and also because of the absence here of Babur's usual defining words, elder brother, of SL, letter 1E25 US a IN Mirza. In this, I have to differ from Dr. Riu Pers. Cat. P. So named after his ancestor Sayyid Barka, whose body was exhumed from Andakud for reburial in Samarkand, by Timur's wish, and there laid in such a position that Timur's body was at its feet. Bābur-nāma Roman 2, 719, letter 1E25, S. Roman 3, 82. For the above interesting detail, I am indebted to my husband. Kizil Bash, Persians wearing red badges or caps to distinguish them as Persians. Yadgarai Farak Muran Shah, letter 1E25 S. Roman 3, 327. He may have been one of those Muran Shahis of Iraq from whom came Akaz and Sul letter 1E6F, a Nims husbands, a letter 1E25 M a D and Abdul Baki, FF, 175b. This should be 4 F 169b. The letter 1E25 S. Roman 3, 327 also names 3 only when giving Papa Aghacha's daughters, the omission linking it with the BN. But elsewhere, Roman 3, it gives an account of a 4th girl's marriage. This 4th is needed to make up the total of 11 daughters. Babur's and Khwan Damir's details of Papa Aghacha's quartet are defective. The following may be a more correct list. 1. Bejim Sul letter 1E6F, a N, a frequent title, married to a Babakar Muran Shahi, who died 884 and seeming too old to be the one who married Mas'ud, letter 1E25 S. Roman 3, 229. 2. Sul letter 1E6F An Nijad, married to Iskandar Baikara. 3. Saadat Bakht, also known as Bejim Sul letter 1E6F An, married to Mas'ud Muran Shah, letter 1E25 S. Roman 3, 327. 4. Manawar Sul letter 1E6FN, married to a son of Oleg Beg Kabulai, letter 1E25 S. Roman 3, 327. This after seems to contradict the statement, F58, that Mas'ud was made to kneel as a son-in-law, Kayadlik Ka Yukanjurub, at a date previous to his blinding, but the seeming contradiction may be explained by considering the following details. He left Harry hastily, F58, went to Khusrau Shah and was blinded by him, all in the last 2 months of 903 1498 ad. After the kneeling on letter 1E95 ul Qadard, June 23 in the Raven's Garden. Here what Babur says is that the Bejim was given, birib, after the blinding, the inference allowed being that though Mas'ud had kneeled before the blinding, she had remained in her father's house till his return after the blinding. The first WIB writes, Apak Bajim, IO 215 F 136, which would allow Syed Mirza to be a kinsman of Apak Bajim, wife of letter 125 US a in Baikara. This brief summary conveys the impression that the Bajim went on her pilgrimage shortly after Mas'ud's death, 913 but may be wrong. After Mas'ud's murder by one Bimesh Mirza, Darogha of Sarax, at Shaybak Khan's order, she was married by Bimesh M, letter 125, S. Roman 3, 278. How long after this she went to Makkah is not said. It was about 934 when Babur heard of her as there. This clause is in the letter 125 RI, Ms. but not in the Elf, MS, F 131, or Kayers, Ilminsky, P 210, or in either Persian translation. The boy may have been 17 or 18. This appears a mistake, F 168 foot, and note on Papa's daughters. F 171b, A 1527 ad, F 329. Presumably this was a Yinkalik marriage. It differs from some of those chronicled and also from a levirate marriage in not being made with a childless wife. Cf. Index SN, Yinkalik. K.H. Wandamir says that Begah Bajim was jealous, died of grief at her divorce, and was buried in a college of her own erection in 893 1488 ad. Letter 125s. Roman 3, 245. Gilistan Cap. Roman 2, Story 31 Platts, p. 114. I.e. did not get ready to ride off if her husband were beaten by her brother. F11 and note, to letter 125 a bib a. Khadija Biji Agha, letter 125, S. Roman 2, 230 and Roman 3, 327. She would be promoted probably after Shah-i-Gharib's birth. He was a son of Badi az-Zaman. It is singular that this honored woman's parentage is not mentioned. If it be right on F 168b, QV with note, to read Syed Mirza of Apak Bajim, she may be a Sayyida of Andakad. As Babur left Kabul on letter 1E63, a FAR first Nav, 17th 1525 ad, the Bajim must have arrived in MU letter 1E25 a RR a M 932 Oct, 18th to Nav, 17th. F 333. As Shandiri was besieged in Rabbi al-Akbar 934 This passage shows that, as a minimum estimate, what remains of Babur's composed narrative, i.e. down to F 216b, was written after that date Jan. 1528. Charshambalar. Mention of another inhabitant of this place with the odd name, Wednesday Charshamba, is made on F 42b. Mole-marked lady, most MSS. Style her by but letter 1E25, S. Roman 3, writes Bibai, it varies also by calling her a Turk. She was a purchased slave of Sharbanu's and was given to the Mirza by Sharbanu at the time of her own marriage with him. As noted already, F 168b enumerates 3 only. The 3 were almost certainly Badi az-Zaman, letter 1E25 a ID a R, son of a Timurid mother, and Muzaffar letter 1E25 USIN, born after his mother had been legally married. 7 sons predeceased him: Farrukh, Shai-Gharib, MU letter 1E25, Masum letter 1E25 a ID a R, Ibrahim letter 1E25 USIN, MU letter 1E25, letter 1E25 US a IN, and Abut Yarab. So 2 5 daughters, Ak Begah Agha, Kichik, and FA letter 1E6F, IMASUL letter 1E6FN Bijims. So 2 4 wives, Begasuel letter 1E6FN and Chuli Bijims, Zubaydah and LA letter 1E6F, IFSUL letter 1E6FN Akhachas, letter 1E25S. Roman 3, 327. Chaku, a Barlas as was Timur, was one of Timur's noted men. At this point some hand not the scribes has entered on the margin of the letter 1E25 AI, Ms. the descendants of MU letter 1E25. Baranduk down into Akbar's reign, MU letter 1E25. Faridun bin MU letter 1E25. Quli Khan bin Mirza Ali bin MU letter 1E25. Baranduk Barlas. Of these Faridun and MU letter 1E25. Quli are emirs of the Ayanayak Bari list, Blochman, pp. 341, 342, letter 1E25 S. Roman 3, 233. Enforced marches of Mughals and other nomads are mentioned also on F154b and F155. Letter 125s. Roman 3, 228, 233, 235. Beg Kishi, Beg Person. K.H. Wandamir says he died a natural death. Letter 125s. Roman 3. F21. For a fuller account of Nawe, J. Asiatique Roman 17, 175 M. Boleyn's article. I.e. when he was poor and a beg's dependent. He went back to Harry at S.L. Letter 125 U.S. a I.N.M.'s request in 873 A. N.I. Letter 195 a M.I.S. Riu's purse, cat, S.N. Fariduddin Attars, Riu L.C. and Nsai, B.R. Garibus Sayar, Nawadura Shehab Bade ul W.S. Letter 1E6F, and Fawad al-Kibr. Every Persian poet has a Takhalis pen name, which he introduces into the last couplet of each ode Erskine. The death occurred in the first Jumada 906 A, Dec, Ad. N.I. Letter 1E95, A.M.U.D. Din a Letter 1E25, M.A.D. bin Tawakkul Barlas, Letter 1E25s. Roman 3. This may be that uncle of Timur who made the letter 1E25 a J.Tr. P. 48, quoting the Bābur-Nāma. Some MSS. Omit the word father here, but to read it obviates the difficulty of calling Wali a great beg of SL. Letter 1E25 US a IN Mirza, although he died when that Mirza took the throne, 973 A. And although no leading place is allotted to him in Babur's list of Harry begs. Here, as in other parts of Babur's account of Harry, the texts vary much whether Turkey or Persian, e.g., the elf. Ms appears to call Wali a blockhead Dunkazdur, the letter 1E25 a I. Ms writing N. Kuzdur. He had been Babur Sharuki's Yasawal, court attendant, had fought against letter 1E25 US a IN for Yadgarayemu letter 1E25 MMD, and had given a daughter to letter 1E25 US a IN letter 1E25S. Roman 3, 206, 228, 230-32, DS in not. Et ex de Sacy p. 265. F29b. Sick elf, Ms in both pers, TRSS, but the letter 1E25 I, MS. Omits father. To read it, however, suits the circumstance that letter 1E25 a S a N of Yaqub was not with letter 1E25 US a IN and inherit but was connected with M a letter 1E25 MUD Muranshahi and TIRM I letter 1E95 F24. Nuyen is not a personal name, but is a title. It implies good birth. All uses of it I have seen are for members of the religious family of TIRM I letter 1E95. He was the son of Ibrahim Barlas and a Badakshi Bajim, Tr. p. 108. He will have been therefore a collateral of Daulat Shah, whose relation to Firoz Shah is thus expressed by Nawe. Mir Daulat Shah Firoz Shah Begning Amzadasi Amir, allowed Daulat Isfarginaning Oyalai Dur, i.e. Mir Daulat Shah was the son of Firoz Shah Beg's paternal uncle's son, Amir, allowed Daulat Isfargini. Thus, Firoz Shah and Isfargini were first cousins, Daulat Shah and Abdul Khalik's father were second cousins, while Daulat Shah and Firoz Shah were first cousins, once removed, Riu's pers. Cat. p. 534, Brown's D.S. English Preface p. 14, and its reference to the pers. Preface. Tarkhan-Nama, E. and D's History of India I. 303, Letter 1E25s. Roman 3, 227. F41 and note. Both places are in the valley of the Harry Rud. Badi uz-Zaman married a daughter of letter 1E95 UN Nun. She died in 911 A. E and DI 305, letter 1E25 S. Roman 3, 324. This indicates, both amongst Musalmans and Hindus, obedience and submission. Several instances occur in Makalak's Bengali household stories. Tr. p. 205. This is an idiom expressive of great keenness, Erskine. Letter 1E25s, Roman 3, 250, Kitabdar, librarian, so 2 letter 1E25 AI, MS, F, 174b. Mudayam, F7b and note. Mir Mughal Beg was put to death for treachery in Iraq, letter 1E25, S, Roman 3, 227, 248. Babur speaks as an eyewitness, F187b. For a single combat of Sayyid Badr, letter 1E25, S Roman 3, 233. F 157, and note to Batman. A level field in which a gored kabak is set on a pole for an archer's mark to be hit in passing at the gallop, F18b and note. Or possibly during the gallop, the archer turned in the saddle and shot backwards. Junaid was the father of Ni letter 1E95, Amuddin, Ali, Babur's Khalifa, vicegerent. That Khalifa was of a religious house on his mother's side, may be inferred from his being styled both Sayyid and Khwaja, neither of which titles could have come from his Turkey father. His mother may have been a Sayyida of one of the religious families of Marganan, F18 and note, since Khalifa's son Mu letter 1E25 Ibbi Ali writes his father's name, Ni letter 1E95 Amuddin Ali Marganani, in the preface of his book on sport Riu's purse. Cat, p. 485. This northward migration would take the family into touch with Baburs in Samarkand and Fargana. He was left in charge of Jaunpur in Rabbi I 933 Jan 1527 ad, but exchanged for Chunar in M letter 1E93 N 935 June 1529 ad. So that for the writing of this part of the Bābur-nāma, we have the major and minor limits of Jan 1527 and June 1529. Letter 1E25, S Roman 3, 227. See Appendix H, on the countermark Bihbud on coins. Ni letter 1E95, Amuddin Amir Sheikh, A letter 1E25, Madus Suhaili was surnamed Suhaili through a foul augury, taken by his spiritual guide, Kamaluddin letter 1E25 US in Gazargahi. It was he induced letter 1E25 US in Kashafi to produce his Anwar-I Suhaili, Lights of Canopus, F 125 and note, Riu's purse. Cat. P 756, and for a couplet of his, letter 1E25 S, Roman 3, 242 L10. Index SN. Did the change complete an analogy between Ali Jalir and his perhaps elder son with Ali Khalifa and his elder son letter 1E25 SN? The Qushbaji is, in Central Asia, a high official who acts for an absent ruler Shah. He does not appear to be the falconer, for whom Babur's name is Qushchai, F15n. He received this sobriquet because when he returned from an embassy to the Persian Gulf, he brought from Bahrain to his Timurid master a gift of royal pearls, Sam Mirza, for an account of Marwarid C. Riu's purse. Cat, P 1094 and Ray Portrait, P 787. Sam Mirza specifies this affliction as a Blaufarang, thus making what may be one of the earliest Oriental references to Morbus Gallicus, as decisive here translates the name, the foreign or European pox, the French disease of Shakespeare. H.B. Index SN, Yusuf. R.M. letter 1E93, N 3rd 918 Nav, 12th 1512. I.e. of the White Sheep Turkmens. His paternal line was Abdul Baki, son of Usman, son of Sayyidi, a letter 1E25M a D, son of Muran Shah. His mother's people were Begs of the White Sheep, letter 1E25 S, Roman 3, 290. SUL letter 1E6F, a NIM had married Wise, F 157, not later than 895 or 896 Letter 1E25, S Roman 3, 253. She married Abdul Baki in 908 15023 ad. Sayyid Shamsuddin Mu letter 1E25 a MM a D, Mir Sayyid Sarai Barana owed his sobriquet of barehead to lovesick wanderings of his youth, letter 1E25 S, Roman 3, 328. The letter 1E25 S, it is clear, recognizes him as a Sayyid. Riu's purse, Cat, P 760, it is immensely long and filled with tales that shock all probability, Erskine. F94 and note. SL. Letter 1E25 USINM made him curator of Ansari's shrine, an officer represented presumably by Call Yates Mir of Gazargah, and he became Chief Justice in 904 1498-99 ad. See letter 1E25 S, Roman 3, 330 and 340, JASP 1887 art. On the city of Heret, CE Yate, P85. Mutasawif, perhaps meaning not a professed letter 1E63, UFI. He was of high birth on both sides, of religious houses of Tabas and Nishapur, DSPP. 161, 163. In agreement with its preface, Dr. Ryu entered the book as written by S.L. Letter 1225 U.S. A.I.N. Mirza. In his addenda, however, he quotes Babur as the authority for its being by Ghazar-Gahai. Kh1 Damir's authority can be added to Babur's Letter 1225 S. 340 Pers. Cat. pp. 351, 1085. Diwan. The Wazir is a sort of minister of finance. The Diwan is the office of revenue receipts and issues, Erskine. A secretary who writes out royal orders, Letter 1225 S. Roman 3. Count von Knoer's words about a cognate reform of later date suit this man's work. It also was a bar to the defraudment of the crown, a stumbling block in the path of avaricious chiefs. Emperor Akbar Trs. I-11. The opposition made by Ali Shir to reform so clearly to Letter 1225 U.S. A.I.N.S. gain and to Letter 1225 U.S. A.I.N.S. Beg's loss stirs the question, what was the source of his own income? Up to 873 A. He was for some years the dependent of a Letter 1225 M, a D Letter 1225, a J. I. Beg. He took nothing from the Mirza, but gave to him. He must have spent much in benefactions. The question may have presented itself to M. Belin, for he observes, Ali Shir qui sans doubt, a son retour de l'exil, recouvre el héritage de ses peers, et depuis occupa de hautes positions dans le gouvernement de son pays, avait acquis une grande fortune, J. Asiatique Roman 17, 227. While not contradicting M. Belin's view that vested property such as can be described as paternal inheritance may have passed from father to son, even in those days of fugitive prosperity and changing appointments, one cannot but infer from Nawai's opposition to Majd-ud-Din that he, like the rest, took a partial view of the rights of the cultivator. This was in 903 A. After some 20 years of service, Letter 1225 S. Roman 3, 231, Ethe I.O. Cat. p. 252. Amir Jamaluddin Ad-Dawlah, known also as Jamaluddin Letter 1225 USIN, wrote a history of Mohammed Letter 1225 S. Roman 3, Rius Pers. Cat. p. 147 and a correction p. 1081. Amongst noticeable omissions from Babur's list of hairy celebrities are Mir Kh1 Shah, Merkand, his grandson Kh1 Damir, Letter 1225 US A.I.N. Kashafi, and Mu'inuddin al-Zamji, author of a history of Herat which was finished in 897 A. Saduddin Mas'ud, son of Umar, was a native of Taft in Yazd, whence his cognomen Baharai Ajam. He died in 792 A-1390 AD. Letter 1225 S. Roman 3, 59, 343, tr. p. 236, Rius Pers. Cat. pp. 352, 453. These are those connected with grammar and rhetoric, Erskine. This is one of the four principal sects of MU Letter 1225, a MM, a D, a NI, SM, Erskine. tr. p. 235, for Shah Ismail's murders in Harry. Superintendent of Police, who examines weights, measures, and provisions, also prevents gambling, drinking, and so on. F. 137. The rank of Mujtahid, which is not bestowed by any individual or class of men, but which is the result of slow and imperceptible opinion, finally prevailing and universally acknowledged, is one of the greatest peculiarities of the religion of Persia. The Mujtahid is supposed to be elevated above human fears and human enjoyments, and to have a certain degree of infallibility and inspiration. He is consulted with reverence and awe. There is not always a Mujtahid necessarily existing. See Kempfer, Ammonitates Exotici Erskine. One versed in the traditional sayings and actions of MU Letter 1225, a MM a D. Letter 1225, S. Roman 3, 340. BM, or 218 Rius Pers. Cat, p. 350. The commentary was made in order to explain the NAF a Letter 1225 a T to Jami's son. He was buried by the mullah's side. Amir Burhanuddin Ad-Dawlah bin M. a Letter 1225, MUDU L Letter 1225 USINI was born in Nishapur, but known as Mashhadi, because he retired to that holy spot after becoming blind. F144b and note. Q a letter 193 I Ikhtiaruddin letter 125 a S a N letter 125s. Roman 3 347 appears to be the Khwaja Ikhtiar of the Ayani Akbari, and if so, will have taken professional interest in the script, since a Bilah letter 193L describes him as a distinguished calligrapher in SL. Letter 125 US a INM's presence. Blochman, p. 101. Saifuddin, Sword of the Faith, a letter 125M a D, presumably. A sister of his, a Pakbegah, the wife of Ali Shir's brother Darwish-I Ali Kitabdar, is included as a poet in the biography of Ladies Sprenger's Cat. p. 11. Amongst the women named, one is a wife of Shaybak Khan, another a daughter of Hilali. He was the son of Khw. Nai Amatullah, one of SL, Abu Sa'id M's wazirs. When dying 923 he made this chronogram on his own death. With 70 steps he measured the road to eternity. The name Asaf, so frequent amongst wazirs, is that of Solomon's wazir. Other interpretations are open. Wadi, taken as river, might refer to the going on from one poem to another, the stream of verse, or it might be taken as desert, with disparagement of collections. Maulana Jamaluddin Banay was the son of a Sabzbana, an architect, a good builder. Steingass's dictionary allows convenient reference for examples of meters. Other jokes made by Banay at the expense of Nawe are recorded in the various sources. Babur saw Banay in Samarkand at the end of 901 1496 ad. F38. Here Dr. Leiden's translation ends. One other fragment which he translated will be found under the year 925 Erskine. This statement allows attention to be drawn to the inequality of the shares of the work done for the memoirs of 1826 by Leiden and by Erskine. It is just to Mr. Erskine, but a justice he did not claim, to point out that Dr. Leiden's share is slight both in amount and in quality. His essential contribution was the initial stimulus he gave to the great labors of his collaborator. So of Lope de Vega, B. 1562, D. 1635 ad. It became a common proverb to praise a good thing by calling it a lope, so that jewels, diamonds, pictures, etc. were raised into esteem by calling them his. Montalvan in Ticknor's Spanish Literature, Roman 2, 270. Maulana Saifi, known as a Ru letter 1E93I from his mastery in prosody Riu's purse. Cat, p. 525. Here pedantry will be implied in the mullahhood. Comsitin, infra F 180b and note. This appears to mean that not only the sparse diacritical pointing common in writing Persian was dealt with, but also the fuller Arabic. He is best known by his pen name Hadafi. The BM and IO have several of his books. Comsitin, Hadafi regarded himself as the successor of NI letter 1E95 a MI and Khusrau. This, taken with Babur's use of the word Comsitin on F7 in here, and Saifi's just above, leads to the opinion that the Comsitin of the Babur-Nama are always those of NI letter 1E95 a MI and Khusrau, the two quintets, Riu's purse. Cat, p. 653. Maulana Mir Kamaluddin letter 1E25 US a IN of Nishapur, Riu LC. Index SN, Ethase IO Cat, pp. 433 and 1134. One of his couplets on good and bad fortune is striking. The fortune of men is like a sand glass, 1 hour up, the next down. See de Herbilat in his article Erskine. Letter 1E25 S Roman 3 336, Riu's purse. Cat, p. 1089. Ahi, sighing, was with Shah-I Garib before Ibn I letter 1E25 USIN, and to him dedicated his diwan. The words SA letter 1E25 IBI diwan seem likely to be used here with double meaning IE to express authorship and finance office. Though Babur has made frequent mention of authorship of a diwan and of office in the diwan, he has not used these words hitherto in either sense. There may be a play of words here. MU letter 1E25 a MM a D letter 1E63 a LI letter 1E25 Mirza Khwarizmi, author of the Bābur-nāma, which manifestly is the poem Masnawi mentioned below. This has been published with a German translation by Professor Vambry and has been edited with Russian notes by Mr. Platon Meliransky, Riu's Turkish Cat p. 74, letter 1E25 S. Roman 3, 301. Jami's Sub letter 1225 Atu el Abrar, Rosary of the Righteous. The reference may be to things said by Mu letter 1225. Letter 1263, a Li letter 1225, the untruth of which was known to Babur through his own part in the events. A crying instance of misrepresentation is letter 1263, a Li letter 1225's assertion, in rhetorical phrase, that Babur took booty and jewels from Khusrau Shah. Other instances concern the affairs of the Khans and of Babur in Transoxiana, F124b and Index S, NN. A letter 1225 M a D and M a letter 1225 MUD Chagatai etc. TR Index S NN. The name Fatland, TA letter 1243b Al Khana, has its parallel in Fat Village, Simiskint, a name of Samarkand. In both cases, the nickname is accounted for by the fertility of irrigated lands. We have not been able to find the above-quoted couplet in the Bābur-nāma Vambari. Needless to say, the pun is on the nickname T a letter 1243b a L, Fat, of SL. A letter 1225 M a DT, a letter 1243b a L. MU letter 1225. Letter 1263 a Li letter 1225 does not show well in his book. He is sometimes coarse, gloats over spoil whether in human captives or goods, and, his good birth not forbidding, is a servile flatterer. Babur's word heartless is just. It must have had sharp prompting from letter 1263, a Li letter 1225, rejoicing in the downfall of the Khans, Babur's uncles. The longer letter 1225, Roman 3, 349. Maulana Badruddin, full moon of the faith, whose pen name was Halali, was of Asterabad. It may be noted that two dates of his death are found, 936 and 939 A. The first given by Decisive, the second by Riu, and that the second seems to be correct, not. Et Exter. P. 285, Pers, Cat, P. Hammers Jeskicht P. 368. BM, Ad. 7783. Opinions differ as to the character of this work. Babur's is uncompromising. Von Hammer, p. 369, describes it as ein romantisches Gedicht, Welch's ein sentimental Mannerlieb behandelt. Sprenger, p. 427, as a mystical Masnawi poem. Riu finds no spiritual symbolism in it and condemns it pers. Cat. p. 656, and quoting the above passage of Babur, p. 1090, Ithay, who has translated it, takes it to be mystical and symbolic, I.O. Cat. p. 783. Of four writers using the pen name Ali of the people, viz., those of Tehran, Shiraz, Tarshish, and Khurasan, and Iraq, the one noticed here seems to be he of Tarshish. Ali of Tarshish was the son of a locally known pious father and became a superintendent of the mint. Babur's Amime refer to Ali's first patrons, tanners and shoemakers, by writing for whom he earned his living. Sprenger, p. 319. Erskine read meaning that Ali could neither read nor write, de Courtet that he was unham du commune. He was an occasional poet, letter 1225 Roman 3, 350 and Roman 4, 118 Riu's pers. Cat, p. 531, Essays I.O. Cat, p. 428. Ustad Kamaluddin Bizad, Wellborn, letter 1225 Roman 3, 350. Work of his is reproduced in Dr. Martin's Painting and Painters of Persia of 1913 ad. This sentence is not in the Elf, MS. Perhaps he could reproduce tunes heard and say where heard. M. Boleyn quotes quatrains exchanged by Ali Shur and this man, J. Asiatique Roman 17, 199. I.e. from his own camp, to Baba Ilahi. F. 121 has a fuller quotation. On the dual succession, CTR, p. 196. Elf, Ms. F. 144, WIBIO 215 F. 148b and 217 FB, Mems, p. 199. News of letter 1225 US a INS death in 911 A. F. 163b did not reach Babur till 912 A. F. 184b. Lone Meadow, F. 195b. Jahangir will have come over the Iraq Pass, Babur's baggage convoy, by Shibur cf. tr. p. 199 for Babur and Jahangir at this time. Servant of the mace, but perhaps Kilinjak swordsman. One of four, a fourth. Charyak may be a component of the name of the well-known place, N of Kabul, Charakar. But also the char in it may be Hindustani and refer to the permits to pass after tolls paid, given to caravans halted there for taxation. Raverty writes at Charlakar. Amongst the disruptions of the time was that of the Khanate of Kipchak, Erskine. The nearest approach to Kipki we have found in dictionaries is Kupaki, which comes close to the Russian kopek. Erskine notes that the Kaspike is an oval copper coin, Tavernier, p. 121, and that a tumen is a myriad 10,000. Cf. Manucci Irvine, I. 78 in Roman 4, 417 note, Chardin Roman 4, 278. MU letter 1225 a RR a M 912 a June 1506 ad. Letter 1225 S. Roman 3, 353. I take Murgab here to be the fortified place at the crossing of the river by the main Eni road. Babur when in Dara Ibam was on a tributary of the Murgab. Khwan Damir records that the information of his approach was hailed in the Mirza's camp as good news, letter 1225. S. Roman 3, 354. Babur gives the Mirza's precedence by age, ignoring Muzaffar's position as joint ruler. Mubulga Kildi, perhaps he laid stress on their excuse, perhaps did more than was ceremonially incumbent on him. To which Estrade answers in its sense of a carpet, on which stands a raised seat. Perhaps it was a recess, resembling a gateway W.I.B. I.O. 215 F151 and 217 F127b. The impression conveyed by Babur's words here to the artist who in B.M. or 3714 has depicted the scene is that there was a vestibule opening into the tent by a door and that the Mirza sat near that door. It must be said, however, that the illustration does not closely follow the text, in some known details. Shira, fruit syrups, sherbets. Babur's word for wine is chaghir QV index, and this reception being public, wine could hardly have been offered in Sunni Hari. Babur's strictures can apply to the vessels of precious metal he mentions, these being forbidden to Musalmans. From his reference to the chura, it would appear to repeat the same injunctions. Babur broke up such vessels before the Battle of Kanwaha, F. 315. Shah Jahan did the same, when sent by his father Jahangir to reconquer the Deccan, 1030-1621 ad. He asked permission to follow the example of his ancestor Babur, renounced wine, poured his stock into the ch a letter 143 Bilah, broke up his cups and gave the fragments to the poor, a Malai Sli letter 125, Hughes dict. Of Islam quoting the Hidayah and Miskat, SNN. Drinkables, drinking vessels, and gold. Lane's Modern Egyptians p. 125n. This may be the RABA letter 16 Fi Shanghai of some maps, on a near road between the 40 Daughters and Herat. Or Babur may have gone out of his direct way to visit RABA letter 16 Fi Sangbast, a renowned halting place at the Carfax of the Haritus and Nishapur Mashhad roads, built by one Arslan Jazala who lies buried near, and rebuilt with great magnificence by Ali Shur Nawe, Daulat Shah, Brown, p. 176. The wording here is confusing to those lacking family details. The paternal aunt Bijims can be Pander Sul letter 16fn, named, Khadija Sul letter 16fn, Apak Sul letter 16fn, and Fakir Jahan Bijims, all daughters of Abusa ID. The Apak Bijim named above also on F168 BQV does not now seem to me to be Abusa ID's daughter, Gulbadan, TRS. Bioapp. Yukanmai. Unless all copies I have seen reproduce a primary clerical mistake of Babur's, the change of salutation indicated by there being no kneeling with Apak Bijim points to a nuance of etiquette. Of the verb yukanmak, it may be noted that it both describes the ceremonious attitude of intercourse, i.e. kneeling and sitting back on both heels, shah, and also the kneeling on meeting. From Babur's phrase Bijim Bilah Yukanub, it appears that each of those meeting made the genuflection. I have not found the phrase used of other meetings. It is not the one used when a junior or a man of less degree meets a senior or superior in rank, e.g. Khusrau and Babur F. 123, or Babur and Badi Az-Zaman F. 186. Musalmans employ a set of readers who succeed one another in reading, reciting the Quran at the tombs of their men of eminence. This reading is sometimes continued day and night. The readers are paid by the rent of lands or other funds assigned for the purpose, Erskine. A suspicion that Khadija put poison in Jahangir's wine may refer to this occasion, tr. p. 199. These are Jarak-i Darsan, windows or balconies from which a ruler shows himself to the people. Mas'ud was then blind. Babur first drank wine not earlier than 917 Ah. F49 and note, therefore when nearing 30. H. French interior. The obscure passage following here is discussed in Appendix I, on the weeping willows of F190b. Here this may well be a gold-embroidered garment. This, the tomb of Khwaja, Abdullah Ansari, D481 Ah, stands some 2 m north of Harry. Babur mentions one of its numerous attendants of his day, Kamaluddin letter 125 US A NING-NAHAR. Mohan Lal describes it as he saw it in 1831, says the original name of the locality was Karzargah, place of battle, and, as perhaps his most interesting detail, mentions that Jalaluddin Rumi's Masnawi was recited every morning near the tomb, and that people fainted during the invocation, travels in the Panjab, etc. p. 252. Colonel Yate has described the tomb as he saw it some 50 years later, Jasp 1887, and explains the name Gazargah, lit. Bleaching place, by the following words of an inscription there found. His tomb, Ansari's, is a washing place, Gazargah, wherein the cloud of the divine forgiveness washes white the black records of men, p. 88 and p. 102. Juazai Kaghasler, F47b and note. The letter 125 ABIBUSCR and letter 125 RI. Ms. write this name with medial round ha. This allows it to be Kahadstan, a running place, race course. Khwan Damir and Daulat Shah call it a meadow awling. The latter speaks of a feast as held there. It was Shaybani's headquarters when he took Herat. Var Katira, either an enclosure Queruk, or a fine and lofty building. This may have been a usual halting place on a journey, Safar, north. It was built by letter 125 US IN Baikara, overlooked hills and fields covered with Arguin, F137b, and seems once to have been a paradise, Mohan Lal, p. 256. Jami's tomb was in the Idgah of Harry, letter 125 S, Roman II, 337, which appears to be the Musalla, praying place, demolished by Amir Abdurrahman letter 125 MN in the 19th century. Khal Yate was shewn a tomb in the Musalla said to be Jami's and agreeing in the age, given on it with Jami's at death, but he found a crux in the inscription, pp. 99, 106. This may be the Musalla, Yate, p. 98. This place is located by the letter 1E25 S, at 5 farsak from Harry de Maynard at 25 kilometers. It appears to be rather an abyss or fissure than a pond, a crack from the sides of which water trickles into a small basin in which dwells a mysterious fish, the beholding of which allows the attainment of desires. The story recalls Wordsworth's Undying Fish of Bowscale Tarn. Cf. Letter 1E25, S. Baum. Ed. Roman II, Kotmat p. 20 and de Maynard, Journal Asiatique Roman 16, 480 and note. This is on maps to the north of Harry. D. 232 A, 847 ad. C. Yate, p. 93. Imam Fakhruddin R. A letter 1E93, I. de Maynard, Journal Asiatique Roman 16, 481. D. 861 A. 1457 ad. Guharshad was the wife of Timur's son Shahrukh. See Mohan Lal, p. 257 and Yate, p. 98. This marigold garden may be named after Harun ar-Rashid's wife Zubaydah. This will be the place N of Harry from which Maulana Jalaluddin Purani, d. 862 A, took his cognomen, as also Sheikh Jamaluddin Abu Sa'id Puran, f. 206, who was visited there by S.L. Letter 1E25 US A IN Mirza, ill-treated by Shaybani, f. 206, left Harry for Kandahar, and there died through the fall of a roof in 921 A. Letter 1E25 S, Roman 3, 345, Kazanat al-Asfiya Roman 2. His tomb is dated 35 or 37 A, 656 or 658 ad. Yate p. 94. Malin was a name of the Harry Rudd Journal Asiatique Roman 16, 476, 511, Mohan Lal, p. 279, Farrier, p. 261, etc. Yates, p. 94. The position of this building between the Kush and Kipchak gates, de Maynard, LCP 475, is the probable explanation of the variant, noted just below, of Kushk for Kush as the name of the gate. The Tara Kairashidi, p. mentions this kiosk in its list of the noted ones of the world. Var, Kushk de Maynard, LCP 472. The reference here is, presumably, to Babur's own losses of Samarkand and Andajan. Akka or Aga is used of elder relations. A Yinka or Yinga is the wife of an uncle or elder brother. Here it represents the widow of Babur's uncle, a letter 1E25M, a D Muran Shahi. From it is formed the word Yinkalik, leveret. The almshouse or convent was founded here in Timur's reign, de Maynard, LCP 500. I.e. no smoke without fire. This name may be due to the splashing of water. A langar, which may be that of Mir Giyas, is shewn in maps in the Bam Valley. From it into the Harirud Valley, Babur's route may well have been the track from that langar, which, passing the villages on the southern border of Gargistan, goes to AFGHAN. This escape ought to have been included in the list of Babur's transportations, from risk to safety, given in my note to F96. The right and wrong roads are shewn by the Indian survey and French military maps. The right road turns off from the wrong one, at Daulat Yar, to the right, and mounts diagonally along the south rampart of the Harirud Valley, to the Zurin Pass, which lies above the Bakak Pass and carries the regular road for Yakaling. It must be said, however, that we are not told whether Yakaling was Qasim Beg's objective. The direct road for Kabul from the Harirud Valley is not over the Zurin Pass, but goes from Daulat Yar by Aksaret, and the southern flank of Kowai Baba Babar, to the Anai Pass, Holdich's Gates of India p. 262. Circa Feb. 14th 1507, Babur's 24th birthday. The Hazaras appear to have been wintering outside their own valley, on the Girbund Road, in wait for travelers. They have been perennial highwaymen on the only pass to the north not closed entirely in winter. The Girbund Valley is open in this part. The Hazaras may have been posted on the Nays, near the narrows leading into the Janglik and their own side valleys. Although the verses following here in the text are with the Turkey codices, doubt cannot but be felt as to their authenticity. They do not fit verbally to the sentence they follow. They are a unique departure from Babur's plain prose narrative, and nothing in the small Hazara affair shows cause for such departure. They differ from his usual topics in their bombast, and comment on his men, cf. F194 for comment on shirking begs. They appear in the second Persian translation, 217 F134 in Turkey, followed by a prose Persian rendering Khalasa. They are not with the first Pers, TRS. 215 F, the text of which runs on with a plain prose account suiting the size of the affair as follows. The braves, seeing there the Hazaras good soldiering, had stopped surprised. Wishing to hurry them, I went swiftly past them, shouting, move on, move on. They paid me no attention. When in order to help, I myself attacked, dismounting and going up the hill, they showed courage and emulation in following. Getting to the top of the pass, we drove that band off, killing many, capturing others, making their families prisoner and plundering their goods. This is followed by I myself collected, etc., as in the Turkey text after the verse. It will be seen that the above extract is not a translation of the verse. No translator, or even summarizer, would be likely to omit so much of his original. It is just a suitably plain account of a trivial matter. Gulistan Cap, I Story 4. Babur seems to have left the Girbund Valley, perhaps pursuing the Hazaras towards Janglik, and to have come by ridge and valley back into it for Ushtarshar. I have not located Timur Beg's langar. As has been noted already, Q.V. Index. The Girbund Narrows are at the lower end of the valley. They have been surmised to be the fissured rampart of an ancient lake. Here this may represent a guard or toll house, Index SN. As Urun is a patch, the bearer of the sobriquet might be black, a letter 1E25M, a D the repairing tailor. Second Afghan War, map of Kabul and its environs. I understand that the arrival undiscovered was a result of riding in single file, and thus showing no black mass. Or Garbacha, which Mr. Erskine explains to be the 4 plates of mail, made to cover the back, front, and sides. The jiba would thus be the wadded undercoat to which they are attached. This prayer is composed of extracts from the Quran, Mames, I 454 note. It is reproduced as it stands in Mr. Erskine's wording, p. 216. Babur's reference may well be to Sanjar's birth as well as to his being the holder of NING-NAHAR. Sanjar's father had been thought worthy to mate with one of the 6 Badakshi Bijims, whose line traced back to Alexander, TRP 107, and his father was a Barlas, seemingly of high family. It may be inferred that what was done was for the protection of the 2 women. Not a bad case could have been made out for now putting a Timurid in Babur's place in Kabul, viz., that he was believed captive in Harry and that Mirza Khan was an effective locum tenens against the Arghans. Haydar sets down what in his eyes pleaded excuse for his father Mu letter 1025. Letter 1025 USAINTR. P. Quish, not even a little plough land being given, Chand Quilbadihia, 215 F 162. They were sons of SL, a letter 1025 M a decon Chagatai. F 160. Letter 1025 a ID a RS opinion of Babur at this crisis is of the more account that his own father was one of the rebels let go to the mercy of the avenging servitor. When he writes of Babur as being, at a time so provoking, gay, generous, affectionate, simple and gentle, he sets before us insight and temper in tune with Kipling's If. Babur's distinction, made here and elsewhere, between Chagatai and Mughal touches the old topic of the right or wrong of the term Mughal dynasty. What he, as also letter 1025 a ID a R, allows said is that if Babur were to describe his mother in tribal terms, he would say she was half Chagatai, half Mughal, and that if he so described himself, he would say he was half Timurid Turk, half Chagatai. He might have called the dynasty he founded in India Turkey, might have called it Timuriya. He would never have called it Mughal, after his maternal grandmother. Letter 1025 a idea R, with imperfect classification, divides Chinggis Khan's Mughal horde into Mughals and Chagatais, and of this Chagatai offtake says that none remained in 953 A, 1547 ad. Except the rulers, i.e. sons of SL. A letter 1025 M a decon TR. Manifestly, there was a body of Chagatais with Babur, and there appear to have been many near his day in the Harry region. Ali Shir Nawa I the best known. Babur supplies directions for naming his dynasty when, as several times, he claims to rule in Hindustan where the Turk had ruled F 233b, F 224b, F 225. To call his dynasty Mughal seems to blot out the centuries, something as we should do by calling the English Teutons. If there is to be such blotting out, a Bulghazi would allow us, by his tables of Turk descent, to go further, to the primal source of all the tribes concerned, to Turk, son of Japhet. This traditional descent is another argument against Mughal dynasty. They went to Kandahar, and there suffered great privation. Baran seems likely to be the bayan of some maps. Gulai Bahar is higher up on the Panjshir road. Chashtupa will have been nearby. Its name might mean hill of the heap of winnowed corn. F 136. Answer, visions of his father's sway. Elf, Ms. F 161, WIBIO 215 F 164 and 217 FB, Mems, P 220. The narrative indicates the location of the tribe, the modern Gils or Gilzi. Sikana lies SE of Shorkech and near Karbin. Saridi is about 25 or 30 miles S of Ghazni Erskine. A name suiting the pastoral wealth of the tribe viz. Meshkile, sheep tribe, is shewn on maps somewhat S from Karbin. Cf. Steinges SN mashed. Yagran, whence Yagrunchi, a diviner by help of the shoulder blades of sheep. The defacer of the Elphinstone Codex has changed Yagran to Yan, side, thus making Babur turn his side, and not his half back to the north, altering his direction, and missing what looks like a jesting reference to his own divination of the road. The pole star was seen, presumably, before the night became quite black. From the subsequent details of distance done, this must have been one of those good yighatch of perhaps 5-6 miles that are estimated by the ease of travel on level lands. Index SV. Yighatch. I am uncertain about the form of the word translated by Wim. The elf, and letter 1E25 are I. Codices read Cud D, LMA altered in the first to Y LMA. Ilminsky p. 257 reads Cud L, Mada C Roman 2, 2 and note. Erskine has been misled by the Persian translation, 215 F 164b and 217 F 139b. Whether Cud Dilma should be read, with the sense of out of their own hearts, spontaneously, or whether Cud Yalma, own pace, Turkey, Yalma, pace, the contrast made by Babur appears to be between an unpremeditated gallop and one premeditated for haste. Persian dalama, tarantula, also suggests itself. Chapquin, which is the word translated by gallop throughout the previous passage. The Turkey verb chapmak is one of those words of all work for which it is difficult to find a single English equivalent. The verb quimak is another. In its two occurrences here, the first may be a metaphor from the pouring of molten metal. The second expresses that permission to gallop off for the raid without which to raid was forbidden. The root notion of quimak seems to be letting go, that of chapmak, rapid motion, i.e. on the raider's own road for Kabul. F 198b. The fifth taken was manifestly at the ruler's disposition. In at least two places when dependents send gifts to Babur, the word used might be rendered as gifts for the poor. Does this mean that the Padshah in receiving this stands in the place of the Imam of the Quran injunction, which orders 1/5 of spoil to be given to the Imam for the poor, orphans, and travelers, 4/5 being reserved for the troops? Quran, Sales ed. 1825, I. 212 and Hidyat, Book 9. This may be the sum of the separate items of sheep entered in account books by the commissaries. Here this comprehensive word will stand for deer, these being plentiful in the region. 3 Turkey MSS, write Cyanib, but the elf, MS, has had this changed to Yidib, having reached. Bashsiz lit, without head, doubtless a pun on Ozbeg own beg, leaderless, BM, or 3714 shows an artist's conception of this tart part. Baba Kaki is a fine valley, some 13 Yighach E of Harry F13, where the Harry SUL letter 1E6F a NS reside in the heats, J. Asiatique Romans 16, 501, de Maynard's article, letter 1E25, S. Roman 3, 356. F 172b. Akshata Almaty. This is one of many passages which Ilminsky indicates he has made good by help of the memoirs, p. Memoirs Roman 2, 6. They are given also on F 172. This may be Surax or Suraksh Erskine. Tushlik Tushtin Uity by Ruler. At least two meanings can be given to these words. Circumstances seem to exclude the one in which the memoirs, p. 222, and memoirs, Roman 2, 7 have taken them here, viz. Each man went off to shift for himself, and Chakan Sn ala de sun kate et Sn fuit kamet il put, because letter 1E95 UN none did not go off, and the Mirzas broke up after his defeat. I therefore suggest another reading, one prompted by the Mirzas' vague fancies and dreams of what they might do, but did not. The encounter was between Balakai Merrill and RABA letter 1E6FI Alishur, near Bad Guys, Raverty's notes p. 580, for particulars of the taking of Harry C. letter 1E25, S. Roman 3, 353. One may be the book name, the second the name in common use and due to the color of the buildings. But Babur may be making an ironical jest and nickname the fort by a word referring to the defilement Allah of Ozbeg possession. Cf. letter 1E25, S. Roman 3, 359. Mr. Erskine notes that Badi uz-Zaman took refuge with Shah Isma-il letter 1E63, a F a W-I who gave him Tabriz. When the Turkish Emperor Salim took Tabriz in 920 AH, 1514 AD, he was taken prisoner and carried to Constantinople, where he died in 923 AH, 1517 AD. In the fort were his wife Kabulai Bijim, D of Alag Beg M. Kabulai and Rukia Agha, known as the Nightingale. A young daughter of the Mirza named the Rosebud Chachak had died just before the siege. After the surrender of the fort, Kabulai Bijim was married by Mirza Kukuldash, perhaps Ashikayemu letter 1E25 Memadi Argan, Rukia by Timur SL, Ozbeg letter 1E25 S, Roman 3, 359. The KHU letter 1E6FB, was first read for Shaybak Khan and Harry on Friday MU letter 1E25, RR M, 15th 913 AH. May 27, 1507 ad. There is a Persian phrase used when a man engages in an unprofitable undertaking chiurtika gerift, i.e. essini nervum deprehendit Erskine. The letter 1E25, S, does not mention Bane as fleecing the poets, but has much to say about one Maulana, Abdur Rara letter 1E25 IM, a Turkestani favored by Shaybani, whose victim Kh1 was, amongst many others. Not infrequently where Babur and Kh1 state the same fact, they accompany it by varied details, as here, letter 1E25, S. Roman 3, 358, 360. Adat, MU letter 1E25, a MM, a D, a N law fixes a term after widowhood or divorce within which remarriage is unlawful. Light is thrown upon this remarriage by letter 1E25, S. Roman 3, 359. The passage, a somewhat rhetorical one, gives the following details. On coming into her on MU letter 1E25, a RR a M11th, Shaybani at once set about gathering in the property of the Timurids. He had the wives and daughters of the former rulers brought before him, the great Lady Khanzada Bijim, F163b, who was daughter of a letter 1E25M a D Khan, niece of SL. Letter 1E25 US a IN Mirza, and wife of Muzaffar Mirza, showed herself pleased in his presence. Desiring to marry him, she said Muzaffar M had divorced her 2 years before. Trustworthy persons gave evidence to the same effect, so she was united to Shaybani in accordance with the glorious law. Miharanjas Bijim, MU letter 1E93, a FF a RM's daughter, was married to Ubaidullah SL. Ozbeg. The rest of the chaste ladies having been sent back into the city, Shaybani resumed his search for property. Manifestly, Babur did not believe in the divorce Kh1 thus records. A sarcasm, this, on the acceptance of literary honor from the illiterate. F191 and note, Pulai Salar may be an irrigation dam. Kalatina Diri, the birthplace of Nader Shah, and of Mashhad, and standing on very strong ground Erskine. This is likely to be the road passing through the Carfax of Raba letter 1E6 Fi Sangbest, described by Daulat Shah, Brown p. 176. This will mean that the Arghans would acknowledge his suzerainty. Letter 1E25 a ID a R Mirza, however, says that Shah Beg had higher views, TRP 202. There had been earlier negotiations between letter 1E95 UN Nun with Badi Az-Zaman and Babur, which may have led to the abandonment of Babur's expedition in 911 ad. F. Letter 1E25, S. Roman 3, 323. Raverty's account notes p. 581-2 of Babur's dealings with the Arghun chiefs needs revision. They will have gone first to Tun or Cain, thence to Mashhad, and seem likely to have joined the Bijim after cross-cutting to avoid Harry. Yaghai will Yadiga Kiladurgan. There may have been an accumulation of caravans on their way to Herat, checked in Kalat by news of the Ozbeg conquest. Jahangir's son, thus brought by his mother, will have been an infant. His father had gone back last year with Babur by the mountain road and had been left, sick and traveling in a litter, with the baggage when Babur hurried on to Kabul at the news of the mutiny against him, F197. He must have died shortly afterwards, seemingly between the departure of the two rebels from Kabul, F201B202, and the march out for Kandahar. Doubtless his widow now brought her child to claim his uncle Babur's protection. Persians pay great attention in their correspondence not only to the style, but to the kind of paper on which a letter is written, the place of signature, the place of the seal, and the situation of the address. Chardin gives some curious information on the subject Erskine. Babur marks the distinction of rank he drew between the Arghun chiefs and himself when he calls their letter to him, AR letter 1E93-, his to them cot. His claim to suzerainty over those chiefs is shewn by letter 1E25, a ID, a R Mirza, to be based on his accession to Timurid headship through the downfall of the Baikaras, who had been the acknowledged suzerains of the Arghuns, now repudiating Babur's claim. Cf. Erskine's History of India, I cap. 3. On the main road, some 40 miles east of Kandahar. Var, Kur, or Kawar. If the word mean ford, this might well be the one across the Tarnak, carrying the road to Kara maps. Here, Babur seems to have left the main road along the Tarnak, by which the British approach was made in 1880 ad. For one crossing west into the valley of the Arghandab. Baba letter 125 a S a N Abdul is the Baba Wali of maps. The same saint has given his name here, and also to his shrine east of Adak where he is known as Baba Wali of Kandahar. The torrents mentioned are irrigation offtakes from the Arghandab, which river flows between Baba Wali and Kalashak. Shah Beg's force was south of the torrents, cf. Merg & Co. on SAW map. The narrative and plans of Second Afghan War, Muri, illustrate Babur's movements and show most of the places he names. The end of the 280-mile march, from Kabul to within sight of Kandahar, will have stirred in the general of 1507 what it stirred in the general of 1880. Lord Roberts, speaking in May 1913 in Glasgow on the rapid progress of the movement for national service, thus spoke. A memory comes over me, which turns misgiving into hope and apprehension into confidence. It is the memory of the morning when, accompanied by two of Scotland's most famous regiments, the Seaforths and the Gordons, at the end of a long and arduous march, I saw in the distance the walls and minarets of Kandahar, and knew that the end of a great resolve and a great task was near. Mintash Emirat Kazdergan Tumshuning Alida, 215f. L68b, Emirati Kaz Sangyak Para Farmuda Budim, 217f. 143b, J. Kaman Emirati Saktam, Mems. P. 226, where I have built a palace, Mames. Roman 2, 15, Elendrate Merm Uji Badi Unpale. All the above translations lose the sense of Kazdergan, causing to dig out to quarry stone. Perhaps for coolness' sake the dwelling was cut out in the living rock, that the place is southwest of the main letter 1EA1 Rix, near Merg & Co. or on it, Babur's narrative allows. Cf. Appendix J. Sick, letter 1E25 a Ms. There are two Lakshas, Little Laksha, a mile west of Kandahar, and Great Laksha, about a mile s.w. of Old Kandahar, 5 or 6 m from the modern one Erskine. This will be the main irrigation channel, taken off from the Arghandab, maps. Tamam Alakidin, Aish Killer Yikitler, an idiomatic phrase used of Ali Dust, F14b and n, not easy to express by a single English adjective. The Tawachi was a sort of adjutant who attended to the order of the troops and carried orders from the general, Erskine. The difficult passage following gives the Turkey terms Babur selected to represent Arabic military ones. R, a letter 1E25 a D, Ayan Akbari, Blochman, Index SN. The word Bui recurs in the text on F210. I.e. the Bui Takini of F209b, the Kasa Taban, close circle. As Mughals seem unlikely to be descendants of Mu letter 1E25, a MM, a D. Perhaps the title Sayyid in some Mughal names here may be a translation of a Mughal, one meaning chief. Arga Ning Karasi, a frequent phrase. In sign of submission. F176, it was in 908 Ah. This word seems to be from sanjmak to prick or stab, and here to have the military sense of prick, viz., riding forth. The second pers, TRS. 217 F144b translates it by got occurred a raft, went tasting a plunge underwater, 215 F. 170, MU letter 1E25, Shirazi Eslith. Ed. P. 133. Erskine P. 228, as his Persian source dictates, makes the men sink into the soft ground. De Courtet varies much, Roman 2, 21. R. Akmil, so translated under the known presence of trees. It may also imply soft ground, lane P. 813 call B, but soft ground does not suit the purpose of Eric's channels, the carrying on of water to the town. The SAW map is useful here. That he had a following may be inferred. Letter 1E25 I, Ms. Kachar, Ilminsky, P. 268, and both Pers TRSS. Ruksar or Ruksara, F25 and note to Kachar. So in the Turkey MSS, and the first Pers, TRS, 215 FB, the second Pers, TRS, 217 F145B, has a gloss of chiurtika. This consequently Erskine follows P. 229 and adds a note explaining the punishment. Ilminsky has the gloss also, P. 269, thus indicating Persian and English influence. No Ms. gives the missing name. The later favor mentioned was due to S. a letter 1E43B, H.A.L.'s laborious release of his master from Uzbek captivity in 917 A. 1511 ad. Of which Erskine quotes a full account from the Tarikh-i-Sind, History of India I. 345. Presumably he went by Sabzar, Dolatabad and Washir. F. 202, and note to Chagatai. This will be for the Ning-Nahar Tumen of Lamgan. He was thus dangerously raised in his father's place of rule. FF 10b, 11b. Letter 1025 a ID a RM writes, Shah Bajim laid claim to bad action, saying, It has been our hereditary kingdom for 3,000 years. Though I, being a woman, cannot myself attain sovereignty, yet my grandson Mirza Khan can hold it. TRP 203. Tibridiller. The agitation of mind connoted with movement by this verb may well have been, here, doubt of Babur's power to protect. Tushluk Tushtin Taga Eurokaler. Cf. 205b for the same phrase with supposedly different meaning. Kangshar lit, ridge of the nose. Bur Akham Quialmadiller, F 203b note to Chapquin. This will have been news both of Shaybak Khan and of Mirza Khan. The Purs. TRSS. Vary here 215 F 173 and 217 F. Index SN. Machuchuk can hardly have been married against her will to Qasim. Her mother regarded the alliance as a family indignity, appealed to Shah Beg, and compassed a rescue from Kabul, while Babur and Qasim were north of the Oxus circa A. Machuchuk quitted Kabul after much hesitation, due partly to reluctance to leave her husband and her infant of 18 months, partly to dread lest family honor might require her death. Erskine's History, I. 348, and Gulbadan's Humayun-Nama. Erskine gives the fort the alternative name, Kalyan, locates it in the Badguys district east of Harry, and quotes from a Bulghazi in describing its strong position, History I. 282. Letter 1025 S. Tura 2. F 133, and note. A Bulef letter 1E93L mentions that the inscription was to be seen in his time. This fief ranks in value next to the Kabul Tumen. Various gleanings suggest motives for Babur's assertion of supremacy at this particular time. He was the only Timurid ruler and man of achievement. He filled letter 1025 US IN Baikara S place of Timurid headship. His actions through a long period show that he aimed at filling Timur begs. There were those who did not admit his suzerainty, Timurids who had rebelled, Mughals who had helped them, and who would also have helped Sa-id Khan Chagatai if he had not refused to be treacherous to a benefactor. There were also the Arghans, Chinggis Khanids of high pretensions. In old times the Mughal Khakans were Padshah, supreme. Padshah is recorded in history as the style of at least Sadak Bugra Khan Padshah Ghazi. No Timurid had been lifted by his style above all Mirzas. When however Timurids had the upper hand, Babur's Timurid grandfather Abu Sa-id asserted his de facto supremacy over Babur's Chagatai grandfather Yunus, TRP. For Babur to reassert that supremacy by assuming the Khakan style was highly opportune at this moment. To be Babur supreme was to declare overlordship above Chagatai and Mughal, as well as over all Mirzas. It was done when his sky had cleared. Mirza Khan's rebellion was scotched, the Arghans were defeated, he was the stronger for their lost possessions, his Uzbek foe had removed to a less ominous distance, and Kabul was once more his own. Gulbadan writes as if the birth of his firstborn son Humayun were a part of the uplift in her father's style. But his narrative does not support her in this, since the order of events forbids. The Khan in Humayun's title may be drawn from his mother's family, since it does not come from Babur. To whose family Mahim belonged, we have not been able to discover. It is one of the remarkable omissions of Babur, Gulbadan, and Abul letter 1E93L that they do not give her father's name. The topic of her family is discussed in my biographical appendix to Gulbadan's Humayun-Nama and will be taken up again, here, in a final appendix on Babur's family. Elf, Ms. F 172b, WIB-IO 215 F 174b and 217 F 148b, MEMS, P 234. On the headwaters of the Tarnak, Ars Notes App, P. Babur has made no direct mention of his half-brother's death, F 208, and N to Mirza. This may be Darwish-i Ali of F 210, The Sayyid in his title may merely mean chief, since he was a Mughal. Several of these mutineers had fought for Babur at Kandahar. It may be useful to recapitulate this Mirza's position. In the previous year, he had been left in charge of Kabul when Babur went eastward in dread of Shaybani, and, so left, occupied his hereditary place. He cannot have hoped to hold Kabul if the Ozbeg attacked it. For its safety and his own he may have relied, and Babur also in appointing him, upon influence his Arghun connections could use. For these, one was Mukim, his brother-in-law, had accepted Shaybani's suzerainty after being defeated in Kandahar by Babur. It suited them better, no doubt, to have the younger Mirza rather than Babur in Kabul. The latter's return thither will have disappointed them, and the Mirza. They, as will be instanced later, stood ready to invade his lands when he moved east. They seem likely to have promoted the present Mughal uprising. In the battle which put this down, the Mirza was captured. Babur pardoned him, but he, having rebelled again, was then put to death. Bagay-Urunchka may be an equivalent of Bagay-Safar, and the place be one of waiting up to Unchka, the journey year. Urunchka also means clover de Kurte. He seems to have been a brother or uncle of Humayun's mother Mahim Index, ANTRS, I 492 and note. In all MSS. The text breaks off abruptly here, as it does on F118b, as though through loss of pages, and a blank of narrative follows. Before the later gap of F251b, however, the last sentence is complete. Index SN Bābur-nāma, date of composition and gaps. Ibid. Jumada I, 14th 968 Jan. 31st 1561 ad. Concerning the book C. Eliot and Dowson's History of India Roman 6, 572 and J. Raw's 1901 p. 76, H. Beveridge's Art. On Persian MSS. In Indian libraries. The TR gives the names of two only of the champions, but Farishta, writing much later, gives all five. We surmise that he found his five in the book of which copies are not now known, the Tarakai Mu letter 1E25. Arif Kandahari. Farishta's five are Ali Shabkir, Nightblind, Ali Sistani, and a letter 1E95 Ar Bahadur Ozbeg, Yaqub Tezjang, Swift in Fight, and Ozbeg Bahadur. Letter 1E25 ID RS2 names vary in the MSS. Of the T, R, but represent the first two of Farishta's list. There are curious differences of statement about the date of Shaybani's death, possibly through confusion between this and the day on which preliminary fighting began near Merv. Letter 1E25 ID RS way of expressing the date carries weight by its precision, he giving Razai Shak of R-M letter 1E93 N, i.e. a day of which there was doubt whether it was the last of Shaban or the first of R-M letter 1E93 N, Lane, Yamal Shak. As the sources support Friday for the day of the week, and on a Friday in the year 915 fell the 29th of Shaban, the date of Shaybani's death seems to be Friday Shaban 29th 915 Friday Decembernd 1510 ad. If my reading be correct of the Turkey passage concerning wines drunk by Babur, which I have noted on F49, in loco P80 3N1, it was during this occupation of Kabul that Babur first broke the law against stimulants. Mr. R.S. Poole found a coin which he took to be one struck in obedience to Babur's compact with the Shah Bmcat, of the coins of Persian Shah's 1887 pp. Roman 24 et sec. Tr. p. 246n. It was held by A. letter 1E25 M. A. D.I. Qasim Kober, and is referred to on F234b, as one occasion of those in which Dust Beg distinguished himself. Schuyler's Turkestan has a good account and picture of the mosque. Ubaid's vow is referred to in my earlier mention of the Sulukul Muluk. It may be noted here that this Ms. supports the spelling Babur by making the second syllable rhyme to pur, as against the form Babar. Oruk, Babur refers to this exodus on F12b when writing of Dalatesul letter 1E6FN Khanim. It is one recorded with some variation, in Nia's MU letter 1E25 a MM a DQ Candies Tarakai Sharaki, Kazan, 1885, and Nalavkine's Khanate of Kokand, P63. It says that when Babur in 918 1512 ad. Left Samarkand after defeat by the Ozbegs, one of his wives, Sayyida Afak, who accompanied him in his flight, gave birth to a son in the desert which lies between Qujend and Kandai Batum. That Babur, not daring to tarry and the infant being too young to make the impending journey, left it under some bushes with his own girdle round it in which were things of price. That the child was found by local people, and in allusion to the valuables amongst which it lay, called Altan Bishik golden cradle. That it received other names, and was best known in later life as K25 Uday a Nsul Letter 167 He is said to have spent most of his life in Aksi, to have had a son Tingri-Yar, and to have died in 952 1545 AD. His grandson Yarai Emulator 125 Mmd is said to have gone to India to relations who was descendants of Babur, Jasp 1905 ph Beverages Art. The Emperor Babur. What is against the truth of this tradition is that Gulbadan mentions no such wife as Sayyida Afak. Mahim, however, seems to have belonged to a religious family, might therefore be styled Sayyida, and, as Babur mentions f. 220, had several children who did not live. A child left as this infant was, might if not heard of, be supposed dead. There is this opening allowed for considering the tradition. Babur refers to this on f. 265. The Lubat Tawarik would fix R a M letter 193, a N 7th. Mr. Erskine's quotation of the Persian original of the couplet differs from that which I have translated History of India Roman 2, 326, Tarakaibad Unibib, Ind, ed. F. 444. Perhaps in the latter a pun is made on Najm as the leader's name and as meaning fortune, if so it points the more directly at the Shah. The second line is quoted by Badjuni on his F. 362 also. Some translators make Babur go naked into the fort, but on his own authority, F. 106b, it seems safer to understand what others say, that he went stripped of attendants, because it was always his habit even in times of peace to lie down in his tunic. Much more would he have done so at such a crisis of his affairs as this of his flight to letter 1E25 ISAR. Letter 1E25 IDAR gives a graphic account of the misconduct of the horde and of their punishment tr. p. 261-3. One of the mutineers named as in this affair tr. p. was SL. Quilichunak, a circumstance attracting attention by its bearing on the cause of the lacuna in the Bābur-nāma, inasmuch as Babur, writing at the end of his life, expresses, f. 65, his intention to tell of this man's future misdeeds. These misdeeds may have been also at letter 1E25 ISAR, and in the attack they're made on Babur. They are known from letter 1E25 IDAR to have been done at Ghazni. Both times fall within this present gap. Hence it is clear that Babur meant to write of the events falling in the gap of 914 onwards. In 925 ff. 227 and 238, mention is made of courtesies exchanged between Babur and Mu letter 1E25 AMM Zaman in bulk. The Mirza was with Babur later on in Hindustan. Mir Masam's Tarakai Sind is the chief authority for Babur's action after 913 against Shah Beg in Kandahar. Its translation, made in 1846 by Major Mallet, shows some manifestly wrong dates. They appear also in the B.M. Ms. of the work. F. 216b, and note to Monday,